Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Ngicela nivale lo mnyango. Ngicela nivale lo mnyango. Can you close the door, please? Okay. Let me just outline some things. We're going to start with reading. We're going to start with reading. The book clubs are all outside. If you do reading in English, you are here, you are in a wrong space. You need to be outside. That's number one. Number two, we are looking at the number of book clubs that are participating, about 80. And if a reader is a reader, you know how well they can read once they've read the second or the third line of their read. They don't have to finish a paragraph or a page in order to convince the judges how well they can read. Are we in agreement on that one? So the judges are not scoring on how long they have read, but they are judging how well you respect the grammar, how well you also interact with your audience, how well as you read, you are not covering your face, that when they are done, then you find the audience is gone. You must actually be in contact with your persons you are reading to. I thought let's outline this thing because we have judges who are not sitting here. Otherwise, at the end of the day, they give us the outcome of the judges, that which is not from the score sheet. So let's outline those things so they'll be clear. Secondly, for 80 book clubs, multiplied by 2 minutes, which they have to read, it's more than an hour to two. But the time they take coming here and leaving, it's another hour maybe, and we might not be able to finish on time. So to make time, we requested that the time be reduced to 1 minute, 30 seconds. Are we agreeing to that? Thank you. I thought, let me put that because I know there are timekeepers who are not sitting here, but I'm timing from the back. So we might end up having another issue afterwards. Let's clear the dust. So the book clubs will be coming in this order. We are going to start with community book clubs, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Northwest. I have a list of pages which they're supposed to read from, which the judges have selected. I will be giving the book clubs to read in that order which I was given. Can I have the first participant coming in, please? Now that we have cleared the house rules. He has chosen this lovely book, so we're going to go in that order. You can tell them what the book club that you're from.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be representing a group called Royal Learning Center from Limpopo.
No, I just wanted to make sure that he relaxes. It's tense up here, but fit. You don't know. Yep. We can move the podium. Oh, the judges are sitting down there. They can't see you. Oopsie. I don't think he's sure. Pushing is better. Is it better? Okay.
Yeah.
Page. Am I holding the right book?
Yeah.
Okay. press there and you go to that. You don't read.
Okay.
Hold it like that. And then when I say your time, then you start your read. Okay, the reader has chosen a book. There are 2 books on the table. I asked him to choose a book. He chose his book. The judges have given me a page. I've shown him where he's supposed to read from. According to this list, we're going to take it from the top, the one I was given. So we are on that first page. So I just want to check with my timekeepers. Are you ready? Your 2 minutes starts now, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm from Royal Learning Center. I'm going to read a book called Granite by Jenny Robson. I continue with Mukoba through the mountains towards port of Solofa on Sunrise Sea. We met with some traders who helped us on our way and shared our provisions with us. But I did not tell them where we heard from. I'm afraid that they deserted us. When they spoke of Zimbabwe, I wrote it with interest. I thought I knew nothing. And Mukomba stayed with Tom so that the traders believed he was not all full of mind. Yes, said the traders. Not a single survivor. Can you imagine?
Okay, sorry. I gave you a page. The judges gave me 2 sequence of page. Yeah, you should say where you are reading from. That it confuses the judges if you didn't say. You must also remind them where you are reading from before you read. In that way, then they are also able to follow you.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm not going to give you to read from here again. We move on. Them they should know. If they don't, then it's a mirror. What's the name of the book club, ma'am?
It's Letaba Tibet College Book Club.
Letaba Tibet Book Club. Letaba Tibet Book Club. If they are not there, it's a new book club that needs a new score sheet. It means they are participating only for reading. They didn't participate on the previous one.
We did.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay, they say they did, so their score should be there. Okay. So we are on the second point of their read. Judges, get the rhythm right. I'm giving them the book. I don't say another word. They have to do the honors. If they don't, it's not my fault. It's their fault. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Greetings to the house at large. I'll be reading Jenny Robson, Granite. I'll be starting from the page of 31st. I'll start from the beginning. So let me speak about this trouble with my sister Rai. It was evening and we were sharing our evening meal. You were not there, Sherik. You went out working alone beside the forest at the night and the king's command. You were gone till deep into the night and my mother was solding. I don't understand this thing. Why must my husband and my son take this dangerous journey? My father, Domba, explained and over again. He is a kind and tolerant husband. The king needs a building of his own, and the one that will bear his name in generations to come. Just as the people took at the hill fortress and say, those mighty walls were the project of the great King Latosha. Just as the look, the enclosure of the queen that we have completed and say, yes, that is the memorial King Mzakane. It was the great King Mzakane who commanded that instruction. So now the Nameless One commands that a cathedral be built. But if never return, sobbed my mother. Then Rice stamped her foot beside the fire. Yes, stamped in anger, right there in the presence of our parents. I want to go too. I want to ride in a boat across the scared sunset. I want to visit the lands of those milk people and see their hair the color of gold and their eyes as blue as the sky. Why is it that Mukamba cannot come? My father held the timber. Don't be silly, child. Thank you.
Warriors Book Club is on the podium. Ma'am? Yeah, just hold. You don't do that. Do what you were trained to do, but you don't talk to me. You just receive the book and hold it. And when I say okay, your 2 minutes starts now.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Masuka Tebuho. I am from the Warriors Book Club. I'll be reading a book titled Zwipi, written by Cobus Murray. I'll be reading on page 80. Want me to? We could put it in a file. Or perhaps you would like me to write a letter to your mom? I can also put that in a file. Or you could keep it. Or even put it on a grave or tear it up. Jacques shifts uneasily in the chair. The seat is suddenly hard and uncomfortable. Yes, he says. Yes, I shall. I think I might want to tear it up later. He picks up the pencil, stares out the window for a few seconds. His eye falls on the little Jack Russell, cut up cosily and sleeping in a shed, as if she has it a care in the world. Heavens, he thinks, she does have a wonderful life. It takes a while before he begins writing, but once he started, the pencil swishes busily over the paper. When he's finished, he rereads it all again, erasing a word or two. He's finished. Then he holds the paper neatly and silently holds it out to the psychologist. Dear Mommy, I don't really know where to begin. It feels so long ago now. My heart still aches. Most of the time, it feels as though you are still here. When I come home for the weekends, I wait for you to open the door and to ask me, and how was your week? I can see how much Dad miss you. And yes, we're getting along much better now. I felt so sorry for him. That day, he sat and wept throughout the entire service. It was upsetting to see Dad weeping. And I'm angry with God, furiously angry. Why does this have to happen to us? The psychologist said I must put flowers on a grave regularly.
Tompi Silika is the book club on the podium. The book we are reading. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Greetings to you. Greetings to you all. My name is Kegana Karabo from Dompislika Book Club. I'll be reading a book titled Jenny Robson, Grenade. There was already the steady hammering from the iron forge beside it smoking until, and more softly from behind the walls of the Queen's enclosure came the gentleman drumming and sweet sounds of the Queen's early morning choir. And above us all, and always towards the hill fosters of our King, the nameless one, ever present in sight and in mind. Changani said, "It will be any day now, our initiation call. Surely the harvest is well over." I was wishing he had not mentioned it. Unlike Changani, I was not eager to this ritual to begin. I am a coward. I always have been. Thoughts of our initiation hung like darkness over the edge of my dreams. They spread terror along the outer edges of my daylight hours. How many times had we watched groups of initiation disappear into the bush, marched away by terrifying old men with whips and toothless smiles? Young boys just a little older than we were. Then, 3 round moons later, sometimes more, these boys returned, changed forever. The look in their eyes, the carrying of their shoulders so different. Well, some of them, those alive and capable of walking. "It must be soon," said Changani.
Check. What it do? Check. I do something about what it do. Check. Make some more. Check. What's the boy? What's your name? Check.
The name of your book club? Okay, lovely sunshine judges.
What it do?
Lovely sunshine judges. You can come to the podium. Judges, lovely sunshine. Can you stand beside me? Your 2 minutes starts now.
Greetings to you all. Standing before you is Malet Lambo, a member of the Lovely Sunshine Book Club. I'm going to read the book called Granite by Jenny Robinson. Beneath the hills, fortress of Zimbabwe. Yes, and so it was that every morning while we sat upon well of commoneers, Tangani and I, all the pretty common girls, had now back on their hunt compound that spread far across the valleys to perform their daily duties. "There is so much to remember, Makomba," he said, "most especially with the forbidden stories that cannot be recited at the feast and the festivals. So tell me about King Maudadi." I whispered, even thought it was only the two of us here. Tangani whispered back in the story from the time forth kings back. These words drew pictures before my eyes, so clear they were. How King Mudadi was frightened of dirt. How his servants must carry water up step of the hill fortress, all the way up to the private chambers so that he might wash. All the way up to the private chambers 7 times daily. I looked towards the hill of the king, so high and still hidden by the morning mists, with 100 steps that twisted and turned unevenly. Poor servants, I thought. And there was an episode of Thank you.
Au-delà de la montagne, on y va.
Good morning. What's your name? Book club? Umjindi, sisempumalanga. Umjindi. Okay, ma'am, your 2 minutes will start.
Good day, everyone. I'm Ndlovu representing Umjindi Book Club, and today I'll be reading a book titled Granite, authored by Jenny Robson. I will read on page 25. Rimabwe. My father must find out, therefore, how these buildings could be constructed in safety. He must investigate the methods of the stonemason clans there in the lands of the Crusaders. The lands of the Crusaders, oh, holiest God, Mahwari. Was that our destination? It was more terrifying to me than crossing the sea. And I saw that my father too was afraid, and Chivu with him. Only Tangani still stood with delight, excitement, and adventure in his eyes. But Tangani did not know the stories about the people of white bodies, these crusaders. I have never passed them on to him. I could not bear such words to pass my lips. The stories that she told, Shafik. To my father, do you remember? But I heard them too, eavesdropping from my sleeping mat in the sun's heart. Yes, Shafik, I confess to you, those late nights when you and my father sat at the fire still talking, I was awake inside my heart and listening too, unable to stop myself. You told how the Crusaders came marching across the deserts to the Arab town of Jerusalem, marching all the way from our lands, and hundreds of them, with blood-red crosses on their banners and blood-red rage in their hearts. because they said Jerusalem was the home of their own God, and they slaughtered the women and the children and the babies until the streets of Jerusalem were thick and slimed and slippery with blood, scattered with severed head and limbs. And then crusaders will invade my dreams like a hundred milk-colored ghost with blood-red teeth. My father said, "It's the king's command. We have no choice, Makomba, just as your grandfather had no choice."
Olha essa rabuda, aguenta a pressão, aguenta a pressão, aguenta a pressão. Olha essa rabuda, aguenta a pressão, aguenta a pressão, aguenta a pressão. Olha essa rabuda, aguenta a pressão, aguenta a pressão, aguenta a pressão. Olha essa rabuda, aguenta a pressão, aguenta a pressão. Sobe, perdida nesse copo, sobe, perdida nesse fumo, sobe, perdida nesse copo, sobe, perdida nesse fumo. Ah, rabuda, rabuda. Rabuda, 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 rabuda. Olha essa rabuda, sobe. Olha essa rabuda, ah. Olha essa rabuda, ah. Olha essa rabuda, sobe. Perdida nesse copo.
Greetings, everyone, and thank you for having me here. My name is Mbalientle Oprantuli, and I'm from Matumi Apane Educational Foundation Book Club under Mapotla Public Library. The book I'm having here is Jenny Robson by Granite. Page 28. Strange colors in their long hair and long beards, yellow as the gold from your minds, red as the flowers of the flame street, and with eyes blue as the sky or green as the grass. It is the great strangeness and wonder to all. I spoke on and on, wondering if the king was now fallen asleep. Would his chamber servants tell me? My throat grew dry and sore. Then I heard the king's voice. Even this close, it seemed to echo with his power and majesty. These cathedrals you speak of, Shafiq, is it the truth that they reach high as the very clouds? So my great uncle explained, "Oh, nameless one, I have not seen them with my own eyes." "Aha, said the king. And a little later, the chamber servant told me that the king was sleeping peacefully at last, and with a smile on his countenance. It was the early morning council meeting in the mist, as Mukomba tells. I sat on the long stone bench besides Ridombo. Most of the nobles were present. Shamba as well, the great explorer. Thank you.
Miúda subiu, desceu, pausou, rebolou, 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 rebolou. Rebolou, rebolou, rebolou. Dança, axé. 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 Essa gostosa só quer dançar. Ela não quer estudar. E o pontapé quente de novo amanhã. Vamos lá tirar. Depois das 4 da manhã. Tilo atrás de tilo. A dama só queria moscato e eu quero estar no mesmo quarto. O bota foi bem cansativo, agora brinca bem com o pepino. Espanjei muitas notas verdes, as notas com cara do pai da dizer. Miúda subiu, desceu, pausou, rebolou, rebolou.
Good morning.
Miúda subiu, desceu, pausou, rebolou, rebolou, rebolou. Miúda subiu,
Good morning, sir.
Pakwadi book writers. Too many.
Bakwadi Young Writers.
Pakwadi young writers. Book writers, young writers. All right. Ma'am? I'm gonna give you a book,
Yes, sir.
then you do your thing, right?
Yes, sir.
Your 2 minutes starts now.
Greetings to all. I am Tebogo Kutwane from the Bakwadi Young Writers, and I will be reading a book titled Granite by Jenny Robertson, page 34. Changani punched my arm. Hear me, Mukomba. This will be a great and wonderful adventure. I am impatient to be moving. 2 days before we left, a full meeting was called for all the citizens, nobles, and common people. They're at the mouth of the holy cave of Marawani at sunset. My sister Radi did not attend. She was still sobbing and stamping and screaming inside her heart that it wasn't fair. I confess, I wished my whole heart that we could swap bodies so that she could be the boy and go, and I could be the girl and stay. How shameful is that? How cowardly, even if I was not yet initiated. I never spoke that wish out loud. Otherwise, my parents would have taken me to the spirit cleanser, immediately and deep with concern. So, this full meeting, outside the mouth of the holy cave, it is strange and frightening, and nothing grows. Granite slabs lie at the angles as though they have oozed slime from the hill slope. The senior priests were gathered in the robes wearing their fearsome masks. Six cows had to be slaughtered before the voice of the Marawani finally came from the depths of the cave, making the rock beneath us tremble. Our God is pleased, the chief priest interpreted, and Shumba knelt to receive the blood blessing on his forehead. Thank you.
Reed Steenberg. Reed Steenberg. Ma'am, good morning. To the mic so we know how far you are.
Blessed morning, sir.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. My name is Favor Litchfield from Rustenburg Book Club, the Northwest Province. And I'm reading the book titled Jenny Robson. The book titled Granite by Jenny Robson. Page 34, paragraph 2. 2 days before we left, a full meeting was called for all the citizens, nobles and common people. There, at the mouth of the holy cave of Muahari at sunset, my sister, Rai, did not attend. She was still sobbing and stamping and screaming inside her heart that it wasn't fair. I confess, I wish my whole heart that we could swap bodies so that she could be the boy and go and I could be the girl and stay. How shameful is that? How cowardly. Even if I was not yet initiated, I never spoke that wish out loud. Otherwise, my parents would have taken me to the spirit cleanser immediately and with deep concern. So, this full meeting, outside the mouth of the holy cave, it is strange and frightening, and nothing grows. Granite slabs lie at angles as though they've oozed like slime from the hill slope. The senior priests were gathered in their robes and wearing their fearsome masks. 6 cows had to be slaughtered before the voice of Muhari finally came from the depths of the cave, making the rock beneath us tremble. Our God is pleased. The chief priest interpreted, and Shumba knelt to receive the blood blessing on his forehead. Thank you.
Agora menos preocupado com os putos do black, já ando burrado pra tudo que fala, pouco me lixando.
Creative minds. Creative minds, right? Creative minds.
Quando a tropa chega, tabu não sossega. Nessa nova escola não temos colega. E é melhor do game falando de cega. E esse teu grupinho só pra mim não chega. Porque cada guerra vem com mais um benga. Sempre que eu lanço, sua vez se entrega. Vou lanço um pouco, mas o pouco pega. Fiz em solos quentes com mais gelas frescas. Agora vou mudar de flow. Sei que vão dizer que o Bibi lutou. Tudo que eu faço fica bom. Checa só forma que eu bombei o som. Calma, nega, com a tropa não. Tenta vir contra que eu chego o teu show.
It's 2 minutes, that's now.
Where would I be reading? Excuse me? I never got where I'd be reading. Anyway. Okay. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alex Manyede. I'm from Creative Minds Book Club. I'll reading to you a book titled Granite. The author's name is Johnny Robinson. I'll be reading for you page 37. The very first paragraph, and it reads as follows. Mukumba is correct. That night of the king's command, I went out to the forest edges and walked alone. With my thoughts, perhaps it is time to take my leave to Zambia. Now, before this wild escapade led to the arrogant Shumba, in whom I have little faith, so ran my mind. I have a heart and blood of a traveler, to see new places, to experience different ways of life. That is my goal, as it was the goal of my grandfather and my great-uncle. But my grandfather and my great-uncle set off respect and humanity, not with arrogance. Arrogance is a dangerous quality to carry into the unknown. Arrogance is not invite the blessings of Almighty Allah nor any other God worshipped by man. No, I thought there, under dense forest trees, better to continue my travels in other places. For I was not bound to strictly by the king's command, being a foreigner and with a king of my own back in Egypt. Well, not a king, but a Mamluk Sultan and his council. Yet in the dark of shadows of that forest, I made my peace. I could not abandon my friend Ridombo. No, if he must take this journey, then I must share it with him. Yet in the dark shadows of the forest, I made my peace. I could not abandon my friend Ridombo.
Toma, xarope por conta da lama. Vocês são mais velhos na idade, mas no compor vocês são crianças. Ouvi mostrar como é que se canta. 75 não fazer sucesso, juro, paro de usar caça. Canta muito, nem canta bem, ou não sou cobra de ninguém. Pesadelo é que meu nome, cê também é teu, tá-se bem. Do Beirão até Petrangoli, dos ossos até Miramari. Samizanga até no São Paulo, diz que de Chico não vai tocar. E esse man tem só da sua trabalho.
Okay, this is what is happening, ne? The book club was on the stage. You were making the noise. There was a little bit of echo in the background. And then I pointed to the reader. And then when that happens, he didn't notice because we were still interrupting. And then that's when he misses it. And I cannot come back and point at him when I said 2 minutes starts now. He needs to do what he's supposed to do. So you are interfering with the reader when you are busy. She's asking for water. she have seen the title already. I'll get it.
Okay, let's just get the page now.
Do sal, papai te dava, e o Nelo da máfia, e se esquecer, papai também dá.
Essa é a produtora da atualidade, Império do Flow.
Your 2 minutes, that's now.
Good day, everyone. My name is Renela Atlekhan Litlole. I am representing Mabiska Community Library Book Club. I'll be reading a book. I'll be reading a book titled Sweepy by Cobus Marie. Want me to? We could put in your smile. Want me to? We could put it in your file. Or perhaps you would like to write a letter to your mom? I can also put that in your file. Or you could keep it. Or even put it on her grave. Or tear it up. Jacques shifts uneasily in the chair. The seat is suddenly hard and uncomfortable. Yes, he says. Yes, I shall. I think I might want to tear it up. He picks up the pencil, stares out the window for a few seconds. His eyes falls on the little Jack Russell, curled up cozily and sleeping in her shed as if she hasn't care in the world. Heavens, he thinks she does have a wonderful life. It takes a while before he begins writing, but once he started, the pencil swishes busily over the paper. When he finished, he rereads it all again, erasing a word or two, making a few changes here and there. Then he folds the paper neatly and silently holds it out to the physiologics. I thank you all.
Your 2 minutes will start.
Greetings to the house at large. My name is Amkhalang. I'm representing the Ipelegen Library Book Club. I'll be reading a book titled Grenade, authored Jenny Robertson. I'll start reading from page 51, paragraph 1. The sea, we have reached the sea and the village of North Witches. Beside him, upon that dune, there are parted a line of people, maybe 10 in number, and all old, wearing strange clothing, and smiling in the gray early light, smiling toothless smiles and waving widely. Changani did not seem to find them frightening. He raced ahead, fighting his way up the dark sun, filled with new energy as if he had not been waking all through the night, calling to me, "Come, Makumba, I want to look at the sea and all its water, the taste of salt. Imagine." But I did not race behind him over that final sand dune, not only because the line of north was bearing my way, but also because I heard my father's voice behind me, raised and full of anger, such as I never heard before, not in all my winters. Redombo, my father, stood amongst a group of slaves with their many and various burdens. "I cannot believe this. How can such a thing happen? It is beyond all decency," he shouted, and all his whole body trembled with this rage. Let me at the last complete Makomba's tale of Bashambeng, so that one last question, thank you.
Bokodi Bupirima!
Mind liberators. Mind Liberators Book Club is on the podium. Are you ready? Ma'am, your 2 minutes will start, but I'll have to hand you the book at the same time and announce that. Ne? Okay. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tandeka Kerodio, and I will be reading a book by Jenny Robson called Granite. Page 56. Across the sunset sea. Yes, and so high on the sand dune, the nun witches were greeting Shumba, on their knees and clapping their hands as if he were some great and generous chief. And my friend Changani was already disappeared under the dune's brow, still calling out, "Hurry, Mukomba, what a sight it is, this great ocean." But I turned instead to where my father was trembling in his fury. "How can you bring such a shame to our family? Rai." It was my sister Rai, there amongst the gathering of the slaves, dressed in a slave tunic herself, with her head shaved clean and with slave markings painted on her cheeks, burdened with a basket of live chickens that squawed and flurried their wings. My father's rage was immense, and how will I ever find a husband after this behavior? If it becomes known that you slept amidst male slaves night after night, who will marry you? Foolish girl, your mother is right. No noble daughter should harbor such a degrading spirit. Rai was turned about, despite her pleading, and sent eastward and home once more to Zimba Remabwe, in the company of my father's most trusted slave, the eunuch, stripped of his manhood, and therefore no danger to what was left of my sister's reputation. Deliver her to her mother. My father Ridombo instructed the eunuch. Tell my wife she must keep this wicked girl confined to our compound until my return, no matter how long in this time that is. I shook my head at my sister and her foolish ways. She is like a small child, I thought. A small child who complains that the sun is hot.
Bokoni! Pula!
The same thing that happened before will happen again. You are interfering with the sound. When I'm giving him the mic and I'm giving him the book, he won't know what he's supposed to do, you see? So please help me. I know we are proud of him. That's why we chose him. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Vizo de Mornay from the Dolphins Book Club, representing Western Cape. This morning I'll be reading for you a book called Granite, and the author is Jenny Robson. Soon we will reach the land of the Yoruba, said the old slave. Machen, his name was, from a faraway place called Maragashu, enslaved because of family debut and passed through the hands of many owners. Some of them the markings on his face were branded and cut into his skin, not just painted as in our custom in Zambia, Zimbabwe. Yes, and then you will see the mouths of the great rivers running into the seas, and we will have fresh food and provisions. But often I looked over the back of the boat. There were Fazim, an Arab navigator, held tight to the rudder. I looked over all the sea we had already passed through, and I thought how much distance separated from me from my home, and more with each day that passed. It made me feel sad and lost. But Mokomba, Tsitsangi tried to cheer me. Zimbabwe will be the waiting for us, waiting to greet our return. It has not ceased to be just because we cannot see it. So enjoy this journey while it is happening. Enjoy the stories we are storing up. Soon enough, it will come to an end. Yes, enjoy, I tried. At that time, there on the boat, you were teaching us. Shafiq, you were trying to make us speak the languages of the milk people. You taught us to say, we come in peace. We come as brothers. We will take nothing from you.
Table Mountain.
Good morning, FUNDA MZANTSI. I'm Dane Higgins of the Table Mountain Book Club, and today I'll be taking you on a journey through Granite by Jenny Robinson. This book was first published in 2015 by Tafelberg. Enjoy. Inhabitants of the region rowed out to us in their small canoes, bringing fresh fruit and salted meat and gourds of saltless river water. They had dark bodies, these Yoruba people, far darker than mine, and wonderful painted patterns on their chests and faces, and strange arrangements of their hair. They greeted Shimba with brotherly affection and light joking. This is the furthest we have ever traveled, Martigan told us. Yes, in our earlier trips, this was the point where we turned around and headed homeward. Who knows what lies ahead now? Not even the Arab sailors, I asked. Don't they know? The oar slave shook his head. No, they are all experienced in sailing the Sunrise Sea, a calm and well-traveled sea, where my home of Mogadishu lies. That I will never see again. Martigan was silent a while, but then he brightened. This Yoruba is the territory where the great Shumba lost his arm. Do you want to hear the story? But I'll have to whisper it to you. Shumba does not want the story spread. No, he prefers the rumors. I was glad for those Arab sailors and navigators. No matter what stage of our journey, no matter how the boat wove and zigzagged across the waves, they knew always the direction of Mecca. Together we performed our prayers, even if the space was small, and Shumba, despite his arrogance, kept silent for the time and stopped shouting at the slaves. His respect surprised me and made me glad. I thought then, who can ever fully know the heart of another man? It's like an unexplored land. As Makombo has told, we traveled north along the coast of the land towards Yoruba, where we took on board
Preciso de passear, no carro vou andando pela estrada, desvaziar minha cabeça para esquecer meus problemas, sem saber o que pensam. Não tenho carro de luxo, mas o que eu tenho eu gosto. Tem tudo o que eu procuro, não básico desportivo. Não tenho carro de luxo, mas o que eu tenho eu gosto. Tem tudo o que eu procuro. Tô no meu carro, vidros fumados, língua no escapo a roncar. Até já nem te consigo falar, a música foi tudo a arrebentar. Toda a gente olha desde fora, quem estiver a dormir acorda. Quando tô na minha vibe, ninguém me controla. Quando tô na minha vibe, ninguém me controla. Quando tô na minha vibe, ninguém me controla.
I'm representing Team Wales. Great morning, everybody. My name is Joel Blau here, representing Team Wales, doing unprepared reading a book called Zweepie, the Spinning Game, written by Kobus Marie, and I'm reading from page 20. You can borrow mine to look at if you want, Marlies tries to comfort him, twisting a plate nervously around her finger. Oh, what a shame. Yes, but in a year you might get your own. We also had to wait for hours. It doesn't help to sit there and cry like a baby, Hank teases, giving a mock sniff or two. Shouldn't we buy him his own Bible too? After all, he can read by himself already. Mom tries to make peace, but Dad is adamant. Since when does a mere child tell me what to do? I won't allow myself to be manipulated, he growls. Where did he learn to read in any case? For a moment, just for one moment, the expression on his father's face makes him think of a picture of the devil with horns and holding a fork in the children's Bible. The redhead. It is raining incessantly when reports for his third season, shower after shower, have drenched the city. Dr. Fenter's swimming pool is already a rusty brown from the water running off the soil. Who laid out your garden? Jacques wants to know when he sits down. Definitely not an expert, laughs Dr. Fenter. But no matter who it is, he did his best. Luckily, it doesn't often rain so hard and continually. The pigeon, Jacques notes, it's starting fixedly in front of her. Just as well, her nest is so deep under the eaves. When would her eggs hatch? Slowly, he spreads the A3 paper open and points with his pen to the photo of the house next to the tall old pine tree. I have two short stories today, both of them rather on the sad side.
não vai sujar. Toma! Eu quero minha pastilha, Maluquice DJ! Relacionamento bem sério, mas tá massa para com amantes. O namorado pode ser feio, o importante é que ele deixe uma chance. Pra chave tá a meter no fio, nós tá uma bomba com boca-chave. Tá a terminar com o namoro, nunca mais se dá segunda.
I'm going to point you, then you read from 1 point. The 2 minutes, that's now.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Desmond Freeks, and today I'm representing Robben Island Book Club. I'm going to do an unprepared reading from the book entitled Granite.
The book club that was eliminated earlier was given an opportunity to go back. He will come back and do the read. So we're going to do this to be the last one that we accommodate in this way. Are we in agreement? To go back a little bit more.
Go back.
I'm gonna hold you, I'm gonna hand you the book. You put your finger where I'm giving you the book from. Judges, are you ready?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Desmond Freeks. I'm representing Robben Island Book Club. Today I'm going to do unprepared reading from the book Zweepie, written by Cobus Marie. Our extract can be followed on page 48, and it reads as follows. When the bell rings for break, he goes to the office. And Dorothy, I feel sick. I'm feeling nauseous. I want to go home. I asked my mom to phone you. What's the matter, child? Aunt Dottie asks. Yes, you do look pale. I had something that disagreed with you. I always tell my grandchildren one should be careful what one puts in his mouth. Get your mom to give you something. I let Miss Ida know. She writes his name on a scrap of paper, heaves herself out of a chair and whispers something in the teacher's ear. Hey there, my boy. Why have you come home so early? Are you sick? Ben Hunube smiles sympathetically, puts down his rake and comes closer, obviously concerned about him. Can I fetch you anything? Jock asks his head. No thanks. I'm just feeling a little nauseous, Uncle Ben. As he stands before the safety gate at front of the door, his whole body glows with heat. A drop of sweat runs off his top lip and lands in the corner of his mouth. He wipes his handkerchief over his damp forehead He wants to go inside, but his second thoughts and sits down flat on the step at the front door. Dusty comes and rubs against his pants, making little mew sounds. "What do you want to tell me, little kitty cat?" he asks. He bends over, stroking the kitten body while she purrs contentedly. She nudges towards the kitchen.
Judges, are you ready? The book club on stage, they are only participating in reading. They didn't do the review. That's why you saw me talking to the judges. So with that, it's fair, it's above board. Nothing sinister. Timekeepers, I'm going to hand you the book. You're going to put your finger where the book is. So if you close the page, you're on your own. It's not me, eh? Okay. The name of the book club is University of Limpopo Information Studies. They didn't participate in book review. That's why we don't have their script. Ma'am, as soon as I give you the book, you close, then you do your thing. Your 2 minutes starts now.
And if you have a problem with that, you must pack it in right now and go. Or do I have a commitment that you all have enough common sense to understand what's going on? He holds both hands behind his ears. I don't hear anything, he says, looking out the window and poking his tongue in his cheek in anticipation of an overwhelming yes. Then Jacques walks forward with a newspaper clipping. The guy murmur in surprise among themselves. "Sir, I must defend Duval. May I read you something, sir?" Mr. Crack nods his head in amazement, looking at Jacques, his eyebrows narrowed. It says clearly here, in Monday's Pretoria News, whether or not it was justifiable to send Duval off to the color will be discussed for a long time. Referees out, nevertheless, to have second thoughts about before taking such a drastic step, and to remove the racially colored glasses when considering such matters. Good heavens, have we not long since gone past 1994 that such matters need not affect decisions? Yes, we do think Duval was treated unfairly, which is not to say that we want to tell the brilliant chap he can do whatever he wants. His arguing with the referee was uncalled for. Do you see what I mean, sir? Jacques gestured excitedly with his hands. Sorry, sir, but Duval is the last guy who'd be a racist. He was within the rights when he went to inquire about the tricky decision. Please, sir, and everyone else, don't get me wrong, but I really would like to know, will Mr. Malapo be... Thank you.
I was just reminded that I'm torturing my judges. I need to consider giving them a break. So we're gonna break at 11:30. That should, is it 10:30? Oh, 10:15. I thought it's 11. Sorry, 15. Now it's 30:30. We break, ne? How many minutes, judges, that which will be enough for you to settle back? Because I need you to be back. 5 minutes. 10. Oh, there's a queue in the restroom. So 10 minutes will mean by 10:02 we are back. So I know my selector want to do some selection, but please do when we have taken a break, ne? So that at least we don't affect the reading, ne? Your 2 minutes starts now.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Noma Pelomeye from the Ostrich Book Club. Today I'm reading Zweepy, The Spinning Game by Corbus Marie. From page 96, paragraph 2. His sister and her husband decided to go and live permanently in Ireland, and he's deeply attached to her. She's his only anchor here. Their knees touch. She hopes that Deval wouldn't go and fall in love with that new girl, Liesel. Even though Deval and she are only friends, she knows that they could easily be greater pals. She isn't such a bookworm as Jacques. He's cute, mad about music and other things. And his conversation is interesting, even if some of the girls think he's a Rambo who just wants to flatten everything. These days, Jacques wants to concentrate on his studies all the time, nothing else. He has a real don't touch me attitude. She wishes he would want to touch her more often, be more possessive. Maybe Deval and she were destined for each other. Charisse is cool, she thinks. Just a pity she's a bit dumpy and always chasing Deval like a mother hen. Deval, he is a strong type. One reads about in novels, she thinks. She feels safe when he's around. If she could catch him, she doesn't know what it is with her. But lately, she's been thinking a lot about Deval. And sometimes when he looks at her, there's something in his brown eyes, sort of wanting to tell her something. She wishes the four of them could go on a double date at Hatfield. She has made her plans. How about it? I persuaded Jacques to go with me to Hatfield. Wouldn't Charisse and you like to go on a double date? She pleads with big eyes. Deval looks at her in disbelief. You persuaded Jacques? Thank you.
Oh. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Good morning, ladies and
gentlemen, my name is Jasmine Claude Dreyer. Today I will be reading to you the novel titled Granite by Jenny Robinson. I'll be reading on page 70. It reads as follows. The mist had cleared, but the whole valley was lit by a ghostly grey light, as if the sun never penetrated through the thick clouds overhead. You called out then, Shafiq, you said. There, can you see it? Behind the homes. That's a cathedral, I think. Surely it must be. Truly Allah has blessed us. I thought we would journey many days through this land to find one. The deliverer said, No, but Shafiq, it's our ancestors who have traveled with us to make our way easy. My father stared into the distance, shaking his head in wonder. Truly, Shafiq, it reaches up to the very clouds. How did their stone masons achieve this? 20, perhaps 23 men high. Yet it has not toppled down onto the heads of the milk people. Is that by skill or by magic? Some powerful magic. My father, Redombo, wanted to set off at once to investigate, but Shumba stayed him. Tomorrow is time enough. Let us rest and eat well. We will sleep tonight with the guard slaves watching over us. Jangani and I lay in our shelter, wrapped in our karosses. Yet still I felt as if the cold had penetrated to my very bones, and I would never be properly warm again. This did not seem to trouble Jangani. Imagine, Makomba, tomorrow we will see these people of the milk tribes face to face. How will I be able to sleep tonight? Yesterday then, we did not work on this chronicle. Instead, I took Makomba out to walk the streets of Sofala. We found the woman vendor. She was selling millet and pounded meat, also a traditional meal of... Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nomveliso Sakai. I'm representing the Kakapa Book Club. I'm going to read a book titled Zweepie, The Spinning Game. The writer is Cobus Murray. I'm going to read on page 153 from the top. He takes a deep breath and digs his forefinger into the lining of the cushion. Dr. Fendel rubs his chin and looks Jackers squarely in the eyes. He opens his mouth, then has second thoughts and takes the envelope out of his pocket. Here, he says, your dad delivered it to your colleague, your new doctor. It's apparently addressed to you. And even though it's been opened, I've no idea what's in it. Don't worry, I do have permission for this. He answers Jackie's inquiring look. Being a psychologist has certain benefits, you know, so relax. There's no chance of a stiff fine, he says with laughing eyes. Jackie's hand trembled so much that it drops the envelope. He picks it up, presses it against his heart and sits dead still for a while, just licking his dry lips. Then I'll read it while you are still here. He says, and with shaking hands, he opens the envelope with its smiling pink panther on the left corner. It smells of oranges. Dear Jackies, he reads, I wish I knew how to begin. This is my 10th attempt now, and I don't even know if it's the one I will send. Maybe I ought to begin.
Yes. I just want to make sure we finish with Western Cape, and then when we go for break, we have break in. We just finished with Western Cape. We're not done. We're done with Western Cape. Which province are you from, Malum?
LMN.
No, LMN. Let's come back and start with LMN when we come back from the break. Let's pause for now. What time is it? Eh? 10:30. Okay, can we be seated? Can we be seated by 22? Can we be seated by 22? Before we go, I have been requested that I must inform book club coordinators to be the one that steps out to collect for their book club. Meet a person wearing a red t-shirt right outside the door, just behind the door there. There'll be somebody you'll be meeting. The person will direct you where to go in terms of your food packs for your teams. For now, we can break and then come back at that time. Thank you.
Das amigas da minha velha, aqui a Paula, aqui a amiga, uma das amigas da minha velha, uma das amigas da minha mãe, das amigas da minha velha, uma das amigas da minha mãe, das amigas da minha velha, filhas da puta, não me falam nada, das amigas da minha mãe, das amigas da minha velha, das amigas da minha mãe, filhas da puta, não me falam nada.
Your 2 minutes starts now.
My name is Hendrik Mamrobela from the Hosi Book Club. I'm going to read to you the book titled Granite, written by Jenny Robson. I'm going to read to you on page 129 from paragraph 1. Stayed dumb so that the traders believe he was not full mind. Yes, said the traders. Not a single survivor. Can we imagine to change from such a powerful, prosperous city to become a ruin filled only with ghosts amongst one's proud walls? And in such a short space of time, it is a thing of great wonder. How was it that we survived, I wonder, when all around us people perished? But there's no answer to that question, I suppose. Not in this world. And then Mukomba stared. Even though it was night now, the lamp extinguished. Even though the sounds of Sofala coming through our open window had quieted to silence. In the darkness, he said, Shafiq, I did as you advised. I told the facts, but it is not enough. I lit the lamp once more. Weary as I was, I re-dyed my pen and paper. But Mukomba shook his head. No, Shafiq, this is not for writing. This is not for others. This is for myself.
I'll hand you over the book. You put your finger where I'll be opened and where I've shown you, then you do your thing.
Yes, sir.
Your 2 minutes starts now.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Nyakane. I'm going to read a book titled Zwipi by Kobos Marien. I'm going to read from page 80, paragraph 3. It reads thus. It takes a while before he begins writing, but once he started, the pencil switches busy over the paper. When he finished, he rereads it all again, erasing a word or two, making a few changes here and there. Then he folds the paper neatly and silently holds it out to the psychologist. Dear Mommy, I don't really know where to begin. It feels so long ago now, but my heart still aches. Most of the time, it feels as though you are still here. When I come home for the weekends, I wait for you to open the door and to ask me, and how was your weekend? I can see how much Dad misses you. And yes, we are getting along much better now. I felt so sorry for him. That day, he sat and wept throughout the entire service. It was upsetting to see Dad weeping. And I'm angry with God, furiously angry. Why did this have to happen to us? The psychologist said, I must put flowers on your grave regularly and do that. It's so bitterly hard to go there. Mommy, I feel so guilty about everything and the times I was rude to you. for being impatient, because you were the one person who really loved me.
Welcome, sir. Get closer to the mic. Timekeepers. Baobab is the book club. For now, we haven't announced yet.
Okay, let me put my, that's like this.
Just like hold it like this for now. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Greetings to everyone. My name is William Shabana from Baobab Book Club. I'm here to read a book for you called Granite by Johnny Robson. From page 31, chapter 3, under the heading, At the Mouth of the Cape of Mwahari, it reads as follows. So let me speak about this trouble with you, my sister Ali. It was evening, and we were sharing our evening meal. You were not there, Shafiq. You went out walking alone beside the forest that night of the king's command. You were gone till deep into that night. And my mother was sobbing. I don't understand this thing. Why must my husband and my son take this dangerous journey? My father, Redombo, explained over and over. He is a kind and tolerant husband. The king needs a building of his own, one that will bear his name in generations to come. Once he's laid and his name can be spoken again, just as the people look at the hill fortress and say, those mighty walls were the project of the great King Lashisha. Just as they look at the enclosure of the queen that we have now completed and say, yes, that is the memorial of Kim Zakani. It was the great Kim Zakani who commanded its construction. So now, let the nameless one command that a cathedral be built. But if you never return, sobbed my mother. The rally stamped her foot beside the fire. Yes, stamped it in anger, right there in the presence of our parents. I want to go too. I want to ride in a boat across the sea of sunset. I want to visit the lands of these milk people and see their hair, the color of gold, and their eyes.
Man content. There is Sarah Batman content and Sarah Batman ladies. Yes, so now this is content.
Sarah Batman content.
Yeah.
Is it a new one?
No, it's the same one.
Oh, okay, the one. Oh, okay. Actually, that one, the plain one. 64. Okay, all right, that's fine. Maybe you can just do random then, even out of your own head, without going through that. As long as we won't know.
Yeah, that's the same part. I'll try to let you know before they come. Sarah Batman content. Let me clarify something. Yesterday we had Sarah Bartman ladies and Sarah Bartman content. So it's not members of the same book club. So if you hear the name being called twice, it's not that they are repeating, but it's two separate book clubs. Noted. Thank you. Timekeepers, contestant, come closer to the mic. Are we ready, judges? Timekeepers? I'm going to hand you a book, ne? You put your finger where the book is, and then when we say 2 minutes, you do your thing, right? 2 minutes, that's now.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Subniki Wemabete, and I come from the Sarah Batman Content Keepers. I will be reading the book Granite by Jenny Robinson. I'll be reading from page 64, paragraph 1. The name of the chapter is To the Shores of the Land of the Milk People. So let me tell now of Shumba's missing arm. These were some of the rumors and gossips believed back home in Zimbabwe. For one, in a deep northern jungle, a venomous snake bit Shumba's left hand. It was a snake whose poison killed in the space of 8 heartbeats. But Shumba grabbed at the knife of his closest guard slave and severed off his own arm, right through flesh and bone, and without a sound escaping his lip. Such courage, said the boys of our peer group, all uninitiated like Shangana and me. Their eyes were alight, wishing that they too had a chance to display such bravery. There was, too, the rumor of the dwarves. Yes, also some deep northern forest, Shumba was captured by the dwarves who dwelt there. Men no higher than the stomach of the citizens of Zimbabwe. These dwarfs had teeth long and sharp as leopards, and they fed on the cooked bodies of taller persons, hoping to gain height by this diet. And these dwarfs had Shumba tied to a tree with unbreakable forest vines. He watched while they built a cooking fire, while they boiled water in an iron pot, while they argued over his body parts, which body parts each would consume. Shumba stood tall and unshaken and unafraid through it all, so that the dwarfs marveled.
Page.
Good morning.
Timekeepers? Amatole, right? Yes. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Kosa Dagada from the Amatole Book Club. Today I'll be reading you Granite by Jenny Robinson, published by Tafelberg. I'll be reading from page 86, paragraph 1. This evening we visited Maputsa once again. He is a good man and treats Makomba with great gentleness. Even if he speaks only a little of the language of Zimbabwe, Remebwe. But this evening, Matapa had another visitor, a rough trader who had just returned from the hinterland. This trader complained most bitterly. Yes, Maputsa. Yes, Shafiq and Makomba. Days and many more days were walked, and then we arrived at Dom Bashabeng with the goods. And there was no one to receive them or to pay. Empty. The town was deserted. I leaned forward. Did you find out what happened to the citizens of Dom Bashabeng? Was there any explanation? Yes, said the trader. They have moved further south. Another 2 days of travel, and our water almost at end. Oh, and our water was almost at end. But why? Why did they move? This was explained to us. It was the problem of their well. First, the water began to smell bad. Then the cattle began to sicken. The children too. They say it was the work of the chief's head counselor. He was stripped of his powers for his bad advice and forced into exile. They say he employed witchcraft out of revenge. I translated all this for Makomba. He nodded without speaking. But I am glad to know that the citizens of Dombashabeng still live and are not enslaved. I think once we have finished this chronicle, thank you.
Chris Honey. Timekeepers, score checkers, your 2 minutes starts now.
This book is titled Jenny Robson. It's titled Granite. The author is Jenny Robson, and I will be reading from page 71, paragraph 1. Yesterday then, we didn't work on this chronicle. Instead, I took Mokomba out to walk the streets of Sofala. We found the woman vendor. She was selling millet and pounded meat. Also a traditional meal of Zimba rambwe that his mother often cooked. I watched gladly while Mogoma ate his fill. Then we stood at the shoreline of the soft white sands. Around us, the many dwahos bobbed on small waves. I said, Mogomba, when I first came to Zimbarembe, it was your father who took me in like a full brother. And now that Ridombo is late, you are a son to me. I told him that the monsoon winds blew. We could sail in Maspaz Pado up the east coast of Africa to my homeland in Egypt. My mother would welcome him there and treat him as one of her grandsons. I said, and you will not feel any lonely or out of place. There are other gens who live close to our village with bodies the same shade as yours. Just a few, but enough. So will you accompany me? He did not answer. Instead, he turned his face away from the sea and
Saudade de ter saudades, a saudade é oceano, ser português é pra sempre, hermano. Ainda não pedi, mas Deus já me deu. Ainda não falei, mas ele já sabe. Ainda não pedi, mas Deus já me deu. Ainda não falei, mas ele já sabe.
I would like to send my humble greetings to the House at large. Standing in front of you today is Ase Matlindaba. I am from the Alfred Nzo Book Club. I am reading a book titled Granate by Jenny Robson. I am reading from page 83, the first paragraph. Yes, and that terrible rushed and panicked descent, sliding and tripping down the hill slope towards the beach. And the wind was howling and about us like 100 lost ghosts. All was darkness, save for a glow that came off the sea, so that at least our boat was visible, and we knew which direction to head. I screamed my father's name as I ran, but my voice was rushed away by the wind, and Chakani had disappeared from beside me. The beach pebbles were hard and painful against my bare feet. I had not thought to grab my sandals, only my karos. Then there was the coldness of the sea seeping into my blood through my legs, until they felt like poles of iron. But at last I seated in my space on the boat. Changani, Redombo, sir. I screamed on and on as other misty figures clambered over the boat's sides. At least Matujan was there at his post just ahead of me. Have no fear, Mokomba, he said. We all of us returned safe from the milk town. Your father as well. And then Shumba was roaring louder than a lion. To your oars, slaves, to your oars and pull. One and over, two and over. Thank you.
Which page? Page 51. What was that? Beside him?
Just hold and wait. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Allow me to say all protocol observed. I am Mosuli Qiti, a representative of OR Tambo Kids. I'm going to be reading an English book titled Jenny Robson by Granite. I'm going to be reading on page 51. The reading is as follows. The sea. We have reached the sea and the village of the North Reaches. Beside him upon the dune, there appeared a line of people, maybe 10 in number, and all old and wearing strange clothes. And smiling in the gray early light, smiling toothless smiles and waving widely. Changani did not seem to find them frightening. He raced ahead, fighting his way up the dune sand, filled with new energy as if he had not been walking through the long night, calling to me, "Come, Mokomba. I want to look at this sea and all its water that tastes of salt. Imagine." But I did not race behind him over that sand dune, not only because of the line of North Reaches bearing my way, but also because I heard my father's voice behind me, raised and full of anger, such as I had never heard before, not in all my winters. Redombo, my father, stood amongst a group of slaves with their many and various burdens. I cannot believe this. How can such a thing happen? It is beyond all decency, he shouted, and his whole body trembled with his rage. Let me at the least complete Mokomba's tale of Domba Shabeng, so that one less question is hanging in the air of our small room here in Sofala. We never discovered what happened to the citizens of that hill town. On our return journey, Shumba sent slave scouts to investigate. They came back to report, I quote, "The village is empty still, and now even the chickens and goats lie dead," close the quote. Thank you.
We now come to our hosting province, Western Cape, and Naisna is the first book club on the podium. Naisna 1. Naisna is the first book club on the podium.
You can just do like live or alternative.
Then you see from that list they gave you, the pages from the portal. That's the list. Start from the bottom.
Your 2 minutes starts now.
Greetings to you all. My name is Isipile Soko from National Libraries Book Club 1. I'll be reading a book titled Zweep, The Spinning Game by Wabas Miri. I'll be reading from page 106. Around the corner from the dance floor, in the front of the passage leading to the clock rooms, he sits down on a low wall and holds his heavy head in the hands for a moment. Why does he feel like bursting into tears for the first time in yonks? The familiar shortness of breath makes him lean forward jerkily. He is still sitting with his eyes shut when he feels someone thump up on the shoulder. It is the heavy with the Rastafarian hairstyle. Another guy is sitting next to him with a strange red, green, and yellow cap pulled down low over his ears. Who's it? Nods the guy. Hard times, bro. Join our little group. He shifts his special offer flea market sunglasses over his dreadlocks, turning his head askew and gasps at Jacques. Jacques thinks of simply getting up and walking away, but his legs are still too wobbly. He merely nods. The Rasta laughs sympathetically. Oh, woo. Looks to me like girl trouble. How'd you like an upper? We've got something to cheer you up, bro, if you're interested. Let me introduce you to Mary Jane. This girl won't drop you, Lernie. We don't mind sharing, do we, Frankie? This is good shit, Transkei's finest. Music to your ears. He takes something out of his pants pockets and looks at it. You cannot keep it just for yourself. That would be a crime. He clicks his tongue through the gap between his yellow... He clicks his tongue through the gap between his yellowed front teeth. The other guy with the cap shakes his head violently and smirks foolishly. This shit. The Rasta keeps on chatting while aiming carefully at the hand-rolled stub and lighting it. Does wonders for a heavy... Thank you.
Naisna 2 is the next book club. Are we ready, judges? Timekeepers? Your 2 minutes starts now.
Greetings to you all. I am Lena from Neisner Book Club 2, and I'll be reading Zweepy, The Spinning Game by Cobus Marie, on page 108, paragraph 1. The miling mass of dancers is swaying around him like underwater seaweed. He looks up at the ceiling and sees himself high above it all, floating against the ceiling, where he can look down on everyone, the bouncing heads of people and the flash of light. What is he doing there? What is he doing here? His feet are heavy, while his eyes searching the strange, sneering faces. Mandy? Someone is gripping his shoulder. He turns around, slowly, as if the air is sticky. The strobe lights are whirling in front of his eyes. It's Cherise. Her small hands grip his arm. She is speaking to him, but he can't hear what she is saying. The lights are making the stars of the lenses of her glasses. Where is Mandy? He shouts above the music. He sees her hesitating anxiously, looking over his shoulder. And when he turns around, he sees her. Mandy's dark hair is flipping around her shoulders as she swings to the beat of the music. Everything seems to be moving in slow motion. A strange guy is dancing with her, his hand on her bare midriff. He watches as she tosses her head and playfully throws her arms in the air, and then laughingly puts an arm around the guy's neck. She looks around, whittling when he grabs her arm tightly. The guy just smiles and steps back to carry on dancing. What do you think you're doing with this? He has to shout above the pounding music. The world is spinning, flowing together in waves of changing colors and sound. She jerks.
Imizamo yethu they are helping the judge to find the script. It seems to have disappeared on the pack of scripts. Oh, by the way, they went with the name George Book Club. If you are not finding Imizamo Yethu, they went by the name of George Book Club earlier on, yeah. But Imizamo Yethu is the name that they are comfortable being called. My judges, please settle down so that we can start. Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Standing in front of you is Somila Dlokolo from Imizamo Yethu Book Club. I'll be reading a book titled Zweepy, The Spinning Game, written by Cobus Marie. I'll be reading from page 116, paragraph 1. She remains sitting with her head down, staring at something on the ground. He puts his hand on her shoulder. He feels hot, his pants too tight. How can you decide for me just like that, anyway? You know how I feel about you. You say you're still in love with me. He hesitates for a second, gasping for breath. You're just looking for excuses now. Really? Well then, I wonder why I would have wanted to do such a mean thing now. She still won't look at him. She picks as if she's talking to an invisible person. If you'd shown more interest in the past few weeks and didn't act as if I didn't exist, you would have found out how I feel. But to make me feel worse by avoiding me, a woman has a right to decide. It is cruel for you to want to punish me for that. He plucks the sprig of grass out of his mouth. What is she talking about now? If I'd shown more interest, but you ignored me all the time. How can he can feel his chest seizing up again? And you? He rubs his nose angrily and tries to speak as calmly as possible. You were the one who made such a spectacle of yourself with that other guy on the dance floor. And that not minutes after you and you never, thank you.
Judges, this book club, it's George book club. George book club. The ones who came and say they are yes, confusion get up. But participate bona izolo. Did you do a review? Participate in a review. As George book club, no, sai shincha sai biza itonga. Oh no, young poses. There's George, there's Jonga. Eish, please write on your notes Jonga and George so we'll sort it out as we remark. And sang namana George. Yeah, namnya kumbula sibang na George says, ne?
It's a Jonga, yes.
Ichonga, yeah, una no.
Okay, we just say Jonga 1, Jonga 2 because there's a other lane that's from Jonga. It's also been a read.
Yabona is confused. Or George book club Jonga. Okay, no, let's do it this way, ne? What happened in George, let's clarify something. What happened in George, we had 12 book clubs that were meant to come on the competition. We said we cannot accommodate 12 book clubs from George. We can take 4 at least. From the list of book clubs that we were given, they were all called Jonga 1, Jonga 2, Jonga 3, Jonga 4, Jonga 5, until 12. So when they do the elimination and have now to take 4, that's where the confusion starts. Because the kids were given the name Jongas first, and then they came now and there was a confusion. But then let's note that one on the side, and then I think if you can use a new sheet so that we just manage it well. We'll deal with it afterwards. If you can use for me a new sheet, we'll deal with it on the side. Just write the Jongas on top. And you said you are Jonga 1 now. Okay, let's write Jonga 1. It's Jonga High School. There'll be Jonga 1 and Jonga 2. So the next one that will be coming is Jonga 2. They are from the same high school. No, we will sort that one out. We'll sort that one out. Thank you. I'm going to hand you the book. You hold on to it. When I say your 2 minutes starts now, you do your thing. Wait. Your 2 minutes starts now.
I'd firstly like to greet everyone present in this hall. The one standing before you all goes by the name Kambayawan.
I'm reading from a book named Zwepi by Cobus Mari, from page 118, from paragraph 2. He places his hand on Jacques' shoulder. I'm proud of you, my boy. Jacques immediately nods. His father means well. He knows. But the last thing he feels like now is a chat. It went well, Dad. I'll get my distinctions. His father smiles absent-mindedly. Well, that's good. He looks at his watch. I'm going now. He turns around at the door and looks rather strangely at Jacques. Why do you look so bad those days? It looks like something's flattening you. He frowns. What does it help to pay that psychologist a fortune? It seems to me that the things have just been getting worse since you've gone to him. It can't go on like this. He narrows his eyes and looks intently at Jacques' face. You must never let me find out you're doing something unholy like drugs or something, or that girlfriend of yours. Whatever. I thought you'd finish preaching, Dad. Jacques mutters under his breath. Excuse me, I didn't hear you. No, it's nothing. Dad, I'm tired. It's been a long day. Would you mind if I went to bed? He presses the doorbell precisely without letting up, until Didal eventually activates the remote control and lets him in. What is this, buddy? Why are you stressing like this? Come in. Jacques looks bad-grilled, standing in front of the gate at the garden gate. His eyes are red. He is wet with perspiration and keeps on wiping his forehead, where thin streams of sweat kept from.
This is the second book club called Jonga 2 for our adjudicators record. It's recorded on a new sheet. Jonga 1 and Jonga 2 are recorded on a new sheet for the purpose of verifying things and sorting it out afterwards. Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Greetings to room at large. I greet you all because I've learned that greeting is a symbol that symbolizes the similarity of love. Ladies and gentlemen, the one perpendicular to the floor and parallel to the audience goes by the name Lula Kalash. And I'll be reading a book titled Zwepi, written by Cobus Mari. And I'll be reading from page 108, from the second paragraph. It goes like this. The miling mass of dancers is swaying around him like underwater seaweed. He looks up at the ceiling and sees himself high above it all, floating against the ceiling, where he can look down on everyone, the bouncing heads of people and the flashes of light. What is he doing there? His feet are heavy while his eyes searching the strange, sneering faces. Mandy, someone is gripping his shoulder. He turns around slowly as if the air is sticky. The strobe lights are whirling in front of his eyes. It is Therese. Her small hands grip his arm. She's speaking to him, but he can't hear what she's saying. The lights are making stars on the lenses of her glasses. Where is Mandy? He shouts above the music. He sees her hesitating anxiously, looking over his shoulder. And when he turns around, he sees her. Mandy's dark hair is flipping around his shoulders as she swings to the beat of the music. Everything seems to be moving in slow motion. A strange guy is dancing with her, his hand on her bare midriff. He watches as he tosses her head and playfully throws her arms in the air and then lovingly puts an arm around the guy's neck. She looks around.
Sophumelelo high, Sophumelelo high, are we ready? Sophumelela. La. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Asangengoi. I am representing Sophumelela High Book Club. I'll be reading a book titled Zwepi, The Spinning Game, written by Cobus Mary. I'll be reading from page 84, reading the first paragraph, and it reads as follows. To rise is absolutely a diamond. See you at the Sankre, in front of the excelter, rather the bottom. Well, he has to take a break sometime or other. And Dewell's brilliant performance in the Blue Bowls Jazzy simply has to be celebrated. Dewell is adamant too. My dad's paying. You two are going to celebrate with me. Why else does the guy have pulse? It's not every year that a man goes visiting behind opponent's goal, line 4 times in Cravenwick. In the back of his head, he hears Dr. Venter's voice. Well now, why not be good to yourself for a change?
Sophumelela content. Timekeepers. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Good day, everyone. My name is Eva Primrose Sobetwa. I am representing the Place of Success Book Club. I'll be reading a book titled Zwepi, The Spinning Game, written by Cobus Maria. I'll be reading from page 140 on the first paragraph, and it reads as follows. Then the torrent begins. Buckets full of huge, heavy raindrops splatter down. His foot jerks when he brakes to avoid a newsboy running across the street. He swears out loud, an accident is the last thing I need right now. The one and only time that I've drunk too much beer. The dream was clear as crystal, right in front of his eyes. He saw his mother's face alongside him, so clearly that he blinked his eyes and wondered if he'd doze off for a moment. Without thinking, he puts a CD in the slot.
Okay. 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 Sesi. Ngicela nimamele. You see, I've been getting people coming over to me and I listen to them. Each one of them, whether they tell me something that I don't come here and announce it. If you have something that you wanted to say, you are welcome to rise up and come and talk to me on the side. There's no security officer there that's stopping you. This is what we have done. We have adjusted the time to 1 minute for all the readers. Not only here, but for all the readers. The reason why for that is because reading is reading. If you read a paragraph or a whole book, they can tell good you are a good reader by reading one line. So, because of time, Sisine, we are not yet even half of the number of 80 book clubs that we are to do. So bear with us for that. What's the book club name? We're now changing gears. Yeah, we're going to Northern Cape Free State. Northern Cape Free State. The book club name is?
Celtes Africana.
Celtes Africana. Celtes Africana. We just switched. Are we ready? Your 2 minutes starts now.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mornay, and I am from the Celtes Africana Book Club. Today I'll be reading for you Zweepie, the Spinning Game, written by Kobus Marie. I'll be reading for you from page 84. The first paragraph reads as follows. Cherise is absolutely adamant. See you at Sankaria, in front of the escalator, right at the bottom. Well, he has to take a break sometime or other. And Duval's brilliant performance in the Blue Bulls jersey simply has to be celebrated. Duval is adamant too. My dad's paying. You two are going to celebrate with me. Why else does a guy have pals? It's not every year that a man goes visiting behind the opponent's goal line 4 times in a Craven week. In the back of his head, he hears Dr. Venter's voice.
Good day. My name is Lebepe Satire from the Literati Book Club. The book that I'll be reading for you today is titled Granite by Jenny Robson. I'll be reading from page 70, the second paragraph. The mist had cleared, but the whole valley was lit by a ghostly gray light, as if the sun never penetrated through the clouds overhead. You called out, Shafiq. You said, "There, can you see it behind the homes? That is a cathedral, I think. Surely it must be. Truly Allah has blessed us. I thought we would journey many days through this land to find one." The diviner said, "No, but Shafiq, it is our ancestors who have traveled with us to make our way easy." My father stared into the distance, shaking his head in wonder. "Truly, Shafiq, it reaches up to the very clouds. How did the stonemasons achieve this? 20, perhaps 23 men high, yet it has not toppled down onto the heads of the milk people.
Good morning.
Morning, good morning.
Which book club are you from?
I'm from Inkwenkwezi Book Club.
Inkwenkwezi Book Club. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Batlem Simkulu from Inkwenkwezi Book Club. The book that I'll be reading for you is called Zweepie, the Spinning Game, and written by Copus Marie. I'll be reading for you from page 64, from the last paragraph. I say, he knows about this, doesn't he? Also quite famous now. I assume we can read all about him on Friday in the Sun. Or is he going for the Jerry Springer show? Jacob feels naked and defenseless among small group of boys sitting under the syren tree on the wall, around the lawn. Like that horrible dream, while ago, he presses his lips tightly, but then he takes out a sandwich. Thank you.
Gemsbok. Gemsbok is your book club, right? Your 2 minutes starts now.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mpomadona from Gemsbok Book Club. I'll be reading a book titled Zweepie, The Spinning Game, authored by Cobus Maria. I'll be reading on page 72, the first paragraph. It reads as follows. He holds both hands behind his ears. I don't hear anything, he says, looking out the window and poking his tongue on his cheek in anticipation of an overwhelming yes. The Chokers walks forward with the newspaper clipping. The guys murmur in surprise among themselves. Sir, I must defend Duval. May I read you something, sir? Mr. Creek nods his in amazement, looking at Jacques, his eyes narrowed. It says clearly here, in Monday.
The name of the book club, ma'am? Let them know. No. It's Cheetah's Book Club. You're ready. Shaban, legs again. Two minutes just now.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lydia Siota. I'm from Cheetah's Book Club. The book I'll be reading is Zweepy, The Spinning Game, author Kobus Marie. I'll be reading from page 80, starting from the last paragraph. Dear Mommy, I don't really know where to begin. It feels so long ago now, but my heart still aches. Most of the time, it feels as though you are still here. When I come home for the weekend, I wait for you to open the door and to ask me, and how was your week? I can see how much Daddy misses you. And yes, we are getting along much better now. I felt sorry for him that day. He sat and wept throughout the entire service. It was upsetting to see Daddy weeping, and I'm angry with God, furiously angry.
We now move to KZN DCS. KZN DCS. KZN DCS. What's the name of the book club? Impumelelo is the name of the book club. Impumelelo.
Good day, I'm Tombi Shange, a representative from Impumelelo Book Club, and I'll be reading a passage from an English book called Zweepy by Kobus Marie. Page 78, Dust to Dust. A fine drizzle is covering the city in a grey cloak when he enters Dr. Venter's consulting room. Even the Jack Russell is nowhere to be seen. I can't believe it's already the winter holidays. Jacques takes a deep breath and shakes a few raindrops off the collar of his jersey. Are you relieved that the holidays finally came? The psychologist asks and writes something down. Relieved as well as glad. The June holidays are great. I wake up early in the mornings and think that if it were an ordinary weekday, I'd have had to get up. This makes sleeping in so much nicer. Thank you.
Masifunde.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Nkolakuza from Masifunde Book Club. Today I'll be reading a book for you titled Zweepy, The Spinning Game by Kobus Marie. As instructed, I'll read on page 100, and it reads as follows. He knows Mandy is crazy about Anti-Idol and Green Day, but Jacques never really liked their kind of music. Numb, yes, they could pass this a push, but the defining music, the flashing laser lights, and the overcrowded dance floor make him uncomfortable. He chose his thumbnail. This just isn't this kind of place for hanging out, no matter what Mandy says. Vodka and lime for me, with water. Mandy orders when they walk in. And shooters for my guy. Make it a woman's revenge and red dragon. In addition, from here. 2 minutes, that's not. Greetings. Representing Asitutuge, I'll be reading from novel titled Zweepy by Cobus Marie. Reading from page 52, it reads as follows. He folds the newspaper smaller so that the report is prominently displayed. Did you enjoy the holiday, Doc? He asks when he leans back in the comfortable armchair. Dr. Fenter looks amused. Yes, definitely. The sea, sun, beach, and surf are my blood brothers. Jacques touches the newspaper report with his finger. Have you perhaps seen what the jackal buzzard looks like in Saturday's Praetorian News? Dr. Fenter looks at him in surprise and skims the report. Oh yes, I know this graceful bird well. Seldom lets anything get him down.
Siyanqoba.
Good day all. I'm Ravishka Ramgalam from Siyanqoba Book Club, and today I'll be reading you a passage from the book Zweepy, The Spinning Game by Cobus Marie. Page 93 reads as follows. Mandy. She brought a thick blue envelope with the dainty flower patterns on it and put it on his pillow when she brought the orange juice. He tears open the envelope and is amazed once again at her beautiful handwriting. My angel, but you're quiet. I die of longing for you, but when I see you, you're so crabby. I miss you, and I'm sorry to hear you're sick. What's wrong? Deval said you have an iron deficiency. It's supposed to be geography period, but someone said old Falyun has apparently gone on some kind of outcome-based education center. Deval and I spoke about him for a long time.
Good morning. I'm Kainisi Lendlela coming from the Zepambili Book Club, reading the book titled Whoopi by Kuabas Marie. Page 95 reads as follows. Duval and Mandy sit cross-legged on dry grass next to the rugby field while the two teams run around in front of them, catching the ball and tackling. Come on, you guys. Grab him. Freddie, shouts Duval and slaps Mandy's leg. Swing the ball, you snail. It's a shame, Duval, she whispered. I really feel very sorry for Jacques. And why is that? Pressure. Boys, pressure. Don't relax for a second. Show the hicks from the sticks how we do it. No.
Northern Cape. The name of the book club? Solplaiki University. The judges are getting their dogs or ducks or master of pronunciation on a row. Are they on a row now? To see, we'll see when you read. Okay. She's asking, have she seen the page? I said, you don't have to see the page, you'll see when you read.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Olorato Setedi. I'm representing Soplaki University Book Club, and I will be reading a book titled Zwipi, The Spinning Game by Kobas Mari. I'll be reading on page 118 from the second paragraph, and it reads as follows. He places his hand on Jacques' shoulder. I'm proud of you, my boy. Jacques merely nods. His father means well. He knows, but the last thing he feels like now is a chat. It went well, Dad. I'll get my distinctions. His father smiles absent-mindedly. Well, that's good. He looks at his watch. I'm going now. He turns around at the door and looks rather strangely at Jacques. Why do you look so bad these days? Why does it help to pay that psychology a fortune? It seems to me that things have just gotten worse since you've gone to... Thank you.
Khomotso Thomas is the name of the book club. Khomotso Thomas. If you don't find them, they didn't participate in review. They're only participating in this one. It's new. You didn't participate in review, right? They did not, so they are new. So it's a new sheet that you're writing them on.
Greetings. I will be representing Khomotso Thomas Book Club, and I'll be reading in page 93, starting from paragraph 1, which reads as thus. Mandy, she bought a thick blue envelope with dainty flower patterns on it and put it on his pillow when she brought the orange juice. He tears open the envelope and is amazed once again that her beautiful handwriting. My angel, heavens, but you are quiet. I die of longing for you, and when I see you, you are so crabby. I miss you, and I'm so sorry to hear you are sick. What's wrong? Deval said you have had an iron deficiency. It's supposed to be geography period, but someone said old Viljan had apparently gone on some kind of an outcome-based education course. Deval and I spoke about
Mo aparangwe, mo aparangwe. Mo aparangwe. No. Did I show you where you're gonna read from? She didn't say. She's gonna pause and. Already? Your minutes start now.
Greetings to you all. I'm Koketro Shuping. I'm going to read a book called Zweepy, The Spinning Game, written by Quebus Marie, on page 18. It reads as follows. Zweepy, The Spinning Game. His heart leaps wildly when his dad stops in the entrance hall after the church service. 3, please, he says, latest translation. Then he actually did hear correctly when Dad said this morning it is high time for each of his children to get his own Bible. Now he is extra glad he taught himself to read, even though he still struggles with the big words. He's seen for himself that it isn't so difficult to understand the Bible. He asks Mom to help him when he gets stuck, and Miss Jolene, his Sunday school teacher, who always hugs him so tightly.
Thando Lwazi. Oh, on the mic. Thando Lwazi. It's a new, they didn't do review. It's a new one. It's a new one. Thando Lwazi. Pando.
Pandulwazi.
It's in English. Pandulwazi. Thandulwazi, Thandulwazi, Panda.
Panda. Panda.
Pandulwazi, Pandulwazi. But if you say it in English, it's Pandulwazi. Okay, judges, are you ready? Oh, they're still scripting up. I'm going to give you the book, you hold on to it, and then when you say your time starts now, you do your thing.
Good day, everyone. I'm Atta Swartz presenting Pandulwazi Adventurers. The book I'm going to read is Sweepy the Spinning Game by Cobus Marie. Page 60, and it reads as follows. The sunset looks like a ball of fire in a haze of blue, green, and orange. A slender sickle moon hangs diagonally above it, a silver gray balloon on invisible string. Has Mandy arrived already? He wonders. Her last SMS said she'd come early. Her dad and the rest of the family are leaving tonight to go to the farm for a few days. Love you lots, she ended. When the Toyota stops in a cloud of dust in front of the school hostel, his father looks closely at him. Before you get out, your grade 12 year won't be easy. Yes, I'm deeply proud of my son's academic achievements. And naturally, not only because your achievement bursary covers your school fees and hostel fees.
T Manning. You got it.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am from the Demanding Book Club. My name is Rita Bile, and I'm going to be reading on page 86. No ways, no ways. Me, no pay, very, very much for Bible, Mr. C. Mr. C bought the cheapest at some low-cost auction and now uses to extort money from us. Soon, they both order a fill. They sit in silence and watch the colorful tapestry of passerby through the wimpy's immaculate wall-to-wall windows. Whether it is the sound of the coins dropping or the imminent cheerful yells that caught his attention at first, he won't know. Winking to Cherise, he puts his index finger on his lips and rises slowly. The two scantily
Mighty readers.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yolisa Hafisa, and today I'll be presenting the Mighty Readers Book Club. I'll be reading a book, Zweepy, the Spinning Game, written by Cobus Marie. Page 51 reads as follows. Boundaries. Dr. Venter is running a bit late with his appointment today. The receptionist says when he enters, "Please be seated. I've brought in a few magazines and the weekend newspapers. Look at them while you wait." Maybe he should have cancelled the appointment, Jacques thinks. There is so little time for anything at the present. What with tests, the exams around the corner, portfolios that have to be finished. He has read Saturday's Pretoria News already, but pages through the letters column. He chuckled to himself about people who can disagree so furiously about travelitis. He has been following the debate about problems with discipline.
New participation. Namakwa Book Club. Namakwa Book Club. They didn't do review, so they are only reading for the first term.
Greetings to you all. I go by the name Nicole Maseko. Today I'm representing the Namakwa Bookworms. I'm going to read you a book called Sweepy, the Spinning Game, written by Kobus Marie. Page 85. The second paragraph, it reads as follows. The shop owner is gesturing excitedly. See, only cover damaged. Inside, very, very nice. Old, 1791, yes. Nice price for you, only 3,000 rand. First come, first served. Carlos, he paid very, very much for this atiki. Cherise purses her pretty lips. Sir, you are unrealistic. Nobody will cough up their 3,000 rand for a damaged Bible. Renovating it will cost us, come on, your very best price. He replaces the Bible firmly on the shelf.
We move towards Zulu Natal, chorus of rusticals. Chorus of rustics. Chorus of rustics. Eish. Judges.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is FUNDA MZANTSI. I'll be reading a book called Sweepy by Kobus Marie from page 60. The setting sun looks like a ball of fire in a haze of blue, green, and orange. A slender circle moon hangs diagonally above it. A silver gray balloon on an invisible string. Has Mandy arrived already? He wonders. Her last SMS said she'd come early. Her dad and the rest of the family are leaving tonight to go to the farm for a few days. Love her lots, she ended. When the Toyota stops in a cloud of dust in front of the school hostel, his father looks closely at him. Before you get out, your grade 12 year won't be easy. Yes, I'm deeply proud of my son's academic achievements, and naturally, not only because your achievement bursary covers your school fees and school hostel fees, but if you want to study further, you'll have to get distinctions to be awarded.
Bukamuso.
Good day. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I go by the name of Taba Magoping, and I hold the book Sweepy, written by Kobus Marie. Here, I'm not really ready for it. He rolls off her slightly, supporting himself on his elbow. What do you mean? After all, you're the one who is always dropping hints, leading me on. His heart is still pounding heavily. A strange anger rises up in him. I thought you loved me. He touches her arm, tries to pull her closer again. Why is everything suddenly so different? Jacques. He hears the uncertainty in her voice and tries to kiss her. But she pushes his head away. Leave me alone. Damn it. You are upsetting me. What's going on with you? She sits up and shakes her hair. Thank you.
Allow me to extend my most sincere greetings to you, my adjudicators, offenders, competitors, and members of the public. My name is Mamtwil Khodumo, and I am going to be reading from the book of Zwippi by Kobus Maria, from page 84. Chapter 10, Pawn Shop. Shiraz is absolutely adamant. See you at Sankardia, in front of the escalator right at the bottom. Well, he has to take a break some time or other, and DeWall's brilliant performance in Blue Bulls jersey simply has to be celebrated. DeWall is adamant too. My dad is playing. You two are going to celebrate with me. Why else does a guy have pals? It's not every year that a man goes visiting behind the opponent's goal line 4 times in a Craven week. In the back of his head, he hears a Dr. Venter's voice. Well, now, thank you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Celestina. My book club name is Mixed Generations. I'll be reading from a book called Zwippi by Kobus Marie. It's a spinning game. I'm reading page 52. It goes as follows. He folds the newspaper smaller so that the report is prominently displayed. Did you enjoy the holiday, Doc? He asks when he leans back in the comfortable armchair. Dr. Fenter looks amused. Yes, definitely. The sea, sun, beach, and surf are my blood brothers. Jux touches the newspaper report with his finger. Have you perhaps seen that the jackal buzzard looks like in Sunday's Pretoria News?
Anna, I'm trying to save time by not talking, but you make me to talk. Let's save time. I told you that we are not yet even half through the list of book clubs. Correctional Services can tell you there's still about 4 regions to go through.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shanan Zhang, and I'm gonna read this book, Sweepy, by Cobus Marie, page 56, paragraph 2. See, his mother says, isn't that pretty? Red, green, orange, silver. They look like Christmas lights. Christmas is around the corner, he thinks, and wonders what he is going to give Mom. What if this were her last Christmas? Christmas looks just like a fairy tale world so early in the morning, Mom says. You can imagine a fairy hidden behind every jacaranda tree. The psychologist coughs. Maybe you are not quite ready for this yet. Do you want to go to the next picture on your college? He cannot remember how long he's been sitting so still. Thank you.
Pulukanang, it's new. It's new. New. Pulukanang, Pulukanang.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and the house at large. My name is Intomizora Chunchutua, and I'm representing the Pulukanang Library. The book that I will be reading is Zwipi, written by Cobus Marie. And I'll be reading from page 60, the first paragraph. The setting sun looks like a ball of a fire in a haze of blue, green, and orange. A slender sickle moon hangs diagonally above it. A silver gray balloon on an invisible string. Has Maddie arrived already? He wonders. Her last SMS said she'll come home early. Her dad and the rest of the family are leaving tonight to go to the farm for a few days. Luvi lost, she ended. When the Toyota stops in a cloud of dust in front of the school hostel, his father looks closely at him. Before you get out, your grade 12 here won't be easy.
We are now going to the Eastern Cape. DCS Eastern Cape.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's good.
The name of your book club is?
Kudos.
Kudos from Eastern Cape, DC.
Greetings to you all. Standing before you is Wandesa Bolubi. I'm representing the Kudos Book Club. I'll be reading a book with the title Zwipi, The Spinning Game by Cobus Mari. I'll be reading from page 106, the second paragraph. It reads as follows. He is still sitting with his eyes shut when he feels someone thump him on the shoulder. It is the heavy with the Rastafarian hairstyle. Another guy is sitting next to him with a strange red, green, and yellow cap pulled down low over his ears. How's it? Nods the guy. Hard times, bro. Join our little group. He sniffs his special offer flea market sunglasses over his dreadlocks, turning his head askew and gulps at the JQs. JQs thinks of simply getting up and walking away, but his legs are still too wobbly. He merely nods. The Rasta laughs sympathetically. Oh, looks to me like girl trouble. How?
Yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm standing here before you to read a book titled Zwipi, The Inspiring Game. It is written by Cobus Mari. I shall read from page 80, starting from the almost last paragraph. It reads as follows. Then he folds the paper neatly and silently holds it out to the psychologist. Dear mommy, I don't really know where to begin. It feels so long ago now, but my heart still sucks. Most of the time, it feels as though you are still here. When I come home for the weekends, I wait for you to open the door and ask me, and how was
The Buffaloes are in the house.
Can I help with the ribbon? Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Itumeleng Mohoroshi, representing Buffalo's Book Club. I'll be reading a book, Zwipi, whose author is Cobus Mari. I'll be reading from page 92. and it goes as follows. Matron de Klerk does her morning rounds while muttering to herself. She pushes open the door of the double-room jacuzzi and dual share. How do you feel now? Have you had anything to drink yet? She asks sympathetically. Jack shakes his head. I asked Mr. Ntajana to come at 10 o'clock and ask if you wanted tea, but he's nowhere to be found right now. So I came to ask to myself, she sniffs loudly, why does your room smell like? Thank you.
Horse riders. Horse riders.
Greetings to all parties at present. My name is Yamtanda Kininda from the Horse Riders Book Club, and I'm here to read a book titled Zwipi, The Spinning Game by Kopas Marie. I'll be reading from page 84 on the first paragraph. Under the heading says Pawn Shop. It reads as follows. Shariz is absolutely adamant. See you at Sankaria in front of the escalator right at the bottom. Well, he has to take a break sometime or other. And Diwal's brilliant performance in the Blue Bulls jersey simply has to be celebrated. Diwal is adamant too. My dad's paying, you two are going to celebrate with me. Why else does a guy have a pulse? It's not every year that a man goes visiting behind the opponent's goal line for 4 times in a caravan wig.
Eleventh.
Good afternoon. My name is Kamal Kramer. Today I'll be doing reading from Zwipi, written by Kopas Marie. Reading from 112 page, paragraph 2. The grade 210 guys and the girl with him look up in the alarm when he walks up to them. He wants to laugh at the surprise on their faces when they see who he is. But when he sits silently next to him with his hands still in his pockets, one of the guys says, relieved, "What's up?" While the girl giggles nervously and stretches out her legs on the grass. The sweetish herbal smell wafting past his nose makes his stomach quiver as if he's doing it for years. He takes the joint and it's being passed around the drawers and smoked in deeply until the stiffness in his sore lungs draws easily slightly. He sits back, leaning against the rough brick, and Will feels his body gradually relaxing. The others are sitting around and chatting, but he doesn't listen to what they are talking about. Far above, against the hazy Highveld breeze, he can see a bird.
We move to Gauteng, honeybee.
A reading nation is a cultivated nation. FUNDA MZANTSI. Greetings, my name is Tato Tache. Today, I'm from Honeybee Book Club. Today, I'm going to read a book titled Zweepie, and the author is Cobus Marie. It reads, I'm going to read from page 84. It reads as follows. Cherise is absolutely adamant. See you at Sankadi, in front of escalators right at the bottom. Well, he had to take a break sometime or other. And Duval's brilliant performance in the blue jersey simply has to be celebrated. Duval is adamant too. My dad's paying you too. Are you going to celebrate with me? Why else does a guy have pals? It's not every year that a man goes visiting behind opponent's goal line 4 times in a Craven week. In the back of his head, he hears Dr. Venter's voice. Thank you.
Positive minds. Positive minds. Positive minds is the name of the book club.
Good day. My name is Renelle van Tonder and I'm from Positive Minds Book Club. I'll be reading from a book called Zweepie, The Spinning Game, written by Cobus Marie. I'm reading from page 68, the second paragraph. Marlies came from Ireland to visit us that week. Their first visit in 3 years. She brought along a lot of nice stuff for me. Says medical guys are earning stacks of money overseas. My sister and I have always been close. They don't have kids and keep nagging me to go overseas too. She really spoils me a lot. Dr. Venter looks up from his papers. I can just imagine. For a physiotherapist and her doctor husband, the call of safer places and all sorts of attractive fringe benefits must be rather strong. Jacques ponders for a moment. I miss her badly, but I don't quite know why I...
Gold bar, gold bar, gold bar.
Hello. All right. Greetings, Pamela Nzuza is the name, and I'm from Gold Bar. I'll be reading a book called Zweepie, The Spinning Game, written by Cobus Marie. I'll be reading an extract from page 102, first paragraph, and it reads as follows. The dim streetlight makes her shining hair now, hanging loose over her shoulders, frame her face like Madonna-like. She smiles secretly, her head cocked to one side. The heavy fragrance of the syringa's trees makes her throat tighten. That's probably how Dusty feels whenever she overdoses. She overdoes it with the catnip. He thinks it gets up. See, the lighting is getting closer. If we keep on sitting here, we're going to be drenched soon. Do you feel like walking a short way? My head feels full of cobwebs. I just want to move around a bit. What about the little park next to the sport grounds? It'll only take 10 minutes to get there, and if it rains, we can always shelter at the carport.
Pioneer. Yes.
I would like to greet my fellow judges, adjudicator, timekeeper, and the house at its capacity. My name is Antoinette Pilile Kumalo, and I'll be reading Zwepi, The Spinning Game by Gobas Mari. I'm going to read a letter. It's on page 80. It goes this way. Dear Mommy, I don't really know where to begin. It feels so long ago now, but my heart still aches. Most of the time it feels as though you are still here. When I come home for the weekends, I wait for you to open the door. And to ask me, and how was your week? I can see how much Dad misses you. And yes, we are going along much better now. Thank you.
Booknet from Gauteng, Public Community, Booknet.
Greetings to the house at large. I go by the name of Archibald Magene. I come from the Booknet Book Club. Today I'm going to be reading the book that is titled Zwepi. The author of the book is Kobus Meyer. I'm going to be reading at page 116 on the first paragraph. It reads as follows. I am not like that. Shaw remains sitting with her head down, staring at something on the ground. He puts his hand on her shoulder. He feels hot. His pants too tight. He know how I feel about you. You say you are still in love with me. He hesitated for a second, gasping for breath. You are just looking for exercise now. Thank you.
Can you please
Greetings, everyone. My name is Dimpo Millicent Munari, and I am from the Brook Lovers Book Club. I will be reading a book titled Granite by Jenny Robson. I will be reading page 125. It reads as follows. They circled him, shouting insults and blame, saying, "It's you, Za. You have willed this evil upon us. You have used your powers of witchcraft. You have befriended the dark forces." Then they threw rocks at him, on and on, until his body lay crumpled and broken and bloody, unmoving. And they still continued to throw rocks. So he died, the very last descendant of the great prophet Funi, who had brought our people out of their misery in the lowlands. As for the king, he stayed up in his hill fortress. Thank you.
Galaxy and Readers Book Club.
Galaxy and
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tumelo Leshok, and I will be representing Galaxy and Readers Book Club. I'll be reading the Granite by Jenny Robertson. I'll be reading page 49. It reads as follows. And later the Northmen moved on further south, seeking their own destiny. Through some who have married with our cities, stayed on. So stay. But they were never bloodthirsty or murderous. This minor praise singer spoke foolishly. "Ah, brab, slavers," said the junior priest then, "who can perhaps even now unfortunate people of Doom Barbashend are being marched off to our slave markets." Thank you.
Goodwill Book Club.
Greetings to the house at large. My name is Deborah. I am representing Gauteng from the Goodwill Book Club. This book is titled Granite, written by Jenny Robson. It reads as follows, page 91, second paragraph. But no lightning of spirit showed in my father's face. It remained rigid as granite, shadowed by dark thoughts. Even when his good friend Chivu spoke with him, even when Shafiq addressed him, this disturbed me. So that one evening, with the sea calm as a grass valley, and with the sunset red and joyful as our flame flowers, I went to him. I said, Ridombo, thank you.
Press readers.
Good day to the house at large. My name is Lebohang Mashilwani from the Press Readers Book Club, and I will be reading Zwipi by Kobus Mare. Page 64, the second paragraph reads, "Yes, old Jacques, and so your dad lost his head badly, It's only the third week of the year, and he's already checked out the hottest chicks on his staff. Gert draws so loudly with laughter that his belly wobbles. Jacques has known for a long time that his jerk with his soft beard believes he can get away with saying whatever he wishes to anybody he wishes, all because he is still only in grade 11, but has already played for the Blue Bulls in Craven Week. I say he knows about it, doesn't he? Also quite famous now. I assume we can read all about him on Friday in the Sun, or is he going for the Jerry Springer show? Jax feels naked and defenseless among the small group of boys sitting.
Good afternoon, everyone. Representing Kanombuya, I'm Faith Nechifran. I'll be reading a book called Granite by Jenny Robson. Page 75. The Cathedral in the Valley. But next Monday morning brought disappointment from my friend Changani, and as well a strange white rain that fell about us. It lay on our terraces like scattering of ash. This is snow, so you tell us, Shafiq. The fires were already lit. The cook slave was already preparing our morning meal. Yes, and this snow does not sink into the ground like rain. Instead, it lies on top of fields and trees and grass, while whiteness covers everything, even the animals and the people, so I have heard. I thought that was strange. People with white bodies and covered over with this white substance. Did they even notice when it lay there on their skins?
Jarlo, the hitmaker.
Buffalo City. Buffalo City Book Club.
Buffalo City Book Club.
Because of time, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to say all protocol is observed. My name is Simngalisa Sito and I'm from Buffalo City Book Club. I'll be reading a book named Granite by Jenny Robson. I'll be reading page 94, paragraph number 2. In the lamplight, Makomba said, "But Shafia, there is no longer a stonemason clan of Zimbabwe. No, there is only me, so must the secret will still be kept." Yet, if I explain about the towers, perhaps the chronicle will make better sense. Oh, and I confess, I have wanted so much to know the story of those towers. Yet, out of respect for my late friend, I said, this is for you to decide, Magomba. When you awake tomorrow, you will see how you feel and what you wish to do. I suppose I must add a little.
Humble salutations to the floor at large. Standing before you today is Onesipho Nelani, and I am part of the Sarah Batman Ladies Book Club. Today I'll be reading the book called Granite by Jenny Robson from page 83, chapter 9. Yes, and that turbo rushed and panicked descent, sliding and dripping down the hill slope towards the beach. And the wind was howling about us like a hundred lost ghosts. All was darkness, save for a glow that came over the sea, so that at least our boat was visible, and we never knew direction to head. I screamed my father's name as I ran, but my voice was rushed away by the wind. The beach pebbles were hard and painful against my bare feet. I had not thought to grab my sandals, only my curls. Then there was the coldness of the sea, sipping into my blood through my legs, until they felt like poles of iron. Thank you.
Joe Kabi. Joe Kabi is the name. Joe Kabi. They didn't participate in review, so she says. So they are just coming for reading for the first time. New sleep. Joe Kabi. Basa kugata makos ngawar.
Greetings to everybody. My name is Mbuto Rosette Nontokozo, representing the Joe Gabi Book Club. I am here to read a book for you titled titled A Grenade by Jenny Robson. I will be reading on page 93. Now it reads as follows. I lit the lamp early this evening, here in our small sofala room, which is, of course, square-shaped and with sharp corners, like the milk carts that Changani and Magoba entered. Yet Magomba seems not to notice these facts or be bothered by it. He stared quietly into the lamp's flame. Behind him, on the flat wall, huge shadows were gathered.
The Stars of Tomorrow.
The Stars of Tomorrow. Do you remember them? It's new. I don't remember the Stars of Tomorrow. That's why I was inquiring. Namandi Kumbuli Stars of Tomorrow. But otherwise, they are participating for the first time. They didn't do book review, but they are participating in reading. So it's welcome. I'm going to switch the book because she saw the title.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I greet you all at the house at large. I go by the name of Kananelo Dipolo, a proud representative book reader from the Stars of Tomorrow. The psychologist calls. Maybe you're not quite ready for this yet. Do you want to go to the next picture on your college? He cannot remember how long he's been sitting so still before Dr. Venter called him. Not ready to talk about this? No, he thinks. It's much more than that. He only remembers fragments of that night, as though pieces of jigwes have been lost. He rubs his legs. The Hadada ibis on the edge of the fish pond, in the garden outside the consulting room. The air conditioner is roaring evenly, but he is feeling terribly hot. That night, oh shit, thank you.
Thank you very much. We are in a church, so grace is something we should practice. We are in a church, so grace is something we should practice. What's your name? Okay, what book club? Royal Learning, the first one that actually came and did something, and then we asked them to descend the stage. So because of grace, we brought them back, but it's grace, ne? We must understand grace. Grace is favor that is unmerited. You don't deserve it, but you get it. So because he saw the title of the book that he's holding, we're going to switch the book.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm from Royal Learning Center. I'm going to read a book called Zwipi, written by Cobus Murray. I'm going to read page 67. The Jack Russell with a huge stick in her mouth is wagging her tail, waiting for Jaskios at the gate. When he rings in the front doorbell, "Hey," he says, and puts his hand through the bars of the gate. He pets the little animal's head and he takes a stick from her. "Thank you, little doggy." He is almost waiting for in a room and still licking his leg, refusing to let him go in. "Doc," he said, "your charming Jack Russell goes out of him to make her feel home, is what one calls it." The psychologist laughs. "Yes, Penny is a natural. No, just twist people around with the little fingers of her elegant paw. The little manipulates over. It's no wonder you informed guy recently called her opportunist bitch."
Thank you very much. I was given a role to do two simple things. Before we head off to the refreshments, I was asked that I'll be informed if the refreshments are ready, but I haven't seen the person to help me. But before we go for refreshments, the one item that I would like to plead for your patience for. We have amongst us the honorable guest that was supposed to honor the official opening yesterday, Mr. Dantil, uzozanga phambili in just few minutes and just give us how Pensalp is going to support the growth of Funda Mzansi going forward.
Bhutan, good afternoon. I'll try to be brief because we're all hungry now. But mandinibulisa nonke. Goeiemôre mense. Goeiemiddag. Lotshani. Abshin. Sanibonani. Even the libele. Nah. Okay. It's just to show that we are a multilingual country. The only thing that we are doing now is just the maintenance of that multilingualism and the assurance that some of us in society think that we don't want English. That's the first point. But we do want it, but in a certain way, that it doesn't destroy our own languages at the same time. That is a key element of driving this. I know that you will be engaging in other languages in terms of a similar competition. But there's a quote that I want to start with that comes from, you're not going to judge me, judges. This is a German word, so it's Ludwig Wittgenstein. And he says, I quote, "The limits of my language mean the limits of my world." Close quote. Because this statement is pregnant of different meanings. In the sense that we celebrate our languages as who we are. So if you are limited in speaking a language, let alone your own language, you are then limited and limiting your own world. And that is why reading expands that particular process. So as Pan South African Language Board, we support, and we have been supporting this particular program. We want to up that particular support in various ways. I know people, when we talk about support, they think about money. We don't have money, but we are here to say we will upscale our technical support, particularly on ensuring that reading clubs must get spelling and orthography rules. How do you write and what rules in a particular language? They must be exposed into those so that we can have a standard where you are being judged on, also where you are writing and being able to understand. Therefore, the language standards should be maintained and improved, particularly from the written text When you have a chat with somebody, that is fine. But when you stand here, you need to be able to project at least a standard language. We will support that. In the next financial year, we want to be involved from the start of the planning of this, so that we can bring all the other expertise that we have as Pan South African Language Board, so that we can be able to also really, where possible, find ways of funding this particular huge contribution. I would be very much happy if this program that is taking this week here was recorded, one, which I know it is being recorded because there's a camera there. Two, that the recording goes onto our national television. And three, in terms of the private sector companies, they come into this space. I know that there are some that are already outside. We need to boost their participation in terms of this by funding some of the programs, particularly in terms of the prize monies that should be given out of this particular thing. We trend in terms of saying, I am the best in my language because I've won FUNDA MZANTSI championship. That is what we will be coming into to push for. Also the issue, as I said, marketing. We will be striving to work very hard that really this concept is expanded. At national level, we deal with quality, not really quantity. Everyone will structure it with you colleagues here to boost its outputs and working very hard to make sure that it represents everyone, but quality is also brought into that. We wish to add the following in these categories, because there are also languages that are recognized by the Constitution, but they are non-official at the moment. What is an official language? An official language is the language that is used for government purposes. But these ones are recognized by the Constitution, and these communities have to be recognized also. The South African Sign Language, we have to bring them on board and see so that they can be exposed that they speak a different language. It's not English, it's not Afrikaans, but it's sign language. So they will be part on board in the next financial year. Then we want to also bring into the fore the languages, some of the languages that are facing extinction, which is Khoi and San languages. We already have a Namahoab that is already standardized. We will look at those, incrementally introducing them to be part of this, so that those also who feels that now they are outside of the mainstream are brought into the space. In terms of the categories, we are pleading that this issue of storytelling be also brought into the space. I know that the National Library has got a space somewhere else, but for me, it would be nice if it can be in this space to really bring back the storytelling, not only in the system of writing, but also in the system of articulating those particular stories, which we can learn from. The last one, I would also appeal to our judges across the board in the languages that we do not penalize people when they come with different accents in terms of their dialects, especially within the African languages. We should be accepting that. If you were expecting somebody to say utshwala, then ati utshwala, when he speaks, understand that person comes from Emampondomiseni or Atuchiki. Those are the things that we have to look at and grow the language in a special way. We need to look at those technicalities. The last point that I would want to raise also is that Department of Education, basic education, should be one of the supporting partners in this. We have to look and explore that, because if we inculcate that schools encourages learners and young people to go to the libraries, to do research, to write, and write our stories, to tell our stories. That is growth inside the schools that will go into the communities. We further want to say to the Department of Education, it must be doing its community engagements by making sure that it opens the gates of the schools for use of classes for purposes of reading clubs. Where there's a library, then there is a way of us. Lastly, let's us, when we fighting for water, let's stop banning libraries. It was in the past. It was an encouragement in the past because of the past system of education. Let's protect the libraries because that's where knowledge is. And our knowledge should be archived accordingly in those libraries. We want local historians here, not just only writers, but people who can tell the stories from their own local perspective. Thank you very much. Diabong. Diablo.
I went to the northwest, and then when I arrived, and I was puzzled. I looked around, I thought maybe there's someone behind me that I didn't notice, but I realized they were referring to me. It's a sign of respect. I'm not going to take much of time, except to say that the food is ready. I've just been given these instructions to just announce that we will take care of our senior officials in DCS today, our judges, and this is how it's going to work out. According to the way in which we did yesterday, they said we didn't firstly announce what time we need to be back here, which was an error. So my judges, you are the one in charge today. What time are we returning? Okay. An hour from now. Okay, they say an hour from now. I thought they'll say 45 minutes, but anyway, that's why I was giving grace to them to make the decision. So they are offering you 2:20 should be seated, not coming in. Okay. 2:20 we are seated and starting. Okay. Number one, the judges and the senior officials of DCS will go through that door to the refreshment area that side. If they can do so by now, we'll appreciate it. Adjudicators, please go through that door. There is a table reserved. Can you approach that one? For both DCS and adjudicators, please, senior officials, use that door. Thank you. And then for book clubs, I'm told that we will use that door. Only the coordinators are going to pick the book club's food. So book club members should remain seated. Book club coordinators are the one to walk through that door to where the pickup point is outside. There will be someone ushering you outside. Mashak, nikomela mi phutsa swi nga salilani ne? Eh. Okay, let's settle down. And then from the community members that are here, ngicela simamelane phela ukuthi sizothola kahle ukuthi siyaphi sothola ukutshiwayo. Community members that are here that are not forming part of a book club, but they just come to attend, use that door to go to the other side. You'll be directed where to go. My friends on the other side and brothers and sisters, you'll be guided by our officials in terms of where to go, but for now, can we settle down? Book club members, please be quiet. Book club members, please be quiet so we can announce proper. Thank you. Community members that are still sitting in here, it's a mistake. You need to join those that are going to collect food on the other side. Community members, not a book club member. A book club member, your coordinator will bring your food. Thank you. All right.
Keep them as easy, right?
Ufuna backbone unami Nyala Izinja zempilo ma Umuntu otiti Angazi mina ngizoyithini le ndaba Angazi mina ngizoyithini le ndaba Ihamba nenhloko hotela Ihamba nodokotela Ama superstar koti mo marami. You being the one, my love. Diamond walking molly. Chinelli and watch the collie. Only because simplicity. Kimbo like it body. Your ex-man looking at me funny, you know, cause it to me. Mong I'm telling you, you must sing to be. I'm different thing funny boo. As a song, marang nandaba. I can put you on. Wanna count yala. Tangle in the mouth. I'm on this guy London. Speaking up a share, see him at the Malanda. Baby, want me. Mas lila na mono, my kid, one sweet. Better tell him it's more than love. This time and see. Lo lie, mele super. Beg when I wait, don't never look back. I shall it back, you told me cause you know I want you.
It's actually big, ebasi hluka neshuthando lugcwele ngicela ubapheke izitele owuziqwele ungavumi izingene athi ngikusheke athi ngikusheke uthando lakho mina ngawe ngikuqwele sange bangifaka umoya ngawe ngayifela mangithi ngiyavuma ngiyofuna amasenta uze wena nomndeni wami nibedese dala ngikufuna ngayithela manje usungowami inhliziyo ifudumele phela amaphutha ngalingasese njalo manginawe ngizizwa ngiphelele ngithi uthanda mina phela kungashintshi yangisanganisa fana nawe angekaphinda bekhona kulelizwe ukhona okuthize ngathi ngikuhlile ungenza ngibize ngithi uthanda mina phela kungashintshi yangisanganisa singanqoba nepisi ngayihlanganisa ukhona okuthize ngathi ngikuhlile ungenza ngiphile ngithatha ungibeke ebasihlukanisa uthando lugcwele ngicela ubapheke izitele owuziqwele ungavumi izingene athi ngikusheke athi ngikusheke uthando lakho lungenza ngishelele angicabanga wena njalo sengaba novalo oh baby lalela isikhalo awusathengi I know awuthando lami luzokhula njalo uma nami ngijabula njalo without you girl I feel incomplete I'm trying to fall back take the lead I'm trying my best can't you see I got you anything no oh baby go inside and shit I think said Ana ilungu ithathu ngibeke ebasihlukanisa uthando lugcwele ngicela ubapheke izitele owuziqwele ungavumi izingene athi ngikusheke uthando lakho lungenza ngishelele
kondo. Ioni vele yang kabos. Ioni vele yang kabos. Ile mbamba ezalo. Ioni vele yang kabos. Yang titing kondo. Iyadlala ngomkondo. Ioni vele yang kabos. 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 Ioni vele yang kabos.
Angisakwazi nokubheka nasemehlweni. zami zomjolo zikanama ngajola no Peter ngajola no Tom ngajola no John Sinto zami zomjolo
Therapy Production.
Sinto zami zomjolo
this is the moment you've waited for. You've been searching in the dark, your sweat soaking through the floor. Buried in your bones, there's an ache that you can't ignore. Taking your breath, stealing your mind, and all that was real is left behind. Don't fight it, it's coming for you, running at you. It's only this moment, don't care what comes after. You feel a dream, can't you see you getting closer to surrender, cause you feel the feeling taking over. It's fire, it's freedom, it's flying open. It's a picture in the pulpit and your blind devotion. There's something breaking at the brick of every wall, it's holding all that you know. So tell me, do you wanna go where it's covered in all the colored lights? Where the runaways are running the night. Impossible comes through, it's taking over you. This is the greatest show. We light it up, we won't come down. And the sun can't stop us now. Watching it come true, it's taking over you. Where the lost get found and the crown of the circus king. Don't fight it, it's coming for you, running at you. It's only this moment, don't care what comes after. It's blinding out, shining anything that you know. Just surrender, cause you're coming and you wanna go. Where it's coming in all the light. Where the runaways are running the night. Impossible comes true, intoxicating you. This is the greatest show. We light it up, we won't come down. And the sun can't stop us now. Watching it come true, it's taking over you. This is the greatest show. It's everything you ever want. It's everything you ever need. And it's here. This is where you wanna be. It's everything you ever want. Who else had me? And it's here right in front of you. This is where you wanna be. This is where you wanna be. Where it's covered in all the color lights. Where the runaways are running the night. Impossible comes. This is for you.
That were revealed to her.
The show must go on.
This is the greatest show. Runaways are running the night. Impossible comes true, it's taking over you. This is the greatest show. We light it up, we won't come down. And the walls can't stop us now. Watching it come true, it's taking over you. This is the greatest show. Everything you want is right in front of you. And you see the impossible is coming true. And the walls can't stop us now. This is the greatest show. This is the greatest show.
Ladies and gents, this is the moment you've waited for. You've been searching in the dark, your sweat soaking through the floor. Buried in your bones, there's an ache that you can't ignore. Taking your breath, stealing your mind, and all that was real is left behind. Don't fight it, it's coming for you, running at you. It's only this moment, don't care what comes after. You feel a dream, can't you see you getting closer to surrender, cause you feel the feeling taking over. It's fire, it's freedom, it's flying open. It's a picture in the pulpit and your blind devotion. There's something breaking at the brick of every wall, it's holding all that you know. is for you.
That were revealed to her had me questioning, is time truly
What will you be doing? Watching my girls grow up. The show must go on. This is the moment you've waited for. You've been searching in the dark, your sweat soaking through the floor. Buried in your bones, there's an ache that you can't ignore. Taking your breath, stealing your mind, and all that was real is left behind. Don't fight it, it's coming for you, running at you. It's only this moment, don't care what comes after. You're full of dream, can't you see it getting closer? Just surrender, cause you feel the feeling taking over. It's fire, it's freedom, it's flying open. It's a picture in the pulpit and your blind devotion. There's something breaking at the brick of every wall, it's holding all that you know. So tell me, do you wanna go?
Let us listen. The ease with which we can move. DCS, can you help us on how they move out through this door to get there so that it doesn't take longer when they come from the back? Through this door to that end. Thank you very much. Now, my book club in the community, can you move from the back? Thank you very much. Okay, if you don't want us to reduce, I am glad we are in agreement. We'll keep it at 6 minutes. Okay. There is a knock-on effect of this. Today is Tuesday, right? I was thinking, let me release you a little bit earlier today because tomorrow, listen first. I was thinking of releasing you earlier today because tomorrow we have to finish here 7:30 because we have that evening program here, SABC Live. And on that one, we do not say shh, there's no point for that. It's live on TV. If you do anything like that, it's you and being seen by the world that you are right. I didn't say anything. Did I say something? Okay. But nonetheless, the thing is, we need to also rehearse for that as well. So there won't be a time in the 6 o'clock time, the 6 o'clock program from 6 to 7. There's no time for shh, we are live on TV. This one, we are live on social media. You can still do that, but on the live TV, FUNDA MZANTSI the wrong way, right? So help us to do that. Now, debate is a bit tricky than the other thing because we have to pair the book clubs. Remember, it's 2 book clubs on the stage. So the score sheets are not sequenced in that order. So you see us sorting out, this one is matching with that one. That's the other logistics. My selector, I thought I have my mic now already on the table so I can invite the book club. Right. So that is how it's going to work. Today, allow me, now that you said 6 minutes, 6 minutes it will be. But also permit me to knock off as late as we are finished. How late we finish, it doesn't matter, but we have to finish. Because, listen, from today on, we are not coming back here tomorrow. We go to separate venues. The Ngoni cluster will go to Tembaletu. The Sesotho cluster will come back here. The Xitsonga, Chivenda, Africans, and Isindebele will go to Conville. So you see how important it is that we must finish today. Because there's no other day we can do English. So now that we have an agreement, I am relieved. Thank you. They are still sorting out some couple of things, but I will need the mic so that we can get going. Okay. We are starting shortly. We are starting for now. Just put those ones aside. And just make sure you keep your hip, your cluster. And then what we're going to do, we're going to use new sheets for the debating. We're going to have print out. They're being printed behind that glass door.
Don't hesitate to dance, let your body groove. Let your body move. Let your body do the talking. Do the talking. Kilo Honda, kilo shape, mamba. Moving the groove, you feeling the sound. Making you ready to move. Are you ready to move? Girl, you just the move. Body move. Make me move. Make everybody move. Ready to move. Ready to dance.
Okay, thank you very much. I like technology because it can help when there is challenges. We're going to start shortly. We're going to invite the first 5 book clubs from the community, and then the next 5 will be from correctional services. When I say 5, I mean 10 actually. It's a pair of 5 5s, right? So they will follow each other in that sequence. We'll have 5 this side, 5 that side, 5 this side, 5 that side. Not that they are pairing, but I'm saying 5 from the community, and then 5 sets from the correctional services in that order. I just thought I should announce that. Sis Nelly, are you ready to take us forward? We now also have a new challenge again. When I was asking for a mic, I was hoping it will come, but I'm told that they only organize for 2 mics. So, because we can't fly the mic to the side and whatnot. And you need to hear the comments of the person who's sitting in the middle. Yeah, technicality.
Sabi, I can use the competition na closer. Alone. Good afternoon, honorable members.
You can't come alone if you have colleagues that you have prepared with. The colleagues, can you help me? The book club that comes here should be a complete set, not some half set. We are wasting time. Can you give me a full set? Sorry, but...
Against, you don't know. What side is not who are against, and then you are for the argument. Are you for or against? You are for. Okay. Once again, good afternoon, honorable members. Nabo bakhona, kabedlula kuthi who. Okay. We know that on my right side, there are 4, right? There are 4 for the topic. And then on my left side, they are against. Ne? So adjudicators, we have Litaba, Book Club, and then on my right, we have Lovely Sunshine. Hello?
Sis Nelly, I think we need to make a ruling. I know we made rules before and said we will accommodate, and we spoke of grace, but it's about time that we take it serious. The book club that came here first was called, and because they were in front, they decided to run away, some of them, then he came alone. What do we do in a situation like that? Coordinator, if your book club doesn't get grace this time around, you do know why they did not come to be on the podium. Thank you.
Thank you. We have two book clubs on the stage. On my right, we have Lovely Sunshine. They are for the topic. On my left, we have Litaba Book Club. They are against the topic. And our topic for 2022 FUNDA MZANTSI debate is as follows. Can indigenous languages play? Okay. Can indigenous languages play a significant role within the spectrum or domain of advancing the international economy in 2022 and beyond? Did you get that topic? Did you get it? Yes. It's all right. Now, the opening remarks, we are going to have 30 seconds for both clubs, right? And then the argument, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. And then the closing remarks, 30 seconds. Did you get that? Okay. Honorable members, are you ready? Book clubs, adjudicators, timekeepers. Okay. Now let's start with the group that is for the topic. Please say your opening remark. Thank you.
Greetings to the judges, the timekeeper, and the house at large at its maximum capacity. Before you is Malet Lambo, a member of the Lovely Sunshine Book Club, and alongside me is Ntlalala Mabuza, who will be affirming to the topic that states, can indigenous languages play a significant role within advancing the spectrum or domain of the international economy in 2022 and beyond? First of all, what are indigenous languages?
Greetings to the House. How representing the Tabati College on the debate. I will firstly outline the term indigenous language. Indigenous language is the native to a region and is spoken by indigenous people. My team and I do not support the motion, and we believe that indigenous language cannot play an important role in advancing economy. I am going to break down the motion. My second speaker will analyze the economy and describe the importance of language in the economy. Thank you.
Multilingualism is important in the economy. Researchers have found that a country actively nurturing different languages reap and range rewards, from more successful exports to more innovative workspace. Language matters on a large scale of international level and also on the level of small businesses, said Gabriel Bruno. A research on language studies in the University of Bristol, citing data of economic growth links to language diversity. Switzerland, for example, it attributes 10% of its GDP to its multilingual heritage. Britain, on the other hand, estimated to lose at least 3.5% of its GDP because of its population's poorly language skills. This may take part because languages help build trade relations. According to https://www.wiforum.org, a study of small to medium-sized companies in Germany, France.
Thank you. The economy had its ups and downs due to higher or lower economic activities in the finance, personal services, and manufacturing sector. Without any language involvement, therefore, no multilingualism has an effect on the economy. So it is important to understand that it's not necessarily about including them. However, this debate is about whether or not the indigenous languages play a role in advancing the international economy, and the answer is simply no. Firstly, because it's extremely polarizing. Because what you do in the economy, you want to reach far and wide, right? And by doing far and wide, there needs to be some sort of universality. And that's the language that we have in common. It's not that we're completely removing people's ability from speaking their indigenous languages. What we're doing is allowing these people to access places that they would not normally access because they're able to use a language of their choice, a language of capitalism. So to sum up, I'm going to say that there is only one language of economics, there's only one language of capitalism, and there's only one language that we can use, which is English. So there is no need to overwork ourselves by trying to implement the plan of using indigenous languages. I think everyone has their own cultures and their roots, and that's you. We should not be confused about being in the same room and not being able to label the next person as vegan or black. Thank you.
Well, in conclusion, we do think that indigenous languages can not only advance the international economy, but it can also expand the growth in exports and imports. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I not only supplement unto indigenous languages, but I also say pride be into our indigenous languages and power be into our indigenous languages. In that way, ladies and gentlemen, we rest our case.
South Africa has 11 languages. Out of the 11, 10 are spoken in different languages. Out of those 10, individually, they all don't, the percentage of them is very low. The percentage of people who speak it is very low.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ibu isele, apubu itate. Yeke. That was Litaba Book Club versus Lovely Sunshine. Thank you so very much. Let's welcome two book clubs on stage. On my right, the group will be for, and on my left, the group will be against. Nabo Caesar. And the name of the club is? Umchindi. Are you for or against the topic? Are you for or against? If you are against, please sit on my left, and if you are for the topic. Are you are against? Are you for the topic? Look, guys, on my right, I want a book club that will be for the topic, that you support the topic, and then on my left, you are against the topic, right? And our topic, do you know the topic? Okay. Just get seated. You are against? Take the mic. Get seated. Thank you. Our topic is, can indigenous languages play a significant role? Okay. Our topic is, can indigenous languages play a significant role within the spectrum or domain of advancing the international economy in 2022 and beyond? That is the topic, right? I believe because they're on this side, you are against this topic, and you guys are for. Now, we have this book club, and the name of the book club is? Sarah Batman Content Keepers. They are against the topic. Sarah Batman Content Keepers. They are against the topic, and the name of the club is? Umchindi, and they are for the topic. I'm not going to disrupt when you guys are discussing, right? You are going to have your opening remarks, 30 seconds. Opening remarks, 30 seconds. And this is the operator. And then the argument, 2 minutes. And then the closing remark, 30 seconds. Are we all ready? You've got their names. Okay.
Testing.
Faculty members, adjudicators, and the audience, you are recognized. Before you guys, I, Sipogazi, Siyabonga, and Fundile, proposing the motion, can indigenous languages play a significant role within the spectrum or domain of advancing the international economy in 2022 and beyond? In simple,
Audience in simple.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Otembela Koki. This is Simniki Wemabete, and that is Yonela Vuso. And today we're going to discuss the topic of can indigenous languages improve the economy, the global economy in 2022 and beyond. We are against this motion. We're going to discuss how, on basis of how most indigenous languages face the trouble of extinction. Thank you.
Mapipi na mapana, matota na makosigazi. Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant afternoon to you all. Do not fear anything, for we advocate for African languages. Can they advance the international economy at all? Well, if tourism in Africa accounted for $169 billion, quoted from Ingram.com, contributing toward the GDP of the globe, that means something. That means our indigenous languages, at a certain level, they bear the opportunity of advancing the international economy. Well, visionaries of our world have proposed something. Apart from tourism being on the forefront of all of this, visionaries believe that Africa must integrate and become one. Africa must create a single currency backed by gold, not only to have a stabilized economy on that one Africa with 56 states, but only to compete with European currencies and Western currencies, the likes of the euros and the likes of the dollars. Now, when we've backed our currency with gold, this will allow us now to take the rise from the US of selling our oil in their own currency and selling our gold in their own currency and sell them in an African currency. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this means we are going to be a global economic powerhouse as selling our oil and our gold as valuable minerals in this world, and they are in need. This will allow us to gain value more than the dollar is and more than the...
Greetings to the floor at large. We feel that as South Africa, we recognize the importance of indigenous languages, but we feel that they are not the priority today. So what we see as the team opposing the motion is that in South Africa alone, we have indigenous languages. We have 11 official languages. And what happens is that we have 4 main languages that are spoken and most widely spoken by everyone in the country. With that being said, there are other languages that are lacking and not as widely spoken in the country. So what happens now is that we use the main languages to communicate with people within the country. So the boards are written in specific languages, the building names are written in specific languages. What we feel as a country is that, as a team, is that our country just cannot afford to reintegrate indigenous languages into the communication systems of South Africa at our present moment. Why do we feel that? Because we feel in order for this step to happen, there needs to be money that is pumped into the rebranding of the economy to include indigenous languages. We feel that's not something that we can afford to do right now because we have other problems that need to be solved first before we go into indigenous languages. So what we...
Now, as the proposing side, what we are trying to say is indigenous languages can advance the international economy in 2022 and beyond. And second speaker from the opposition side, what was your main argument to the House? As we failed to get grasp of what we were providing us with. And now, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, allow tourism to be on the forefront. And beyond, what I've just proposed to you, ladies and gentlemen, will allow Africa to become dominant. I thank you.
With that being said, we would like to conclude by saying that through policies and actions and discriminatory laws, and we say that indigenous languages and peoples are dying out. That's a fact that we have to face. And that also affects the globally economy and the dominant languages. I thank you.
Thank you so much. With that being said, they are done. That was Mchindi. They were for the motion, and then they were against. Sarah Patman, content keepers, thank you so very much. Let's welcome two book clubs again on the stage. I don't have names at this point in time, my adjudicators. Please bear with me. But as they come, they will introduce themselves. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. And now on stage, we are welcoming. If you are for the motion, you are on this side. And if you are against, please come this side. Are you for the motion? Are you?
They get to know which side they are on when they get to you. The ones on your left, they get to be told that you are on the negative. The one.
They don't know. Not knowing. Okay, come this side. And then the name of the book club? Reed Steenbeck. Reed Steenbeck. Okay. And then? Bakwadi Young Writers. So you are on my right. It means you are for the motion. You are for the topic. And then you are on my left. Then it means you are against the topic, right? You are against the motion. 30 seconds. Introduction or opening remarks. 2 minutes. Argument. 30 seconds. Closing. I'm not going to interject. You are going to say your closing. You are done, and then they do so. Right? Are you good? You are all ready? Honorable members? Bakwadi young writers, right? So. And then? Reed Steenbeck. Rustenbeck from Rustenbeck. Okay. Okay. So they are all ready. Your closing remark, your opening. Just relax.
Greetings to the House at large. As the Bakwadi Young Writers from the Northwest Province, we agree with the motion that can indigenous languages play a significant role within the spectrum or domain of advancing the international economy. According to the 2022 International Decade of Languages, the Global Action Plan aims to revitalize and uplift indigenous languages used across all economic, entertainment, and health sectors. I thank you.
Can indigenous languages play a significant role within the spectrum or domain of advancing the international economy in 2022 and beyond? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Nonhlanhla Nozingazingamakele from Rustenbeck Book Club with my colleagues Uratile Traile and Ria Madonsela. They'll be talking a lot about the topic whereby we are in the negative side of the topic.
As Bakwadi Young Writers, we support the motion that indigenous languages do promote the economy. Indigenous languages are the treasures of our culture and self-identity, and therefore should be used as a catalyst for promoting our languages. Sovereign nations like China and South Korea can attribute much of their success to the use and promotion of their indigenous languages. The world is rapidly evolving into a globalized society, or commonly known as the Fourth Industrial Revolution, a process where organizations and nations are coming together on an international scale. The Northwest University's IKS Center within the Faculty of Natural Agricultural Sciences has collaborated with Namibia University of Science and Technology to use indigenous languages as a strategy to help create a global knowledge economy based on the creation and dissemination of indigenous language as a driver for research and community development. Furthermore, we know that one of the most unrecognized and often exploited by Western pharmaceutical companies is the domain of indigenous knowledge. Indigenous knowledge is stored and disseminated in the languages.
We at the Rustenbeck Book Club, we strongly believe that the heart of economy is always and nothing else but money. So let's focus on making money and forget about languages. Reality is that neither is most also is good international economic policies, but nothing such as a battle of languages. Let's be all about making money so that the economy can grow. Also, for example, the content, usually you find indigenous people translating their own languages to English so that they can understand them better for evaluation and implementation purposes. So there is no use of fighting as to which indigenous language is good to be running the economy. It would be a waste of time. Also, using indigenous languages dilute uniformity in the world of economy. It turns us into a siloed people. It turns us into a siloed countries. Instead of it also creates a delayed, smooth environment. Thank you. I still have time. Okay. Given that, I mean, another example that I can give you is this event itself.
In contrary to what the opposition has said, our team emphasizes the fact that indigenous languages do indeed advance the international economy. For example, according to a radio interview on Slick on Live, Master KG's song, Jerusalema, has had an estimated 200 million streams on Spotify, as well as an estimated 500 million streams on YouTube, on the YouTube channel. Therefore, we conclude as a team that indigenous languages do indeed advance the international economy.
Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we at Rustenburg, we can attest that and assure you that even in the future, not using indigenous languages won't affect the economy's climate. Therefore, we rest our case.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's give them another big round of applause. That was Bakwati versus Reed Stenbeck. Thank you so very much. Nabo, thank you. And then we welcome on stage 2 book clubs. One must be on this side, on my right side, and then on my left side. One. And the name of the club? Nelson Mandela Book Club. Bukamuso. On my right, I have Bukamuso Book Club. You are for the topic, right? On my right. On my left, you are against. You know the procedure. Opening remarks, 30 seconds. Opening remarks, 30 seconds. Argument, 2 minutes. Closing remarks, 30 seconds, right? Bukamuso is for the topic, and Nelson Mandela is against. Are we all ready?
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mohapi Ramatibe, and I'm for the topic. I'm for the fact that the economy can grow through the indigenous languages. I've got a couple of reasons that I want to give to the House. The truth is, languages or indigenous languages specifically have always contributed to tribal.
Good afternoon, and I am against the topic that states, can indigenous languages play a significant role within the spectrum of domain of advancing the international economy in 2022 and beyond? And first and foremost, an autonomous language is another word for indigenous language, which means it's a language that is native to a region or indigenous people from an area. Therefore,
Okay. It's easy to communicate with people internationally through different mediums. For example, Google Translate can help you to translate information when you're talking to somebody from overseas that you want to do business with. Secondly, we've got tourism, whereby people from overseas come and visit to see our culture and to learn about how we do things and to also learn how we do business in our own languages. I can just give an example of 2 examples, like Basotho Cultural Village in the Free State and also Ushaka Marine in KZN, where people come to view, to come for seaside and to also enjoy the activities that are available there. and to engage with the people, with the with localities, and also to learn our language. These people are coming from abroad to spend money here, which is contributing to our economy and people being employed in these sectors. Also in entertainment, we see movies like Black Panther, whereby a lot of South Africans have taken part in acting. They got jobs as actors, they were paid, and the movie industry also had benefited from it. Producers are also paid out of the movie, and many other companies are also benefiting. For example, when there's a movie to be shot, there's food, there's catering to cater the people on set. And then also, the same companies that are
Indigenous languages are not necessarily national languages, and many people worldwide have stopped passing on their indigenous languages to the next generation. Also, why would indigenous languages have a feature when it comes to the international economic growth? Google Translate doesn't have all languages, so how will I be able to interact if the translation app doesn't have the language I'm supposed to use? We have English as a medium of communication for the tourists and visitors worldwide. When it comes to the economy, we're dealing with finance, and that means we're circulating around monetary numbers. So where does language fit in? Also, it's not mandatory for me to know, for example, Swahili in order to have economical transaction with people in Central or Southern Africa. Like a quote mentioned today, the limit of my language is the limit of my world by Ludwig Wittgenstein. It's a perfect example of how economic growth may be hindered instead due to failure of communication. Therefore, I strongly believe indigenous languages don't have a feature in economic growth internationally.
In my closing remark, indigenous languages can be used to exacerbate or to get into business. There are a lot of platforms. There are Google App, for example. You can translate information to engage with people that do not know you. That's done. And when it comes to if you don't know a language and you want to engage with somebody, you can always get an interpreter to help you. If you're a businessman that does that, it shows that you're a good businessman who plans ahead of time.
Interpreters aren't always available everywhere. For example, I can come across a Chinese person who's selling something to me, and they speak Mandarin and I speak African language, like Tsonga, for example. That person won't help me because there's no interpreter anyway. By usage of autochthonous languages, don't you realize you're complicating the economic growth as it is? So how is it supposed to grow?
Good morning live. Thank you. 1-1. Bugamuso versus Nelson Mandela. Thank you so very much. Good morning live. Let's welcome 2 other book clubs on stage. One club on my right, the next club on my left. Right, left. Get seated on my left side. Then the name of the club. Khomotso Thomas on my left. And then? Booknet. On my right we have Booknet. On my left we have Khomotso Thomas. So you are for the topic. We all know the topic, right? Yes, you are for the topic. And then you are against. We know that your opening remarks 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Argument 2 minutes. 2 minutes. And closing remarks 30 seconds. 30 seconds. I'm not going to interfere with you. Then once the bell rings, you start your opening remarks. So you are. Ne? Judges, Songa Sharp. Thank you.
Greetings at the House at Large. My name is Clara Sotole from Booknet Book Club from the Gauteng province. Research shows that Africans' working age population projected to increase from 705 million in 2018 and to 1 billion by 2030. This shows that Africans have the capacity of raising the working economy. With that said, I thank you all.
Adjudicators, fellow debaters, and the House at large, I'd love to give my salutations to you. Before you, Sungutlangalan Agreement, the first speaker from the opposition team of Khomotso Thomas. We are gathered here today under the motion that states, can indigenous language play a significant role within the spectrum or domain of advancing the international economy in 2022 and beyond? Allow me to say that currency is the only language that corporations.
Good day to the House at large. I'm Lebohang Mashilwani from Booknet. Every 2 weeks, another language disappears forever. Once a language is lost, humanity loses a part of our rich heritage. Are these words touching a nerve as they should? Teaching and speaking in our native tongue helps us preserve our indigenous languages, as they are not the formal medium of instruction. Our mother tongue is valuable due to several reasons. It is vital in framing the thinking and emotions of people. It is also necessary for a child's comprehensive development. Being fluent in the mother tongue benefits the child in numerous ways: cognitive development, and supports the learning of other languages. Multilingualism is good for the economy. Researchers have found countries that actively nurture different languages reap a range of rewards, from more successful exports to a more innovative workforce. Language matters on a large-scale national level of smaller businesses, says Gabrielle Hugen, a researcher fellow in language studies at the University of Bristol. Switzerland attributes.
Thank you very much. I'm so happy to hear about facts and facts. Ne? Your factual facts do not matter right now. I want to tell you something. We are speaking about indigenous languages and the economy. The two do not mix. Let's get one thing straight. The only language that matters in business and trade is currency. By currency, I mean rands, dollars, euros, and pounds. Once you start talking to me about your mother tongue, you're already missing the fact. A mother tongue is not an indigenous language. English is not the main language. We are just here to speak English because it's our common language. Your mother tongue is something totally different. There's indigenous languages. I'm talking about your Tsonga, your Pedi, your Sotho, your Afrikaans. As long as you don't speak it, it is an indigenous language. In Russia, they have their own language. English is a common trade language. That is the problem. That is our problem number one. You start bringing facts to the table. Stats 2020 February report is this, my sister. Our township economy has boosted our fiscus with 400 billion rand during COVID. But the problem is, it's informal trading. Informal traders do not pay tax. They do not contribute to the fiscus at all. It is money they take and put into their pocket. If you don't bank your business's earnings, it does not count to the fiscus. Indigenous languages going to finances and boosting the...
In closing, a language. Language is a form of interacting, and language is a form of interacting with people in different levels. I understand that you say indigenous languages that not contribute to the economy, but I'd like us to look at our townships. Who contributes to the economy? The people who speak indigenous languages. Those languages are a form of people to interact, are the form of people to send messages across, are the form of people to share ideas. How do you share idea in English?
Thank you so much. Now, the only link between the people and the service providers is currency. We don't need language in the boardroom, but what we need the currency and people to come up with innovative ideas with currency. Therefore, it cannot be that people will be excluded because they do not use language. We need currency. We need
Thank
money.
you so very much. That was Khomotso Thomas versus Booknet. Thank you so much. Siapa, babe, siapa. Thank you so very much. Hey? Thank you. Now, let me welcome thank you so much. On my right and on my left. 3 versus 1. 3 versus 1. Yes. Okay, and the name of the club is? The book club. Tompisilika Book Club on my right. Chorus of Rustics on my left. You are for the motion and you are against, right? 30 seconds, your opening remarks. 30 seconds, opening remarks. 2 minutes argument. Nani ngokunjalo. Bese siyayivala ngo 30 seconds. I'm not going to repeat the topic. I understand that you already know. Judges, are we ready? Timekeepers, honorable members, thank you.
Good day, respected judges, my worthy opponents, audience, and adjudicators. I, Kabelele Dwaba, express my gratitude for your interest in the motion. Can indigenous languages play a significant role within the spectrum or domain in advancing the international economy in 2022 and above? I'm hereby standing for the motion, and I'd like to start off by saying, and I quote,
Mfazi, uyivile lento ibithethwa lapha ebusuku kuba kumele siphuthume emeetingini.
Tata ndivile.
Sihambe mfazi.
Talk to a man in a language he understands that goes to his head. Talk to a man in his language that goes to his heart. So said Utata Madib. We are against the motion that indigenous languages should be included in the economical development of globally.
one element whose importance is always underestimated in human development and economy-related issues is the language, the mother tongue in particular. Indigenous people possess knowledge and skills that can be utilized in the modern world to better the economy. They will modernize it to keep up with international standards, but their wealth in knowledge is definitely worth tapping into. Indigenous people, someone might say indigenous people are illiterate, but let's be honest, indigenous people are only illiterate according to English standards. They actually thrive in their respective regions. The South African film industry, for example, contributed 8 billion rands in 2008 to 2012 because of their soapies and their movies, which are in vernac. It is fair to suggest that indigenous languages can play an important role in knowledge production and transformation. Languages reflect the power dynamics of a country. If you know all the languages of the world, but you don't know your own language, that is ignorance. That is enslavement. Knowledge of one's mother tongue is what empowers us as people. Just imagine the many opportunities.
We came with this currency. We designed this currency. So how can you as a person come and tell us that you want to include your indigenous languages? When we came and introduced this currency to you, when we are the ones that taught you these ways, when we are the ones that created this economical development, when we are the ones that brought change and development into your country, when we found you as people that were uncivilized, how can we then change our ways? That will be taking a longer process for us going back. We came with this development in plan. We came with a plan forward. We worked hard on it. So are you trying to say that whatever hard work that we do is all for waste? No, I do not think so. It should be introduced because as it is, it will cause a language barrier as it is, because then people now have to start all over translating. Don't you think that as it is would be a waste of time, a waste of resources as it is? Our country, we're suffering economically. Shouldn't that money be used elsewhere? We need to develop this country, so I think that we should move forward.
When you say we need to develop the country, do you mean that we should let our languages go extinct? Do you mean to tell me that we should rather entertain minority languages and get rid of our isiZulu, Sepedi, and actually adapt to things that were never ours to begin with? The word indigenous is there for a meaning. Indigenous people are people that belong in a country, not people that were brought.
Yes, I came here with my currency. I taught you. I showed you the way. So how can I then allow you to destroy something that I proudly built? It took me time to get us where we are.
Thank you. That was Chorus of Rustics versus Topi Silika. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right.
This is how they are. Move the mic away. Just a little bit. No, it's fine. Yeah. It's fine. What was the man? Manje, correctional service.
Okay, now we have book clubs from the correctional centers. The name of the club? Positive Minds, my judges. On my left and on my right, I have Dolphins. So on my right, I have Dolphins. On my right, we are for the motion. On my left, we are against the motion, right? Your opening remarks, 30 seconds, 30 seconds. Argument, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Closing remarks, 30 seconds. Sorry? Yes, from those who are for the motion. So you are going to open, ne? We are all ready. We are all ready. Have the mic.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. We are the Dolphins Debate Group, and we are for the topic that can indigenous languages play a significant role within the spectrum of domain advancing the international economy in 22 and beyond. Yes, we do believe that during the struggle against apartheid, South Africa's black majority, made up with many languages groups, needed a unifying force to rally around. And the
Good day, my name is Langoterani Shulubana and I represent the group Positive Minds. As a group, we are against the motion that says, can indigenous language play a significant role within the spectrum or domain of advancing the international economy in 2022 and beyond? And with me, I'm not alone, I'm with Joseph, who's going to do the body, and Chirizi will do the opening. Thank you.
By all means, yes, indigenous languages plays a significant role in advancing the international economy. What is indigenous? It means native to that country. And what is more beautiful to be taught in your mother tongue? It's a language you understand and it significantly will perform better when you are taught in your native tongue. People get their education in an indigenous language, perform just as good as people getting education in English. Although English is the international business language, it is not the only language that can seal a deal. Any indigenous language can seal a deal. Therefore, I'm stating you today that more than half of our population uses standard English to boost our economy. So English is not a pure language. Approximately 80% of English are loaned words, which means it can also be classified as an indigenous language in the country of origin. Mother tongue languages offers benefits of developing basic skills, which is unnecessary and can contribute to the international economy, to our global society, to our global market, to our global uproots that is called indigenous. Language without the borders.
According to UNESCO, an indigenous language dies every 2 weeks. Added to that, 6,700 indigenous languages are spoken in the world, only 3% of which are understood by people. The other 97% is lost economically and financially due to misunderstanding. Who will invest in what is dying and invest in the lifeblood of economics that don't make sense? UNESCO estimates that 50% of indigenous languages will be extinct by 2050. That is 28 years from now. So economic advancement is realistically unfeasible for indigenous languages. I hear people talking about artificial intelligence and all such. Indigenous languages need adaptation. Without adaptation, indigenous languages will be extinct. The indigenous languages you see today are, how can I put it, are diluted. Sort of like a mixture of indigenous languages and broken English type of. So indigenous languages are dying and they are adapting to English. So eventually you'll end up with a non-indigenous language but a diluted indigenous language.
So in conclusion, there is a need for a national strategy on incremental use of mother tongue languages as a medium of learning and teaching, at least up to grade 6 in the first phase and then the other phases. Universities need to lead this by taking process, by creating multilingual tutorials as the first step, which will later transfer into choices available for learning through African languages. I thank you.
You are wrong, my brother. You are very wrong. Indigenous knowledge, indigenous languages are useless. Take note, if there was no English as a common language to communicate, there wouldn't be international trade going on around the world. Example, China and South Africa doing business together. Will you think they will be able to understand each other?
You are living with my mic. Thank you. That was Dolphin versus Positive Minds. Let's give them a round of applause and welcome on stage another set of clubs. Come, please. Take the stage. Thank you. Nizizo, is that spinning Epic Club? Horse riders. Horse riders. On my right I have on my right I have horse riders. On my left I have whales. Judges, on my left we have whales. They are against the motion and the horse riders are for the motion. Opening remarks, 30 seconds, 30 seconds. Argument, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Closing remarks, 30 seconds, 30 seconds. We all know our today's topic, right? We are all ready for you. We are going to start with the horse riders.
Hello. Greetings to the Lodge. My name is Mandi Sukolwapi. Allow me to introduce the Horse Riders Book Club. Next to me is Simtandile Kilinda, who will be dwelling on the following points: promotion of indigenous languages, dominate countries' greed, and leaving a legacy for the future generation. Next to him is Ngamla Simulelo, who will be concluding what Mr. Simtandile has dwelled on. We are for the motion. We say that can indigenous languages?
We are against the motion. We say that indigenous languages cannot play a significant role in the international economy. My second speech, I didn't hear any definition from the first group of the indigenous language. I didn't hear any group.
Indigenous languages are not only a communication subject. Indigenous languages are not only communication methods, but they are also extensive and complex systems of a knowledge that have developed over millennials. Now, when these indigenous languages are under threat, so are people who are indigenous themselves. It is up to us as indigenous peoples, especially in Africa, to uplift our own indigenous African languages. Now, by doing so, we can compete globally on economic levels with these superpowers of Europe. If we're not doing that, we are devaluing ourselves of our true culture, of our own identity. There is no proof that indigenous languages, especially more economic levels, cannot compete against the superpowers who dominate this world. These are just mind games that are played by the Europeans who are hungry for our resources, who want to strip us of the things that we have worked hard for, that God has created for us. Since the days of colonialism, we as Africans, we have felt like we were put in a corner where we had no choice but to choose in the favor.
It would be an extremely expensive undertaking to represent all of the indigenous languages globally. And such an expensive and time-constraining thing, what would happen to the capital? In the meantime, we would be wasting time for indigenous languages to be included. And if indigenous languages could do, as you now say, it can, why has it not been done already? The universal language that's being used has been used for many, many years. So we can ask the question many times, and the indigenous languages, not only in our country, but many countries, they die out because those who speak it have not been speaking it. They have been speaking the national languages in other countries and in our country. English is spoken by almost everyone here, although that is not their first language. So it is the preferred language, and the business community globally and locally prefer that language. It has been made easier for them to communicate locally again and globally. You might speak your first language. Many languages is the first language for many people, but that universal language, we understand one another across the sea, across the mountains. So we sell our products, we make our money, our country and all other countries. We have been making money through that language. There's no problem with English. It's been doing the job that it has been given. So these indigenous...
By saying these indigenous languages can make a difference, let's take an example here in South Africa. We did a movie here called Tsotsi. That movie won an Oscar award. What did we use? We used our own languages. And that movie made success here in South Africa. And that is why we are firmly saying that these indigenous languages can make and are making a difference even right now.
So in conclusion to this debate, I'd like to end up with, I heard by each one of your accents that you saw not English-speaking people, but today you saw speaking English on the stage, which is not your language, which is showing that English is a dominant language. Wasting time on indigenous languages would cost us money, as my fellow debatee said. So I would say, and economic studies have shown that fluency in their language increases, it helps the economy. Thank you so much. That was Horse Riders versus Wales. Okay, we are now welcoming on stage 2 more book clubs. You can sit on my right and then left. And the name of the club? Goonies on my left. They are against the. They are the name of the club. Put Mama Fordon. And then the name of the club? Rivoningo. On my right, judges. They are Rivoningo. They are for the topic. They are against the motion. The Goonies. Uthi mama mfundi. Come here, go mama. All right. Your opening remarks, 30 seconds. Your argument, 2 minutes. Closing remarks, 30 seconds, right? Rivoningo on my right, they are for the motion, and then the Goonies on my left are against. Timekeepers, are we ready? Thank you.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm sorry. Let's start again. You are going to start. You are for the motion, right? No.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Raveningo Book Club, and we agree, yes, indigenous languages can and do play a significant role in the international economy from now and into the future. Indigenous languages are essential gateways through which unified skills, creativity, knowledge, and innovations can be collaborated to advance growth and development upon the 5 key drivers of international economy, including government policies, technology, and resource endowments. Therefore, indigenous languages.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yengwa, and I'm Mr. Mkoboli and Loli. We are against the notion that says indigenous languages can. We are here to debate against the notion that they are saying we are going to threaten in these topics: lack of implementation, scaring of investors, technology versus underdevelopment.
In 2015, a study by Ernst & Young showed that global revenues for arts and culture to be $2.5 trillion US, which is greater than the revenue for telecommunications globally. This figure shows us how arts and culture and tourism contribute to the international economy. Indigenous languages can play a role in the spectrum of international economy. Thus, the debate topic talks about a spectrum of the international economy. Therefore, arts and culture and tourism are part of that spectrum. Schools and curriculums of schools should be set up in such a way to accommodate and promote indigenous languages into the economic trade. Teaching and learning, therefore, should be done in the mother tongue or in the indigenous languages. Government policies can change so to promote indigenous languages, and government can therefore give incentives to investors in order for them to participate in multilingualism. A variety of languages, including indigenous languages, bring a fresh and vibrant and groundbreaking ideas into the development of economies. So why have one language, one way of thinking, which leads us to one narrow road of complacent thinking? I'm going to ask you a question. So why must we?
Good afternoon. When you speak of teaching versus training, when you start training your teachers, you still have to go back because you will have what is called the lack of implementation. You can have good ideas, but it's going to be challenged by the lack of implementation. And also, in terms of what you are arguing for, there's going to be a problem with scaring the investors. The investors will be scared to invest in your country because by me speaking closer to a French person, then it means that investor who wanted to invest in my country, then he's going to go away because there's going to be threats on there, and there's also technology involved. And if you want to involve technology in everything that you do, you must understand that your country is still an underdeveloped country. And in that case, it will hinder too much on your implementation, especially when you spoke of 2022. Remember, in 2022, we still have a time where we had our economy that was very low and very down because of the past pandemic. One other thing would be, it is very good.
So just to say, out of the question that we asked, we never actually got the answer. So ladies and gentlemen, indigenous languages are used. People can participate fully and more meaningfully in the economic life of a nation. Such indigenous languages need to be looked at not as stumbling blocks, but as potential international resources.
So what you wanted to tell was that indigenous languages are really not a stumbling block.
Yeah, my brothers, I still concur with my brothers. Indigenous languages cannot do anything for us. It can only make chaos. And how can you say indigenous languages can work while we've got only 4% of the land, we Africans? I'm saying to you, what you are saying on us, you are just misleading us, guys. Go and check your points carefully, because now you are really, really misleading us, guys.
And also look at... Thank you so much. That was Rivoningo. That was Rivoningo. And the Goonies. Thank you. Mamelani came. All right. Hey, Sihlukotin, Gwetin, Batlukotin, thank you. And the name of the book club? Name of the book club? Siyangoba. My judges, we have Siyangoba on my left. And then on my right, we have the horse. What? Tihosi. 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 Okay. What? Tihosi. Oh, Chitonga. All right, okay. My adjudicators on my right, we have Tihosi Book Club. And then on my left, Siyangoba. Abaswenke bonke. So we all know the topic, right? On my left, we are against the motion. On my right, we are for. So we are going to start because we are for the motion. 30 seconds opening remarks. 30 seconds opening remarks. 2 minutes argument. 2 minutes argument and then 30 seconds closing remarks. Ne, we are all ready.
I'm from Tihosi, and then we propose the motion. This is my partner, and then Tshepo Dingisa. We support the motion that and then indigenous language play a major role in advantage of the international economy, in the sense that the charity begins at home. We cannot start and then abroad without starting at home. Indigenous language are very much important because and then it promotes culture, language, and tradition.
We Siyangoba totally disagree with the motion. Indigenous languages cannot play a significant role within the spectrum or domain of advancing the international economy in 2022 and 20 and beyond. Let me firstly define the key term on the topic. Let me first define the key term on the topic, my colleague. Significant means important.
Significant means important. What a platform to be against the motion. FUNDA MZANTSI. We had a testimony yesterday of a brother who is going places with this platform, which is for indigenous languages. A qualitative analysis was done by Munene Mawinki in 2016 and published by Taylor and Swift, saying that there are so many promises, sure promises, that indigenous languages do actually have a prospect in succeeding in enhancing economy at the global stage. Swahili was formulated specifically for trade, and today it's doing wonders in the eastern countries in Africa. So you should check your analysis and do your research.
Lady Blake Smith Mambazo is doing very well. It has won a lot of grants internationally using the indigenous language. Like Majosi in the music industry, she won a lot of grants and then using the language, the Tsonga language. So the indigenous language is very much important in advancing our international economy. We can survive using our own indigenous language because our indigenous language automatically promotes and then tourism. Tourism without and then indigenous language, it won't survive.
The sheer notion that indigenous languages are significant is a flawed and superfluous argument. It is clear that your hearts rule your head, but the markets need the head to rule. Today's challenges are huge. Climate change, flooding, forest fires. How do people warn each other? SOS, save our souls. English. Last month, President Zelensky addressed the United Nations in English, not in Ukrainian. Why would he do that? He has the entire platform available for him for translators, but he chose to communicate in English. Reasoning? To reach as many hearts as he possibly could. Direct communication. Let's look at other significant factors that influence the international economy. Infrastructure. PwC has estimated that in 2050, the global GDP will be 130% of what it is today. Infrastructure last year generated $12.5 trillion in the international economy. Can you imagine how significant that is and the impact it will have now and beyond? Technology. Technology has advanced so significantly that it...
Ladies and gentlemen, analysis with no promise. I conclude with my learned colleague here that indeed indigenous languages can and will, and FUNDA MZANTSI is sure promise of that. As we have heard, there is promise and we are going to grow bigger and bigger through indigenous languages. All the hard work is done on the ground, going all the way up. And we are saying now, what you see on the dominant languages is the hard work and sweat.
For the benefit of this House, there is a major difference between significant and minor role economic-wise. For you to propose this motion is like to test an instrument against the standard. You are busy calibrating. And failure for not giving us indigenous languages and as a significant role, I take it as a complimentary of our firmness of opposition.
Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. That was Tiosi against Siangoba. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you. Tianitanda has Tanaman in Nakas and Nakas and Nakas, but Andinitandi only. And the name of the club? What? Masifunde. Okay. Tianitanda has Talman in Nakas and Nakaza, but Andinitandi only. Tani commenter because Tandizamun Tulisa, it affects them. They think I'm stopping them, right? So must be careful game. My adjudicators on my right, they are for the motion. The name of the club is Masifunde, right? On my left, we have Geltis Africana. Did you get it?
It's Celtis Africana.
Celtis Africana. Celtis, K-E-L. See? Is it C?
It's Celtis Africana.
Can you spell it in Afrikaans?
It's
It's C-E-L-T-I-S.
Celtis.
Space, yeah.
Space Africana.
Africana.
Okay.
Nah.
Okay, Africana. So he says, thank you. So guys, on my left, you are against the motion, right? You are for the motion. 30 seconds opening remarks. 30 seconds opening remarks. 2 minutes argument. 2 minutes argument. 30 seconds closing. Nibambil. Judges.
Ladies and gentlemen, we gladly say yes to the topic when it says, can indigenous languages play a significant role within the spectrum or domain in advancing the international economy in 2022 and beyond? Bear in mind, the term international economy refers to the economical interaction between nations. My team will further elaborate more on the following: linguistics, knowledge economy, education and training. Bear in mind, indigenous languages have been involved.
Ladies and gentlemen, good day. We are from Celtis Africana, and we're going to base our facts on the following points: the music industry, the film industry, and the advancement of technology. Before I hand over to my second speaker, I would like you to take note of the following. The multilingualism is not good for the economy. And the fact that you are agreeing with the topic, it tells us that you're still holding.
Ladies and gentlemen, as far as I remember, those key cards serve as a reminder, not for reading. But moving right along. Ladies and gentlemen, Please do not be misled by the opposition, as we all know that in today's global economy, communicating with a wide and varied set of people is of paramount importance, and indigenous languages, other than English, have gained prominence in our global economy. According to news24.com, indigenous languages are not just a medium of communication, but they are also a significant economic ingredient, as they are relevant to the knowledge economy, education and training, tourism, and contact centers, to name a few. Moving right along, because education and training, mind you, it is involved in the domain of advancing the international economy. Moving right along, monolingualism acts as a barrier to communication. Thus, bilingualism holds an intrinsic communicative value that fuels creating new and innovative ideas. As according to a Canadian study, bilingual men earn 3.6% and women earn 6.6% more than their English-only speaking colleagues. And the study of small and medium companies based in Germany shows that German companies that invested heavily in multilingual staff have added 10 export countries to their economy. This obviously proves that indigenous languages are not just a drop in the ocean when it comes to the spectrum of advancing the international economy. In closing,
ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the dawning of a new era, a time of peace and tranquility, a time of acceptance and equality. Yet, unfortunately, we still have years before we can dream of reaping the profits from the international economy using our indigenous languages. We might have brilliant artists in the music industry making waves in South Africa, but internationally, definitely not, and not for generations to come. The film industry in South Africa has only recently started to thrive and still has a very long way to go before they can compare themselves to the likes of Hollywood. You might argue that our film industry have been to the global awards, reaping all the awards in almost every category. But we ask you, how many popular films do you know that have been written in indigenous languages across the globe? Gabrielle Hogan-Brand, a research fellow in the language studies of the University of Bristol, said, and I quote, "Language matters in a larger scale international level and at the level of smaller businesses," end quote. Smaller businesses, ladies and gentlemen, not internationally advanced businesses. Another example can be that of the popular Afrikaans magazine called Huisgenoot in the edition of the 22nd September of 2022, where it depicted a young boy, an 11-year-old boy named Caleb Hay.
Thank you for agreeing with us. Now it's time for change. You had not told us how the indigenous languages had failed to advance the international economy. You simply quote and put statistics. Those are triple points. We can see that the legacy of colonialism still persists in our digging ranks. Listen here. That's why we're against this topic. We had mentioned valid, diverse reasons.
My friend, for number one, the impact of the indigenous languages on the international economy is like comparing a drop of water to that of the Atlantic Ocean in the first place. And another thing is there's over 7,150 languages in this world alone.
And ladies and gentlemen, I believe that all the agitators and also the audience will agree with me when I say we have given nothing but facts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was Masifunde and Celtis Africanum. Thank you. We are welcoming on stage the book club by the name of Thank you. My adjudicators on my right. I have Creative Minds. They are for the motion. On my left, I have Apane Matume. They are against the motion. Right? So we know the procedures. Ne? that for our opening remarks, we take 30 seconds. For the argument, 2 minutes. For the closing remarks, 30 seconds again, right? If 2 minutes I can continue it to pay the please. My adjudicators, are we all ready? Bearing us?
Greetings to you all. Before you, we are the Creative Minds Book Club. I am Ruth Bamvala. I have from Sram Tomben and Alex Manyed. Under the motion of, can indigenous language play a significant role within the spectrum or domain in advancing the international economy in 2022 and beyond? We totally agree with this motion.
Greetings to you all. My name is Mukwana Defni Karabo. I'm here with my team in Balentlen Tule and Geletum 20. We are from Matume Apani Book Club and Namapota Public Library. We disagree with the topic that has been given that says, can indigenous languages play a significant role within a domain or spectrum of advancing international economy in 22 and beyond? I'll hand it over to Balentlen Tule to elaborate further.
Without being sentimental and of course without offending anyone with a different opinion, but I firmly believe that multilingualism is good for the economy. Countries that actively nurture different languages reap from more successful exports to a more innovative workforce. Economists estimated that indigenous economy in Canada increased at 24 billion, and Indigenous Economy Institute indicated that it has the potential to. Indigenous language can minimize various costs, such as the cost of interpretation and communication. For instance, we won't need interpreters in the international conference, seminar, or workshop. Even in the tourism sector, indigenous language skill is essential for people working with tourism in the terms of communication and understanding. And this advances the economy as travel and sector contribute 10.3% to the GDP. It can even boost power, which is good for the economy. For example, in Florida, workers who speak both English and Spanish earn more than those who speak English only. Men earn approximately 3.3% and women earn approximately 6.6%. And this proves how economy is advanced by indigenous language. The impact of indigenous language and creative knowledge in economy is clearly visible in the developmental products such as Twitter, the site where 64%.
Living with all parts of the world, they are on the verge of disappearance because of the biggest factor contributing to their loss is state policy, and governments have embarked to campaigns to extinguish indigenous languages by criminalizing their use in the early days of colonialism. Some countries continue to deny indigenous people in their territories because indigenous languages are referred as dialects and less important than national languages. Since mother tongue is often used only by older people and the entire generation of indigenous children could not communicate with their grandparents. What is more perplexing is that people who use English as first language, they are even 10% of economy's population. And language death happens when economy. Thank you.
So to speak in the beginning, in the end, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to conclude by saying indigenous language can and will basically play much of a significant role within the domain or spectrum of international economy within the year 2022 and beyond.
Me and my team still disagree. For saving indigenous languages is more crucial, and research found that 50% of today spoken languages may be extending in the upcoming years. So we cannot rely on indigenous languages, for they will not build, they will destroy the economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give them a big round of applause. Okay, now you may leave the stage. That was Creative Minds and Apane Matome. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's welcome on stage Another club on my right. And the name of the club is?
Are we for or against?
Okay. All right. Can there be order, please, in the House of Assembly? Thank you. Have your pen, my baby. Adjudicators, we have these two clubs. Ipelecheng Library Book Club. So Pumelela High. Ipelecheng, they are on my right. So definitely they are for the motion, right? So Pumelela High, you are on my left. You are against the motion, right? 30 seconds, closing remarks. 2 minutes, argument, and 30 seconds, closing remarks. Thank you. We are all ready. Timekeepers.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I am Tsheleto and I am with Kevin and Pusileto representing the Ipelecheng Library Book Club. Can indigenous languages play a significant role in advancing the domain, the international economy in 2022 and beyond? We say yes, they can. My speaker will explore this notion logically and provide clear historical references that support our position. Before he begins,
greetings everyone. As Sopumelela High Book Club, we are debating under a motion that says, can indigenous languages play a significant role within the spectrum of advancing the international economy in 2022 and beyond? We disagree with the motion. Indigenous languages are languages that are spoken regionally by a group of indigenous people, e.g. Sotho.
Okay, so can indigenous languages play a significant role in the domain of advancing the international economy? So we say yes, but the languages won't do that in and of themselves. It has to be within the context of education. Because as my partner was about to say, education does precede economic development. We saw this to be the case with China at the beginning of their economic boom in the early 1980s. They invested heavily in education, and now they account for around 15% of international trade, right? And so our own Professor Patikan Tuli from KZN found that it is true, if you invest in education, you will help to improve your local economy, which then by extension helps to create jobs and creates more value, which by building up your local economy, the local economy can then also contribute to the international economy. So Professor Patikan Tuli found that he ran an experiment in KZN where they taught children using their own native languages. And they found that children within those areas, the mathematical literacy increased drastically. Now, this is important because a lot of children want to be scientists, mathematicians, engineers, and philosophers. But because they don't understand English, they can't do that.
Greetings to you all. I'm the second speaker from the side opposition, and we're not agreeing with the motion. Coming to my point.
Come this side. And then the name? Whose pen is it? Whose pen? Sit down. I'm going to explain. Thank you, adjudicators. On my right, we have Chrisani, future leaders. Chrisani, future leaders, they are on my right, so they are for the motion. And then on my left, I have Maparangwe. They are against the motion. 30 seconds, opening remarks. 2 minutes, argument. 30 seconds, closing remarks. Can we please be seated so that we can give them time to relax and argue? I can see that, no, baby, they do have theirs. I'm going, oh, you want it because the court is, all right, you are so smart. Let me do like this. Thank you. I think it must come this side. Thank you. Okay. Maparangwe and Risani, future leaders. You are for the motion. So your argument will be based that you are supporting the motion. I don't know the arrangement who's going to do the opening remarks, the argument, and the closing, right? So you are going to start with the opening remarks. Once you are done with your 30 seconds, they also, you understand, Ane? Ni bambili? Ni right? Ni sharp? Okay.
Up from a history that's rooted in pain, I rise. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to propose the motion which states that can indigenous languages play a significant role within the spectrum or domain of advancing the international economy in 2022 and beyond? Indigenous languages are defined as languages which are native to a certain group of people. And according to the Oxford English Dictionary, the economy is defined as the state of a country or region
A very cheerful good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kokecho Shuping. I'm with Ntlafatso and Rabeto from Maparanko Book Club. We'll be lighting our views.
Language is not only a tool for communication, but is also a weapon of self-expression and acknowledgement. Ladies and gentlemen, indigenous languages contribute to human capital by people expanding their abilities to communicate, and by doing so, they are able to earn a higher income, meaning they are able to pay taxes and increase the gross national product. The multiple indigenous languages that are spoken across the whole world provide language diversity, and thus diversity of thoughts, which is in turn beneficial for economic advancement. Skills are closely intertwined with indigenous languages, which is used to generate income. A study which was released to prove the proposed motion was released on the 27th of March 2022 by the World of Labor. It states that economic studies show that fluency in an indigenous language is important for economic advancement in a way that it increases economic efficiency. Not only does this study prove the proposed motion, but a study released on the 6th of February 2022 by the World Economic Forum also proves this. In Canada, citizens who are bilingual earn 3.6% more than their only speaking peers. This makes economic activities such as resource management,
Before I argue my points, I would like to break down the motion for the House. An indigenous language is a language that is native or endemic to a certain region and spoken by indigenous people. To advance is to move forward in a purposeful way. The international economy is the study of economical interactions between countries. In simple terms, this motion means that, or asks that, can native languages that belong to a certain region play an important role within a particular field to move forward the international interactions between countries. We strongly oppose this motion because of one main reason, which is not all, in fact, most of indigenous languages are not common amongst different amongst different countries. There is going to be a language barrier between countries, and that will collapse the international economy. A practical example, I can never go to Botswana, China, or Canada and speak Chivenda or try to negotiate in one of our South African indigenous languages. We won't reach an equilibrium. Secondly, our indigenous languages are not.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to refute. Dear first speaker, you just stood there and went silent. It was as if you trying to convince us that Tom actually ate Jerry. Oh, and sorry, ma'am. Dear second speaker, I hear your argument, but I'm quite unsure because you provided us outdated information from Isolezwe. It's like your mother did your research for you, but I'm not quite sure. Thank you.
Despite the arguments made by the side opposition, we strongly oppose the motion asking, can indigenous language play a significant role in promoting international economy? The primary language used for creation of knowledge worldwide is English. It brought about nationalism, social order, and economic modernity. The necessary information processing, evaluation,
That was Chris Hani, future leaders, and Maparankwe, ladies and gentlemen. Now there are two clubs coming in. Let's give them a round of applause. You may be seated this side. And then the other group comes this side. And the name of the club is? What? King Shubi? King School. King School. We have King School on my right. King School, right? King School, King School on my right. They are for the motion. And on my left, I have Goodwill Book Club. We are not going to start up until they all get seated and settled. We all know the topic. 30 seconds opening remarks for both clubs. 2 minutes argument. 30 seconds closing remarks. We have Goodwill. They are against the motion. We have King School. They are for the motion. I guess our adjudicators are ready. Everyone is ready.
Can indigenous language play a significant role within the spectrum or domain of advancing the international economy in 2022 and beyond? Greetings to the House at large. Janan, Mulemo, Naledi. We were in favor of the promotion. We know language is the source of communication, is the contact of people and how we are here.
Ladies and gentlemen,
greetings everyone. My team and I are from the Goodwill Book Club. We are against the argument at hand. Indigenous language do not play an important role in advancing a country's economy because it creates a language barrier. It also causes confusion between the two communicating parties. This leads to misinterpretation of information. I believe we should use the world's first language, which is English. Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen, we all know that South Africa emerged after the Rainbow Nation. We are all different. We all have different languages. We all know our fathers and mothers that survived the gold rush for a very long time. The working minds, the language that they use is Fanagalo. This language is extracted from different indigenous language. The miners use this language as a communication system to fasten production. When production is fastened, they get to make profit quicker, and when profit is made quicker, the economy increases. In Florida, the World Economy Forum had conducted an investigation which proved that workers who speak both Spanish and English, and modern workers who just speak English, workers who get to earn more can invest that money into youth centers, into business managers organizations, into other schools and universities to make a youth with much depth and motivation, and a youth which aims and yearns for more. An investigation was also conducted.
The lack of skilled educators. Blowing one candle doesn't make all candles not shine. We need to use one candle to make all other candles shine. Therefore, this results to bad spelling. You may think in Hispanic, but speak English and not know how to spell Hispanic. This results also you can struggle to communicate with all other people because your mind is already multilinguistic. There you are, mixing spelling words, spelling errors. That's why we come across a generation who's struggling with spelling because they do not know their vowels due to competing for quantity instead of quality. Being rooted in who you truly are and accepting your identity. Therefore, I still believe you can speak over 100 different languages and still find yourself struggling to communicate and understand a message delivered to you. Therefore, let us not strive to be multilingual. Let us strive to promote quality language that can promote business in all countries in a respective manner. Therefore, multilingualism can be harmful in a way that your brain begins to subconsciously begin to be tired and drained because it takes energy. Thank you very much.
The mining industry is the most lucrative industry we have in this country. For our economy to grow, we need to capitalize on what makes us unique and special. That is our rich heritage and the idea of the Rainbow Nation. Diversity brings about different perspectives. If we can all take a closer look at what
Communications and relations, I can tell. So in business, in order for me to communicate with you, we must only use one language. There's no need for me to use multi-language or indigenous language because we are not here to create relationship. We are here to mean business. And if I have your signature, I think that is all. Thank you.
I can continue.
All right, thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. That was King School and Goodwill. But they are not King Goodwill. King School and Goodwill Book Club. Thank you so very much. Let's welcome on stage. Yo, how many book clubs do we still have? Can I be updated? You can sit on my right. You can come on my left, the second club. And the name of the club is? Mind Liberators on my right. Mind Liberators. On my right, I have Mind Liberators Book Club. And then on my left, I have Pioneers Book Club. They are on my right. Definitely they are for the motion. We all know the topic, right? You are for the motion. You are against the motion. Ne? 30 seconds, your opening remarks. 30 seconds opening remarks. 2 minutes argument. 30 seconds closing remarks. We are all ready. We are all ready. Mind liberators and pioneers.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Bongane Mokhosi, and with me is Thandeka Carol Theo and Thabo Mahlatsi. And we, as the Mind Liberators Book Club, we are for the topic that says, can indigenous languages play a significant role within a
It said, charity begins at home. Before we impress the streets, let us make sure that our children are fed. With those words, protocol observed. I won't be mentioning the topic because of time. Well, as we know the topic of the day, I'm saying we are against the motion because we'll find people who are speaking their own languages and then do not want to speak the language of other people.
For indigenous people, languages not only identify their origin or their membership in that particular community, they also carry the ethical values of their ancestors. The indigenous knowledge system that makes them one with the land and are crucial to their survival and the hopes and aspirations of their youth. Professor Megan Davis, chairperson of the Permanent Forum of Indigenous Issues, says that saving indigenous languages is crucial to ensure the protection of the cultural identity and dignity of indigenous people. Entertainment. With regards to the entertainment industry, we see artists using their indigenous languages to enhance and advance the international economy in wider aspects, such as Makati, who recently went to Europe to perform her songs in her own native language, such as Ganama, Mjolo, and Twarafat. Some of our telenovelas in South Africa has bought its broadcasting rights and have translated it in their own indigenous language. Education. As found in the Sowetan newspaper article, one of SA's indigenous languages is being taught in China, resulting in SA Zulu-speaking people to be employed in China. It plays a vital role in the tourism economy, thus so said.
Thank you. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Karabo Mosetli, and I'll be giving you the case for the Pioneer Good Club. Our case has been structured as follows. One, we're going to outline what is the problem, why does the problem exist, and what is the solution, and further prove to the House beyond reasonable doubt that our solution is a sustainable solution. Currently, the problem that we have is the status quo. Currently in South Africa, yes, we do have individuals that are moving into other countries like your Asian countries, like your We do have
Yes, as a country, we do have individuals that go into Asian countries to make sure that they go study and work in other countries. But when we look at it in the return on investment, it does not balance. Yes, we go to school. When you have a degree, you can be qualified to go teach English as a foreign language in other countries. But when you get the Asian countries coming into South Africa, we only take 20%. In Gauteng, we have Hawaii SA. Only in that country, 80% is Asians and 20% is us as South Africans. And what we do in that space, we only take in the positions of cleaners and interns. Therefore, as a country, instead of us being concerned of international economics, we should be concerned of our economy as a country. This problem exists because of, as a country, we still have a problem in our education. The CAPS curriculum has never been evaluated. Therefore,
As we conclude, ladies and gentlemen. Aibu, cleaners mic. Can we just hold it, educators? Can we just give them a fair chance, especially on the closing remarks? So, who can stand in for him? Do you think we can continue? Okay. Can we please give them a chance for his 30 seconds, only 30 seconds? He says he's going to use his shop steward voice. Just go closer. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But can we deal with the issue of these mics? Thank you for improvising. At least we are all enough to our argument, right? And we are very sorry for the However, can we please...
Can you hear me? Yeah, they can tell them. I think it's a problem with it's a problem with the speaker, but for the video, just speak into the mic.
Okay, so.
Okay.
Uthini lo mfana? On my right, but can we just wait for our other adjudicators? Just relax. Just relax. My brother, I didn't get what you were saying about these mics. You were explaining something which I didn't understand. What is the problem with the mics? Can you please come and explain? Can you please come down? Make my love calm down. There is a fire on the mountain. Run. What is the problem with you?
The problem is speakers.
The problem is speakers.
So you should continue to use mics.
We should continue to use the mics even if
you can't hear the speakers.
But
because we are feeding also to the Facebook. So the mics are coming to the, they are going to sort out the issue of the speakers.
But we are using these mics for our adjudicators and the audience. But not for the speakers.
The speakers are going to be fixed. So if we are continuing, they should just continue to use the mics.
Adjudicators, are you here? They say you should continue using the mics even if they are not working because one of the speakers, the problem is with the speakers. But in the voice, yes, they can hear them. Other clubs they use it, but Michael Sevens. Let's continue because but it's not for them. It's for the audience.
Social media, you are live streaming this thing. You cannot let it go. What is the story? What were you told?
But kaloku bona they can continue using the mics because kubo they are audible and they are live. But the mics are not working.
Remember there is a video.
Yeah, yeah. Yes, yes. The mics are working. Can you please test this one? Test that one. Test them for
Mic check, mic check.
Yes, eh? Ute 1 2 1 2.
1 2 1 2.
Why not 3 4 3 4?
3 4.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let's give all this a round of applause. All this glitch. Okay. On my right, ladies and gentlemen, we have Gemsbok. They are for the motion. On my left, we have Inkwenkwezi. They are against the motion. 30 seconds, opening remarks. 2 minutes, argument. 30 seconds, closing remarks. Are we all ready? Thank you.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. We as Gemsbok Book Club agree with the topic under the following points. The impact of indigenous language. Second, the entertainment industry. Lastly, the origin of English. My fellow second speaker and third speaker here will elaborate it further. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good day. We as in Kwenkwesi Book Club, we say no. Indigenous languages can never play a significant role within the spectrum or domain of advancing in international economy in 2022 and beyond. Then, we will support our line of argument based on the following fact of assertion. 1, 4IR, which is Fourth Industrial Revolution. 2, the insignificance of indigenous languages. 3, globalization and economic growth. And 4, statistics based on a recent service, of which our second...
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Coming to the points which were raised by the first speaker, first of all, the impact or the role played, not which will be played. I'm talking about the role already played by indigenous languages in Africa. In 2019, 3rd October, the research made by News 24 showed that in Africa there are countries like Ethiopia, Malawi, which are combined their indigenous languages to make one international language to communicate and for trading. That language is called Swahili, meaning if Africans can do that by using their own indigenous languages to communicate and trade, I don't see how could it be impossible for the world. Secondly, coming to the entertainment industry, there's a hit song of Master KG, Jerusalem. It's an indigenous language which is used there. But when you go to internet, you will see that the song is downloaded by over 500 million people. Bear in mind, in South Africa, we are 60 plus million, meaning 440 or less or above are outside South African borders. And the song is also translated to other languages.
Ladies and gentlemen, my first speaker has already given the audience and the judges a clear indication that we strongly disagree. It's totally unwise to even give us a thought that indigenous language can ever advance the economy, the international economy in South Africa or wherever in 2022 and beyond.
A recent survey, according to Google, found that we have more than 7,000 languages in the world. And these figures automatically shows that it will be highly impossible to try to integrate and introduce the indigenous languages in the international economic spectrum.
The topic says 2022 and beyond. And we are all aware that the fourth industrial revolution has been gradually introduced, which aims to usher us into the digital era. And this will mean a huge stumbling block because indigenous languages are not well known. The 4R means modern technologies, which is able to advance the economy. Therefore, indigenous languages will be a setback and a stumbling block for our international economy.
The second speaker talked about Master KG, and we're talking about international economy. Only Master KG benefited from that. We're not there. Many languages face a serious...
Ladies and gentlemen, my opponent on the other side doesn't understand what internationally means. If Master KG is performing in South Africa and people from outside South Africa are consuming that kind of music that is producing, it means he has gone international. And the other problem is that South Africans, African people,
according to the facts stated by our second and third speakers, it is an injury or acrimonious confrontation to say we need indigenous languages to advance in the international economy in 2022 and beyond. The second speaker from the opposing team is talking about Africa alone. And the topic itself, based on the international standard, that really means they didn't do their research thoroughly. So we are appealing to our honorable judges to take our statement as fair and honest statement, whereby our community...
Thank you. That was Inkwenkwezi and Gemsbok. Uyayihleka. Bebesaxoxa. Thank you. Thank you so much. And the name of the club? Eh? Literati. On my right, we have on my right Impumelelo Book Club. On my left we have Literati. You are against the motion. You are for the motion. You are going to start the debate with your closing remark, with your opening remarks. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 2 minutes argument. 30 seconds closing. No?
Use this one. When can I start? Greeting you all. We are Mpumelelo Book Club, and we propose the motion that says, can indigenous languages play a significant role within a spectrum or a domain of advancing international economy in 2022 and beyond? Let me clarify this.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. At Literati Book Club, we are opposing the motion based on the following points: translation errors, wasteful expenditure, conflict inevitability, production rate, statistics, barrier of understanding, and trade difficulties. My second and third speaker will elaborate more on these points.
It will never be happening that indigenous languages enter into economy advancement. Reason being,
speaking to a person in their mother tongue facilitates communication. A good example is explaining units of measurement. Speaking to a person in a language that they do understand makes it easier for business transactions. Using a foreign language is more costly. Imagine if you had to explain, to get an interpreter or a translator for every single transaction that you have to do with a person. Trading with people in a language not indigenous to them increases the complexity of transactions. There's even more errors that happen. Some are so bad that they cannot be corrected. Countries whose business partners understand their indigenous languages communicate more easily. I'll give you some more practical examples of things that happened recently. Remember Vodacom, an international company, when they started televising their adverts in isiZulu and isiXhosa, they got even more sales within that year. That was in 2014 when they started televising in isiZulu, and they got over 14% increase in sales. And we have people like our famous painter, Mama Nkwambi. She's a Ndebele painter. She is commissioned by BMV and BMW. She exhibits her works in isiNdebele all over the world. Clientele Life, underwritten by Holland.
The international economy is standardized and universal, hence our stance. A universal approach needs to be applied so that there is common ground and a mutual understanding and no confusion within the international economy. With over 7,000 indigenous languages throughout the world, confusion would surely arise if all these languages were to be implemented. There would be a clear barrier of understanding. If we would choose to translate the languages and use that as a medium, errors will surely occur. The implementation of the languages will be costly and lead to a low production due to the implementation thereof, as structures would need to be changed. Conflicts will surely arise due to the miscommunication because of the lack of understanding.
my sister, you are speaking a lot. And now, let me tell you something. You are speaking something that is happening now nationally. We need something that is globally. Let me just give you an insight. We all know that where there is communication breakdown, there's misunderstanding. And where there's misunderstanding, there's conflicts. And where there's conflicts, there will be no trade that will be happening, meaning it will be impossible to trade. Now, tell us more on how do you advance the economy now when it comes to where people do not get along in terms of languages. Now, let me tell you something. We have what we call production transaction.
My colleague has enlightened all the true facts, why it is important to promote or allow indigenous languages to be used on advancing international economy. First of all, that means more job opportunities will be created, and that means that international economy will be more successful and excelling in every corner. Indigenous languages will make transaction easier and more transparent to anyone or every businesses that we have.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is clear from the fact we've given that effective communication facilitates development. We assert that it is imperative that a unifying language be present if progress is to happen at a significant rate. The essence of what my partner said is that for development to be successful, the prerequisite is not merely the presence of language, but also the presence of effective communication, which in turn facilitates unity. We plead with the House at large to go with literati. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hey, Bebeke bathi ndingumama ndiyavakala ndidiniwe ngoku. Let's give them a round of applause. That was Impumelelo and Literati. Now we are welcoming on stage the name of the club. The name of the club. The name of the club. Asitutuke on my left. Asitutuke on my left. Asitutuke Book Club on my left. And on my right I have Pepper Boom. Pepper Boom on my right. They are for the motion. Asitutuke on my left. They are against the motion. 30 seconds, opening remarks. 2 minutes, argument. 30 seconds, closing remarks. There's a lot of movement over there. Can we just wait, adjudicators? In the meantime, let me write their names. Pepper Boom. Pepper. Pepper Boom. They are still moving, adjudicators. I'm trying to buy time. And then we have Asitutuke. Asitutuke. Okay. We are good. We are good to start. We have Pepper Boom. We have Asitutuke. So you got the procedures right?
History is his story. It's time for our story. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mamsima Tebula, representing Pepper Boom Book Club, and my partner here, Ritual Nyakane, will corroborate more on the aspect. We are standing here in agreement with the motion in hand to say, yes, indigenous languages can play a significant role in advancing the...
Good day. We as Asitutuke say definitely not. Indigenous languages cannot play a significant role in the spectrum of the international economy. Significant means large or important enough to have an effect on. My teammates will elaborate further and provide you with the following key factors: technological advancement, global population, politics.
According to the World Economic Forum, speaking more than one language will have a positive impact in our economy and advance the international economy. Ignoring multilingualism will result in South Africa's businesses missing business opportunities. Right now here in South Africa, we are having an indigenous plant called Moringa, an indigenous language, producing Moringa products that are in high demand of supply abroad and are currently being transported abroad to advance our economy.
The loss of indigenous languages will result in a loss of human rights, practicing human rights, because it will restrict freedom of expression, access to participation and services, which will hamper in economic advancement.
Usage of indigenous languages in the world economy, it widens the reach of the target market. It also potentially enhances the footprint to the corporate companies into the indigenous market. Coexistence of both the dominant languages and the indigenous marginalized languages will positively impact.
Firstly, it seems you're off the topic and you don't understand the topic. We are speaking about indigenous languages playing a significant role in the spectrum or domain. That means in the knowledge, in the science of advancing the international economy. Secondly, you're speaking about human rights. I'd like to go with that. That's a noble thing, but we are not dealing with nobility here. We are talking about the international economy. Moving along. There are many real and genuine factors that affect the international economy. One of them is, for example, construction. Construction is the highest contributor in the international economy with $12.5 trillion. This is taken from visualcapitalist.com. The global economy is currently sitting at $102 trillion. You haven't connected your indigenous languages with how it affects the international economy directly. Basically, what I'm saying is the global economy, in your case and how you're explaining it, you are saying that indigenous languages affect the economy, but you're not saying significantly. The key word here is significant. And indigenous languages has not featured anywhere in significance on the international economy because it's not found. Construction with $12.5 trillion is including people that do not speak indigenous languages.
You just said in the construction, it contributes to the international economy. I think you should sit on our chair. According to a research that was done by Bristol University regarding language studies, it was done on the 6th of February 2022. It shows that Britain has lost 30% of its GDP because they don't want to embrace the indigenous languages. Switzerland, they're...
Your argument is logically flawed, sir. There is no source of that information you are telling us about. Indigenous languages doesn't contribute even a 1% in the global GDP. As my colleagues have stated, it's only construction and technological advancement that have a significant impact in the global economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. That was Asitutuge versus Pepper Boom. The name of the book club? Kudus on my left. And the name of the club? Dika Kappa on my right, Kudus on my left. But let's just wait, there's still a lot of movement inside the house. And Dika Kappa. Dika Kappa. Can we all get settled to give them a fair chance? Can we get settled? On my right, I have Dika Kappa, book club, and on my left, I have Kudus. You are against the motion. You are for the motion, right? 30 seconds, your opening remarks. 2 minutes, argument. 30 seconds, closing remarks. Adjudicators, are we ready? Timekeepers, audience, thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sepon Sala from the Kakapa Book Club. We agree with the motion that says, can indigenous languages play a significant role within the domain of the international economy in 2022 and beyond? Yes, we strongly agree with the motion. I'm going to do the introduction and she's going to deliver the content. We believe that Section 6, subsection 1 of South African Constitution acknowledges the languages.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Representing the Kudus Book Club, I'm Asandi Swakela. Mr. Pulube is our second speaker who will elaborate on the chaos caused by indigenous languages and how they are a disruption in our economy. Mr. Toya, our third speaker, will summarize on the chaos caused by the same indigenous languages. In the motion stated before, we strongly oppose that the indigenous languages cannot play a significant role within the spectrum or domain of advancing the international economy.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We still stand with the motion on hand. The facts that we are going to state, I think they are the ones that are going to be on. Let's look at indigenous languages and child development. Mother tongue is one element that is underestimated, and it's very important in human development. Mother tongue is a very great role in a child. He or she usually uses his mother tongue to navigate life to maturity. He grows in native wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Indigenous languages are a powerful weapon for child-rearing practices. Through indigenous languages, there are songs, stories, folktales, literature, and it helps the child to engage on dialogue and for the future economy. He or she achieves these goals through speech acts. He learns more about the rules of the speaking, socio-linguistic norms in the speech community.
Thank you. Language acts as a backbone of the society. As a matter of fact, we believe that if our country can implement the languages properly so and forge ahead regarding to the travel and tourism, we are going to make a man. In the industry, for an example, internationally so, our products are also making a lot.
Sorry, ne? Mr. Chaka, I believe that you spoke of tourism. Do you know that we've been through COVID-19 recently, and tourism is suffering currently, and everything that deals with tourism is always on backup now. They are trying to surface from the ground. And ma'am, you spoke about child development. I believe that the topic in hand is the development or advancement of our international economy, not child development. Have you seen how many languages we have internationally? Because in Africa alone, we have more than 200 international indigenous languages, but only 30% of those are taught as official languages. So now, how do you expect the other 70% to be taught if no one knows them initially? Because at first, international research, which was conducted by Aldo and Cummins, confirms that it takes a maximum of 6 years to learn abstract academic language skills that characterize teaching and learning, which is nothing but a waste to our economy currently now. Because now, to teach a language, you have to understand the language first yourself. And I believe currently that there's no teachers that are teaching these indigenous languages in any school. So if you try to teach like the 200 indigenous languages alone, who will be teaching them and have what skill to teach those languages, which is nothing but a waste. Now, if we put like 2 or 4 different languages in one room currently, we create nothing but chaos if they are spoken.
Let's look at the music. Johnny Clegg and Savuga promoted South African music using an indigenous language. Sjava, Ladysmith, and Black Mambazo. Our South African artists are booked internationally to sing. Music has its own indigenous language. Don't you think they can contribute in our country's revenue and internationally? Jerusalem.
As what my fellow teammate was saying, you guys seem to be off topic because we're not talking about the tourism or the music industry alone. We are talking about international trade. And we're talking about building the economy and making sure that the economy is advancing through languages, which cannot happen because it creates only chaos. For instance, if all of us here are going to be talking our own languages, it's only going to create chaos and we're not going to be able to understand and hear what we are saying. Hence, you're saying it will not work.
Music is indeed.
We say Mike. We say Mike. The name of the club? Adjudicators, I have buffaloes on my left. Okay. On my right, therefore the motion. Yes, on my right I have this book club, Robben Island. Robben Island, on my right, there are 4 the motion, and on my left we have Buffaloes. They are against the motion. 30 seconds opening remarks, right? 2 minutes argument. 30 seconds closing remarks. Nibambile ne? Nibambile ne? Nibambile. Are we all ready? They do have their own mic. They do have their own mic. Relax, Manuel. Take a deep breath. Skawara, all right? Okay, sharp.
We, the Robben Island Book Club, agrees that indigenous languages play a significant role in the international economy. So what is language? It is communication. So how is it that we are questioning other languages? As to what capacity can language play if money enables the powerful? Is language not another way of economic empowerment? The topic itself highlights how deep colonialization damaged economies of other countries, where we are forced to deal in businesses with one prescribed language, which is English.
Greetings to the House at large. Standing before you is Kashim Amgela from the Buffalo Book Club, and my fellow second speaker, Mkuse Elikoloapi, who will dwell on the following facts: lack of implementation, technology versus underdevelopment, role of education, as well as promotion of tribalism, and my fellow third speaker, Monelisi Batin, who will conclude the debate. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we are debating under the motion that states that can indigenous languages play a significant role within the spectrum? I and my fellow teammates.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As my fellow teammate already told you, that we are for this notion. Do you know how much the global market benefits through foreign interactions in languages? 12% of our annual jobs are created by teachers who go abroad and come into our shores teaching foreign languages. Tourism industry alone enjoyed the 560,000 tourists flooding our shores just after COVID was stopped. And most of them were from Europe. They used our people who understood their languages to communicate and to find their way around. Do you know how many teachers go abroad? The jobs are created just to go teach other languages. Interactions in foreign languages. Have you ever stopped to think how much bigger the playground gets when we all understand each other? Imagine you put up a shop, a takeaway, and I'm a other language speaking person, and I need to come to you to ask for something, and you don't understand me. How is your business going to grow? But if I'm able to speak your language in a different place, not only will you feel more important.
I think the second speaker is a little bit confused, because if you are talking about the education sector, you are in the wrong place, Chief. How can teachers can go abroad to get? It's only to get money, not to help the economy, because we are short of teachers here in South Africa to transfer the skills that they have. For instance, if we are saying those people that are using indigenous language are correct, I think in that language we are causing a chaos, because how can we understand each other if we are going to use different languages? I'm asking you that question. Even the House can see that you are confused with you are showing your language. Indigenous language promotes tribalism that will have a negative impact in the economy by chasing away the foreign people. We have managed to combat and curb the increase of HIV using English as a medium of instruction. Technology is very expensive to understand, as us as underdeveloped countries. We are in debt as we speak. For instance, we are owing trillions of rands to the World Bank, of which we cannot even process our own gold that is coming from here. So the language that we are talking about doesn't make any sense to me. If we are using different indigenous language at schools.
To conclude, just to reply on something that you mentioned, that people don't go to other countries. People go to other countries to teach people their languages. When they go to that country and teach someone their language, those people come back and bring money into the economy. Language is economic empowerment, and multilingual countries are rich in resources.
Guys, before we start with this implementation of indigenous languages on international level, we have to start locally. Now here in South Africa, we have 11 official languages already, but we struggle to understand each other now. Now when it comes to international level, how will we manage to communicate, to export and import goods here into South Africa? That will cause chaos that will lead to the economy plunging down worse. Thank you.
Oh yeah, kiba basketball hakan. So you're going to take over them? Okay. All right. My adjudicators, I am handing over to my colleague, Katie Potts. Bengeda khala xa besithi ndingumama, hayi mama iyanikezela ngoku. Kurafa abaphezulu.
Thank you, Nelly. On my right-hand side, I have our Tambu Book Club. You are going to be for the topic. On my left-hand side, I have Mighty Readers Book Club. You're going to be against the topic. Adjudicators. Mighty Readers. Mighty Readers. Mighty Readers. Are you ready? Your time starts now.
Proposition team, or Altama kids. I am Spabalen Njigela with Lolo Njigela, the second speaker, and Mazit Ngwema, the third speaker. We are proposing the motion that says, can indigenous languages play a significant role within the spectrum or domain advancing the international economy in 2022 and beyond? We will be focusing more on tourism sector and international trade. Thank you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ivy Moiloe. Sitting next to me is the beautiful Yolisa Khafisa, and today we are representing the Mighty Readers Book Club. Indigenous languages are disappearing for various reasons, including the mass extinction of entire speaking communities. It is important to know that indigenous languages are not necessarily national languages, and national languages are not necessarily indigenous to the country. Therefore,
Second speaker team proposition. Firstly, I would like to set my parameters in the tourism sector. Tourism contributes largely into the international economy. Different indigenous languages bring a vast open market for indigenous tribal villages. This promotes unique identification for a cultural tourism sector, and this is one of the focal points in attraction. This promotes diversity amongst countries, leading to a cooperation between two countries in respect of their languages. Leaving the tourism sector and focusing on trade. The basics of trade include mostly communication. So if we use languages we're familiar with when negotiating, we can avoid exploitation. And therefore, there will be more deals signed just because everyone would have understood the terms and conditions of the deals. Let's take China, for example. China's do their dealings in their indigenous languages and their economy is boosting rapidly. Thank you.
We are living in a new country. We are living in a new citizens. Everything is new here. Imagine using your own language. Imagine not using English, which is a difficult language for you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to state our case. What also creates a push against the local languages is the fact that they tend to be useful only for communication and nothing more. If one looks at the most recent reports of the OECD, poor countries do not necessarily lack the resources to become rich or at least improve the standard of living of their people, but is rendered hindered by the low levels of education and entrepreneurship. Low levels of education are in most instances the result of a rapid increase of indigenous languages, making it virtually impossible to produce learning material in all languages. Indigenous languages also lack the scientific and economic terms necessary for people to explain the technical requirements of projects. In this process, many requirement opportunities and job-creating projects fall by the wayside.
If people from an early age are equipped with the necessary communication skills, it'll be so much easier to make the step up from subsistence contributions to significant contributions at a higher level, leading to the creation of job opportunities and economic growth. Africa as a continent possesses vast quantities of natural resources. Now the question is, ladies and gentlemen, why isn't there enormous investments in developing these resources, seeing as it will obviously lead to greater international economic development and growth? On the one hand, the answer of political stability is always given and is an understandable fact. But on the other hand,
if we can take a look to other countries, let us take a mind wild. Okay, let us look at China, Koreans. They are rich because they are using their own languages. Let us use what we are comfortable with. Without communication, there's nothing you can do. You can't have a business deal without understanding what are you dealing about. You can't have something with someone else on.
Thank you. So in the end, indigenous languages neither have the ability to make the most optional contribution to grow the local and international economy, and neither can it facilitate a meaningful contribution to eradicating poverty, creating jobs, and raising the living standards of people of that country. Thank you.
Adjudicators, thank you. On my right-hand side, I have a Neisner Book Club 1. On my left-hand side, I have Jonga Book Club. You will each get 30 seconds for the introduction, 2 minutes each for your discussion, and then 30 seconds again for your closing remarks. On my right-hand side, use the positive. You're for the topic, which is, can indigenous languages play a significant role within the spectrum or domain of advancing the international economy in 2022 and beyond? On my left-hand side, you will do the negative. Thank you. It's just Jonga Book Club. You said Jonga 1. Or just Jonga? They say just Jonga. Did you have Jonga 1 with a book review? Thank you. Are you satisfied? Thank you. Are you ready? Your time starts now.
Greetings to the House at large. We as Nineteenth Book Club agree to the topic because language not only identifies an origin or membership in a community, they also carry the ethical values of ancestors and the indigenous knowledge system that make them one to the land and are crucial to their survival and to the hopes and aspirations of their youth. While economic studies have shown that fluency in a dominant language is important to the economic success and increases economic efficiency. Thank you.
Oh. He who knows no foreign language knows nothing of his own. With that being said, I say to all, my name is Babale Cinde, and I am representing the Jonga 1 Book Club. I am accompanied by my 2 fellow group members.
When there is no language in the world, it could be disconnected and detached and would lack proper ways of communication. According to Cesar Chavez, 1972, I quote, "Language is a reflection of us," close quote. "It is the way we express opinions and desires." Okay. It is said that being able to trade goods and services in 2 languages adds $3.3 billion each year, Canada's most 2 bilingual province. Imagine if all other countries did this, there would be greater economic activities. Language is the baseline and attracts tourists, and the economy of that country would be advanced. As much as it is your pride, because your language defines your culture, it is selfish to promote your language and not to be flexible. Because, for example, if we Xhosa speaking people continue to speak our language, we would be the 10th world country.
Well, Article 10 of Human Rights Act is freedom of expression. So if we deprive indigenous people to speak their language and promote their languages, are we not violating their rights? Are we not going against the law? I mean, being multilingual is such an advantage as it gives you an opportunity to communicate with another ethnic group in their own language.
Greetings to you all. I go against with the motion at hand. Can indigenous languages play a significant role in advancing the international economy in 2022 and beyond? I'm against that say, because we all know English is money, English is power, and already English has dominance over this country. Why change the things that are an aspect of our lives? We all know that English has been the most developed English. We all know England as one of the countries with a higher currency, and we all have adapted to the new English world, the foreign world. We're not saying you guys should not embrace the culture and languages of yours, but we can say we just continue living with the legacy, because when you change things in this world, pressure is more obtained, and we all know that discretion might because most people have adapted to learning English as one of their languages. I'm not saying they should not embrace it. 11 languages that should be added on will only bring distraction. We have learned that English has obtained the most high status, and we have learned to learn new things. That school is almost all of the schools, everything we learn in school, we use English. We're not forgetting our Xhosa, but it's just that most things are done in English. That's why we have think to that resources might be needed when we create more things using in English. We don't have the money as the country to do a lot of things in English. Thank you.
I hear your point. I do get your point, but don't you think that we should be more like our president, Cyril Ramaphosa? He is so mindful that he knows all the 11 languages, and that is an advantage to the foreign sector, because the foreign people that will invest in our economy, they will know that they will be interested in investing, because they do know that they will have an idea that we're not interested in their money and their investments, but also to their own cultures.
Our so-called president does a lot of things in English. Pity that most people do communicate with him in English. He does know the languages, but he does not use it most of the time. Meaning that he learned it back then, but now he's focusing on English, of which has the most dominance upon this country. We can never take other 11 languages to satisfy other people. We do embrace our cultures, but the pity that we can never embrace it every day. We do have days of doing that.
Thank you. On my left-hand side, I have Imizamayetu High School Book Club. On my right-hand side, I have the Place of Success, a book club. Do you have that, adjudicators? You will each get 3 minutes for your debate. 30 seconds is for your introduction first, then 2 minutes for your discussion of your debate topic, and then 30 seconds for your closing remarks. Adjudicators ready? Timekeepers, your time starts now.
We are now.
Sorry.
Greetings to everyone. We are debating under the topic, can indigenous languages play a significant role within the domain of advancing the international economy in 2022 and beyond? And we are agreeing with the topic. Indigenous languages are languages native to a region and spoken by people of that particular region. For example,
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kolswe Kekane, and we are from Imizamoyetu Book Club. We are saying no to the topic, no to the topic, and here are the elaborations of why we are saying no.
Around 40% of the world's 6,000. Okay.
We premise our argument from an international journal of languages and linguistics authorized by Professor Kitlaba from Nairobi. He wrote, I quote, "There is nothing in this structure of any language that precludes it from being a vehicle of modern civilization. We've linked languages with arts and culture. Music often needs a language to be considered as such. In South Africa, we have an artist who produced a Zulu musical piece with an international feature. It was sold internationally in international markets. This simply means that indigenous languages are playing a role in the international economy, as his presence in the country will be bringing in money." Trades and marketing. Indigenous languages play a significant role in trade and marketing, as traders trade better in a language they understand and they can comprehend. English is not our mother tongue, as you know, and it's hard for some businesses.
Around 40% of the world's 6,700 spoken languages are in danger of disappearing or becoming extinct, and many of them belong to indigenous people. Internationally, most discriminating cases, such as racism, sexism, and rhetorical discourses, are caused by misunderstanding of languages. We might have translating apps, but we will use them up until when? Using indigenous languages, there is always a danger of assimilation, repossession, and colonization of land by different domains, and that causes war between different countries or regions. If we could use one language across the globe, it would be much easier to create collaborations promoting tolerance and peace, etc., because at the end of the day, language is the main expression of any civilization. As they say in isiXhosa, iswazi ligotywa lisemanzi, meaning we could teach kids from a very young age on how to speak and learn in the most dominant language as the language of the minority worldwide, which is English. Hence, English is very vital to understand as it is the language of technology. I'm mentioning technology because it plays a huge role in advancing the international economy. 31.8% of injections in the international economy is made of technology. Thank you.
even Mr. Lucanio Sconiela from Pansel, who is amongst the audience,
would agree with what was just argued because one of the purposes for the establishment of PANCEL was to propose an equitable, widespread language development, especially with indigenous languages, and there is no language born with a side.
We are not saying that people should forget their true identity and their mother's tongue. But if most countries must share their indigenous languages, that means they would have to share their cultures behind those languages, and no region would like that. Because most leaders of different cultures don't want to put the sensitive parts of their cultures in the spotlight. Thank you.
You ladies may have a seat. On my right-hand side, I have Mubeskral. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Mabiskral.
Mabiskral. Do you have that adjudicators? All right. On my left-hand side, I have Naisna Book Club, Naisna 2. You each will have 30 minutes, 30 seconds, for your introductory, for your opening remark. 2 minutes each for your discussion and 30 seconds for your closing remarks. You must, when the bell rings, you start talking, and when it rings again while you're talking, you must stop immediately. All right? Thanks. On my right-hand side, you are the positive one, you agree. On my left-hand side, you are the negative, you disagree. Your time starts now.
Good day, everyone. My name is Palisa Pule, and I have Riale Buharamu Kopela and Tevelo Kamede. We are from Mabiskal Community Library Book Club. We are on the positive side. We agree with the topic that says, can indigenous languages play a significant role within the spectrum or domain of advancing the international.
Greetings to you all. At present, 96% of our approximately 6,700 languages are spoken by 3% of our world's population. Although indigenous people make up less than 6% of the global population, they speak more than 4,000 of these languages. Conservative estimates suggest that more than half of the world's languages.
It is through our language that we show who we are. If our language disappears, the whole social, cultural foundation of our community of speakers is put to risk. Maria Virginia. Naming two countries, one in here, Africa, and other in Asia. Botswana is using their mother language to discuss issues pertaining their economy and how to improve it more and more, including China. Their parliament that use it, where is one of podium of discussing economical matters. UNESCO is one of the organizations aiming to preserve revitalization and support of indigenous languages worldwide and its use. Our standpoint, where is many countries internationally are striving to encourage their civilized to use their indigenous language as the main language that is put to practice in all structure of economical change. Yes, we agree with this topic because without language there are no communication. I thank you all.
It is estimated that one indigenous language dies every week. Needless to say this is worrying. Therefore, simply put, our global language is a solution because people who speak a global language have greater opportunities for employment, greater opportunities for education and overall success, which will increase our economic development positively, especially on international trade. Now let's face it, international trade is huge and that advances our country's economy. How don't you think that countries will go to the extent of making the people of that country learn indigenous languages? Here I am facing a crisis, but I have to learn Chinese or Zulu to be able to interact, whereas I could have spoken English.
To have indigenous people, we need indigenous can I start over again? To have indigenous languages, we need indigenous people to revive them. And that will affect our economy internationally. These indigenous people have incredible health problems. They're illiterate and higher overcrowding language.
We are currently living in a highly world whereby international trade occupies the center stage. This means that every single nation in the world can exist independent of the others in terms of economy trades.
We believe that not including indigenous languages and speaking our global language will benefit. Furthermore, our cultures are ever interconnected, catalyzing the takeover of a minority by an international one that facilitates communication and paves a greater way for international trade between countries. Thank you.
Adjudicators, on my right-hand side, I have the great orientators. She is going to be the debate person. On my left-hand side, I have Buffalo City Book Club. You got it? Right? You each will have 30 seconds for your introduction of your topic. And then you have 2 minutes each for your discussion and 30 seconds for your closing ceremony. Sorry, the day is too long now. For your closing statement, you must talk until you hear the bell ring, all right? And as soon as the bell rings for you, then you guys start. And then you talk until the bell rings again, then she starts again, all right? So, adjudicators, timekeepers, are you ready? Okay, the time starts now. You are, sorry, sorry. You are for the topic and you are against the topic. Negative. No, but you ready? All right. Adjudicators, timekeepers, are you ready? Positive, negative. Your time starts now.
The ultimate resource in economic development is people. It is people, not capital or raw materials, that develop an economy. Now, this House believes that indigenous languages can play a significant role within the spectrum or domain of advancing the international economy in 2022 and beyond. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mahatas Babato, and I am the Iron Lady from the...
Greetings to the House at large. My name is Simngalisa Sito and I'm from Pafala City Book Club. I'll be the first speaker of the opposing side. Here with me I have my second speaker, Siktabise Maguga, who will be filling this House with facts. Not just facts, ladies and gentlemen, but also with well-researched facts. And here with me I have my third speaker, Likaya Woza, who will be doing the rebuttals and also be doing the conclusions. Ladies and gentlemen, can indigenous languages play a significant role within the spectrum or domain of advancing the international economy?
Linguistic diversity has economic and cultural value too. Now allow me to prove this to the entire House. Multilingualism can be good for advancing the economy. Now, according to the research that I have conducted, countries that actively nurture different languages reap more range of rewards, from more successful experts to a more innovative workforce. Now let's take a look at Switzerland. For instance, it attributes 10% of its GDP to its multilingual heritage. On the other hand, it is estimated that the Great Britain will lose the equivalent 3.5% of its GDP every year due to the relatively poor linguistic skills of its population. Now, what does this tell the House? It means that indigenous languages can play a significant role within the spectrum of advancing the international economy and beyond, because there are countries succeeding at it while we see countries that dismally fail because of not incorporating indigenous languages. We furthermore say that the economic growth or advancement means increasing the standard of living for all people. Now, the usage of indigenous languages, like I said, and I would like to repeat it, would advance the economy.
Greetings to the House at large. Ladies and gentlemen, as the opposing side, we base our stance on the following facts. Firstly, communication. Introducing indigenous languages can cause a confusion in the business, meaning there will be a barrier between the seller and the buyer. So there should be a common language so people can communicate. Secondly, production. There will be lack of understanding in the workplace. It will result to a chaotic workplace when the workers are speaking different languages. It's best to speak English because English is a universal language. Thirdly, advertising. When advertising, there should be a common language that will be accommodative to everyone, of which that language is English, because English is the language that is used in most countries, everywhere in the world, actually. Introducing indigenous languages is just a waste of time because, ladies and gentlemen, how many indigenous languages do we have in South Africa alone, let alone in the world? If I would count them, I'll count them till the cows come back home. Fourthly, transaction. Not everyone speaks the same language, but what matters is if the buyer and the seller understand each other. As we all know, in South Africa, there are foreigners from places like Ghana, Pakistan, etc., who reside in
Ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing more uninteresting than dealing with a bunch of empty cans that keep on making the loudest noise. Ladies and gentlemen, we say that indigenous languages can be used to actually advance the economy because it would be for the betterment of all people. We find in our society people who still don't even understand the same English that they come here and advocate for. Now, how will it help if people don't understand?
Ladies and gentlemen, as my teammates here have mentioned that these indigenous languages, these indigenous language can help us a lot, especially in the business world, because we have things like competition, advertising, and transaction, and we should find a common way to advertise with them. We simply need English for them to occur. So why should we introduce the indigenous language code? Because they are going to waste our time, ladies and gentlemen.
Can we just have silence, please? We want to proceed. Just remember, if you make a noise while they are talking, then you are disadvantaging your book club, ne? Because the adjudicators can't hear properly. And then they lose points, unnecessary maybe. On my right-hand side, I have Mixed Generation Book Club. On my left-hand side, I have Leisure Luputso. Get the adjudicators? Must I repeat for you? You sorted. All right. You each get 3 minutes, of which 30 seconds is your introduction. 2 minutes is your discussion. 30 seconds is your closing remarks. Each of you get that. As soon as the bell rings, you start talking, you state your case, and when you are busy talking and the bell rings again, then you stop immediately, then it's her turn, and vice versa. Okay? So, adjudicators, timekeepers, are you ready? You are negative, positive, you are negative against the topic. Now, sorry, adjudicators, can I just explain what's happening? When you come up, when you enter for debate, you must prepare for both negative and positive side. You won't know what side you will be until you come to the stage. We will tell you on the stage which side you are going to be. So, unfortunately, that's the rules of the competition. I can't change it. Or the adjudicators, they can't change it, sorry. So, you are for the topic and you are against the topic. Can we proceed like that? All right, thank you. Are you ready? Silence, please, silence. Your time starts now. Can we have silence, please?
Thank you. I think we have a problem of book clubs deciding what they want to do, and I think that is unprocedural, and therefore, if the participants do not wish to participate on the debate, they can indicate. The procedure is, if she tells you that you are for the topic, then that is the case. If you do not want to participate, you can indicate. If you are told that you are against the topic, then that is the case, and you are more than welcome to indicate that you do not wish to participate. Then we can move on and instead of wasting time. Thank you.
Adjudicators, he says he can't proceed, so, okay, then you can leave. I'm. Can we, she is not moving there, we're just gonna pair with another book club because she is prepared to proceed. Can the next book club come, please? We are ready to proceed. Can we have silence, please? On my right-hand side, I have the Warriors Book Club. On my left-hand side, I have Kanombuya. I just need the indication at the back. In the ops room, can you hear me properly? All right, thank you. Adjudicators, did you? Kanombuya. And on my right-hand side, it's Warriors. Before I explain the other rules of the debate, the gentleman at the back just asked that the participants for debate, then you must not stand up. When you talk, you must please remain seated. And then you must just talk clearly. Don't keep the mic too close to your mouth. Yeah? The debate is, you get 3 minutes. 30 seconds will be your introduction. 2 minutes will be for your discussion, and then 30 seconds will be your closing remarks. You each get that. As soon as the bell rings, then your time starts. Then you, the one group that is going to be positive, they first start talking. As soon as the bell rings, when your time is finished, you stop immediately in the middle of your sentence. Then when the bell rings for them, then you start talking immediately because your time is running out, okay? Do you want to say something? I'm going to say that to you now, yeah. The group on my right-hand side will be the positive side. They agree with the topic. On my left-hand side, you disagree with the topic. You got that? Are you ready, adjudicators, timekeepers? Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sitting before you is Mukesani Butlari, and beside me is Tebogo Masuka and Tiani Risuna Chauke. And we are going to debate under the topic, can indigenous languages play a significant role within the spectrum or
Good day, everybody. My name is Ramalebe Mapula, and we are the Kanombuya Club. We as the Kanombuya do not agree that indigenous languages can play a significant role in the spectrum or domain of advancing the economy in 2022 and beyond. Because nowadays, English is the most dominant language used in the business world, social media, schools, and many other places.
According to economic science, multilingualism may have labor market advantage over monolinguals. Studies have shown that monolinguals may have higher salaries with gross domestic production. Several studies have shown that languages boost earning power. In Florida, for example, workers who speak both English and Spanish earn $7,000 per year, more than those who only speak English. Being multilingual unlocks better job opportunities, and it improves the country's development skills. People who are multilingual in business have the advantage of attracting wealthy global customers. For example, if a wealthy investor from Barcelona was given a tender to help improve small South African businesses, the economy of South Africa will be helped in a very humongous way. But because the investor may not understand the indigenous languages spoken within the country, the South African country would need help finding an interpreter, so the interpreter the interpreter can speak Spanish, and the business deal may succeed.
As our first speaker mentioned, using indigenous languages to communicate amongst people of different races could promote tribalism, and it could lead to separation as it has before. We'll be creating different conditions from different communications. This easily leads to social inequality, promotion of poverty, because as a society, those communities with the resources will continue to thrive. For our country to achieve the highest levels of economic growth, it is imperative that our children are taught in the domain language, which is the domain language of the business world. This will lead to greater integration, policies that are common, and economic conditions that everyone can easily understand. Furthermore, it allows us to be competitive international. As a country, we need foreign investors, and these investors won't come if the conditions are not favorable for them. South Africa trades with the world as a whole, so we must ensure that our economic conditions are similar to the rest of the world. With that being said, the needs of the many outweighs the needs of the few or the needs of the one.
Indigenous languages play an important role in growing the global economy. We have acknowledged our sources. Therefore, you can be assured that our information is reliable. Thank you.
Our first and second speaker have given ample scenarios that show how much of a disadvantage it is using indigenous languages. We'll derive no economic benefits, but rather will render ourselves an uncompetitive nation, which leads to an increase in poverty, lower our economic growth, and increase in unemployment rates.
Thanks for the cheering for the Western Cape. Can we have silence, please? Gentlemen, adjudicators, are you ready, timekeepers? On my right-hand side, I have Table Mountain Book Club. On my left-hand side, I have Honeybee Book Club. You each will get 3 minutes, of which the 30 seconds, first 30 seconds, silence please. First 30 seconds is your introduction. Then you will have 2 minutes each for your discussion, and your closing will be also 30 seconds. You got that? Must I explain again? All right. When you talk, please remain seated. Just talk clearly into the mic. When the bell rings, your time starts. The first group will start, then they will talk until the bell rings. If you are done with your talking, then your mate must go on and on. Otherwise, you lose points or something. Then, as soon as the bell rings for them to stop, then you start immediately. And you continue talking until the bell rings again. Then you start. I'm sorry, but it seems to me the groups are a little bit confused. So, you understand what I say? What I mean? Thank you. On this side, you are for the topic. On this side, you are against the topic. Adjudicators, timekeepers, are you ready? Your time starts now.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. We as the Table Mountain, we strongly agree that indigenous languages play a significant role in the global economy. We define the topic as a discussion of the relationship between the global economy and the indigenous languages. Our brother here next to me, Dane, he will explain how these two work. And Okat will explain.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are the Honeybee Book Club, and we are against the topic that says, and I quote, can indigenous languages play a significant role in advancing the international economy in 2022 and beyond? Our argument will be based on the following points: international economics, indigenous languages dying out, and the fourth industrial revolution.
The first thing I'd like to mention to you is that you didn't define the topic, you just said your position. And in saying that, it's not South African indigenous languages, it's international, because the word South Africa does not appear in the topic that we were given. Now, the best way to identify the effect something has on something is to take it away. So if society lost all its ability to effectively communicate and efficiently communicate, its fundamental structure would break down. There would be no government, no politics, no business, and therefore no economy. This extreme scenario makes it 100% clear that the indigenous language is actually the most critical component, and it's not just the South African economy, but the international economy as a whole. See, the basic building block of an economy is what you call the GDP, which is gross domestic produce. That means it's derived from agriculture, mining, and any other industry that exploits the country's natural resources. Now, my colleague Okat over here will be telling you exactly why indigenous languages are critical to the GDP. Furthermore, without a highly skilled labor force, the economy would be nothing but a shadow of what it currently is. Skilled labor starts with education. No education, no skilled labor. And education begins with learning to read and write in your indigenous language. I'd also like to wish you the best of luck trying to make any significant point.
International economics is a study of economic interactions between countries. The field is a study of international trade, which predicts patterns of production, trade, and investment across countries. Globalization has been credited with enriching prosperity and quality of life all over the world, thanks to trade, production, and investment. Indigenous languages aren't featured or analyzed in the study of international economics. According to a study done by the United Nations, a conservative estimate suggests that more than 50% of the world's languages will be extinct by the year 2100. Other calculations predict 95% of the world's languages may become extinct or seriously endangered by the end of the century, and majority of the languages are indigenous languages. 2 indigenous languages die out every 2 weeks. The fact that indigenous languages are dying out and will be dead within the next century, this clearly tells us that it will not play a significant role. There is the fourth industrial revolution, which has proven that it is currently playing a significant role in advancing the international economy. The future of international economy lies in this terrain. Elements of 4IR, such as AI, robotics, and Internet of Things, have ushered in a new era of economic disruption with infinite advancements in society worldwide.
Okay, just to sum this all up, I'd like to say that we don't only believe that indigenous languages are not only a factor, but they're the foundation of the global economy, because it's an essential requirement for learning, not only for schooling, but basic training for unskilled and manual labor. If orders and instructions are not given in someone's indigenous language, how will you teach that man to lay bricks in order to build an office complex or shopping mall? This very same Afrikaans bricklayer goes on to build in the United States in exchange for dollars.
Thank you very much. You did not mention one single percentage, not one single citation of any book or any magazine or any type of internet, www.com, web/whatever. All you said was this lovey-dovey feeling stuff, and I do not believe that facts care about your feelings, because they don't. And the fact is, our children out there are starving.
Thank you, thank you. On my right-hand side, I have the Ostrich Book Club. On my left-hand side, I have Sia Pambili Book Club. You will each have 3 minutes for your debate. 30 seconds for your introduction, 2 minutes to state your case, and 30 seconds for your closing remark each. As soon as the bell rings, you start talking. The group that must start first, you start talking. When the bell rings, you stop talking in the middle of your sentence, if it is. Then the next group start immediately. All right? You got that one? And you talk until the bell rings. Otherwise, you're going to lose marks. All right? On my right-hand side, you will debate the positive side that you agree with the topic. On my left-hand side, you will debate that you disagree with the topic. Adjudicators, timekeepers, are you ready for us? Your time starts now.
We say yes, indigenous languages can play a significant role in advancing the international economy in 2022 and beyond. How, you may ask? Language has economic value as a tool of communication and a means to impart knowledge. It should therefore be developed like any other economic resource in order to promote socio-economic advancement. We will be discussing how indigenous languages can be used to advance the international economy.
Look around you and you will see a plethora of people, each one coming from different cultural groups and speaking their own cultural languages. Yet we come from one global village, and together we can build a great future in international trade. My fellow colleagues and I are rebutting the question, and Speaker 2 will elaborate on the following topics, being agriculture and communication. The topic being, can indigenous languages play a significant role within the spectrum or domain of advancing?
The international economy is built up of many different diverse economies, local economies. And behind those economies are countries with their people and indigenous languages. We have to understand people. People want to value their languages as well as their indigenous languages and want to preserve those as well. We cannot shove those needs aside. In fact, it's everyone's responsibility to ensure that the next person is valued as well as respected. So it's really imperative to preserve linguistic diversity, and if we want to advance the international economy. In 2022 and beyond, we need to recognize the value of the indigenous languages behind the countries that play a significant role in advancing the international economy. It starts with ensuring that the medium language of instruction is a common, indigenous language. This has been proven that people who are taught in their indigenous languages, they gain deeper understanding. And this means also that they are better equipped, to also play a huge role in their local economies. Studies have also shown that technology that is responsible for aiding linguistic diversity is relatively reasonable. Currently, there's already great infrastructure and policies that are in place for us to use. All we need to do is to...
affirmative team, I like the way you sing. That's what we are saying, because you didn't tell us clear what's the meaning of spectrum and domains, which are the main names, and you need to define those two terms. Yeah, let's go to agriculture. According to agri.com, indigenous languages only play a minor role on international economy because people and their languages are socially excluded and as they can't understand to communicate with international organizations or businesses internationally because of languages barrier, which is English. Indigenous people who use their languages, they believe in agriculture, as you know, but they don't allow science and technology to assist them on oil rotation and chemicals to support their growth. So how can indigenous languages play a significant role within the spectrum or domain of advancing international economy in 2022 and beyond, if you say that, ladies and gentlemen? The statistics.
Okay. Sorry, my sister, you spoke about people who are here. These people who are here are people who are proud of their indigenous languages. They are here for a competition. Some are coming from Limpopo. Okay. We cannot afford to believe that speaking a common language is something good and speaking indigenous languages is the opposite. Instead, we must emphasize that in 2022 and beyond, being proficient in an indigenous language can open an opportunity for optimal social, cultural, and economic advancement.
You talk about people who are coming from Limpopo, who are proud of their language, and yet we are speaking English. Academic researchers view a language as a matter of economic choice. We have over 7,000 languages in the world. Imagine if you took those 7,000 languages to the stock exchange. Confusion. So indigenous languages do not play a significant role. Thank you.
Thank you. On my right-hand side, I have the Eleventh Book Club. On my left-hand side, I have the Gold Bar Book Club, as in B-A-R, bar. I'm going to explain the rules of the debate to you quickly. You have 3 minutes for your debate. 30 seconds will be for your introduction on both sides. 2 minutes you each have to state your case, and 30 seconds you have for your closing remarks. As soon as the bell rings, you start, the group that must start first will start talking. When it rings, you stop immediately in the middle of your sentence, the next group start. And so it goes on. You clear with that one? All right. On my right-hand side, you are for the topic. On my left-hand side, you are against the topic. Adjudicators and timekeepers, are you ready? Right, your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandile Majavu. I'm from the Eleventh Book Club. I'm assuming the role as the first speaker. Next to me is Mr. Kramer. He's assuming the role of the second speaker. And Mr. Magwai is the third speaker. We of the view that we stand with the notion that the indigenous languages can play a significant role within the spectrum and the domain.
Can indigenous languages play a significant role within the spectrum or domain of advancing the international economy in 2022 and beyond? Well, us as the GOPA, because it's Tuesday, we chose to disagree. I'll let Tato Kutumela give you all the body, and then Pam here will close for you.
First of all, let me give you a guideline so you may understand what I'm about to say. For the elevation of indigenous languages to play a significant role within the economy, is only implemented through policy intervention. You get me? Take this. It's stated in the South African Constitution Act of Section 6.5.8. Seeks and promotion of indigenous languages can play a significant role in domestic economy. The domestic economy can have an impact in advancing the international economy. Let's move forward. The African Union Act adopted the Language Plan of Action in Khartoum in 2006. It requires formulation of language education policy explicit in favor languages for the sustained economic development of Africa. This plan surely will enhance indigenous language to play a vital role both internationally and intercontinentally. Let's move internationally. In 2021, the United Nations, that's the UN, the UNESCO, plays a good role to say that declared the decade of indigenous languages within the agenda of 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. This action plan by the UN intends to enhance the advancement and usage of indigenous languages in all forms, economically, socially, educationally. Proven statistics. In China, the using of indigenous languages of their own.
Okay, first of all, your argument is too weak for a rebuttal, but because you're really asking for it, here you go. There's your rebuttal. Secondly, look here, brother. The 2022 marks the International Decade of Indigenous Languages from 2022 to 2023. That's 10 years to resuscitate, to give life to something that's already dead. What's the point? I'll leave it at that. UNESCO estimates that by the year 2100, at least 90 to 95% of languages would be extinct, which leaves us with about 400 out of the 7,000. So why focus on indigenous languages? I'll ask again. Then again, indigenous languages require recognition, revitalization, and presentation. So you tell me, brother, how on God's beautiful green earth do you expect something that's battling extinction to actually give value to the international economy that is nonsensical? On top of that, English, brother. English is a universal lingua franca.
We strongly propose this motion. The spectrum or domain of indigenous languages has reached as far as the economy. Therefore, the advancement of in the knowledge of indigenous languages is an advancement of the economy of internationally. Language usage is used to protect our culture and heritage. Therefore,
let's speak practicality. With over 7,000 languages, how do you suppose we're going to mix all of that into our economic structure currently? There's a reason there's a bridging language that will cater to every nation, every person. And how do you expect to change a system that has worked for over centuries by just a few indigenous languages?
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. On my right-hand side, I have the Baobab Book Club. And on my left-hand side, I have the cheetahs. You each will get 3 minutes for your debate topic. 30 seconds is for your introduction, 2 minutes to state your case, and 30 seconds for your closing remarks. As soon as the bell rings, you start talking. And you talk until the bell rings again. Then, when the bell rings, you stop. Then the next group start. You okay with that? All right. On my right-hand side, you will debate for the topic. On my left-hand side, you will debate against the topic. Judicators, timekeepers, are you ready for us? Your time starts now.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Tapelo Matewel. I'm with William Tabani here. Together we are from Baobab Book Club. Yes, we agree with the motion that says, can indigenous languages play a significant role within the spectrum or domain in advancing the international economy in the year 2022 and beyond? Because collectively, the languages are an important resource and can contribute to the economic development and social progress of the world through mass literacy.
We don't agree with the topic. These languages don't play any role in the growth, prosperity, unity, and development of our economy. We don't even need to promote these languages because we don't benefit anything from them. We have observed that language is not dispensable. In what aspect do these languages play in our economy?
We are simply saying literacy is worthwhile, relevant, and necessary, and is the solution to the subject matter at hand. Allow me to please to say the following. If according to our Constitution of South Africa, Chapter 1, Section 6 of Subsection 2, which states that all states around the world would take practical and positive measures to elevate the status and advance the use of these languages as learning objectives of developmental literacy in terms of organizational aspects on total literacy campaign on continuing education via financial literacy, basic literacy, and critical literacy, which ensures and suggests measures to ensure that every nation should express themselves first free in their mother's language, which will allow them to express themselves in the language that they could tap into the depths of their creativity via digital literacy, information literacy, as well as technology literacy, which will enable them in terms of marketing literacy to communicate better and easily in terms of exporting and importation of goods. This means now that the world would have people who are free to express themselves in their mother tongue, making it easy for the world to benefit at large in terms of international economy. Now we'll be having people who are equipped empowered, and skilled
Ladies and gentlemen, my proposing team here don't tell us how will they do this, who will do this, and what will be done. Nonetheless, in the Bible, chapter 11, verse 5, God gives us the very same clear image. It is very explicit in it, whereby the people were trying to build the Tower of Bethel, but now God made them to speak different languages. What happened to the tower? Ladies and gentlemen, 7,000 of different languages, we have them in the world, and 1,000 of them are only spoken in the common places. What about the 6,001? We cannot force it, say. We cannot force it. Not everybody is perfect in his indigenous languages. For an example, in South Africa, you have 87% of adults who are illiterate. They don't even know their indigenous languages. Not in Malawi, we have 25%. They can't even speak the Chihuahua. Sir, we totally disagree.
Bear in mind that, gentlemen, that most of the developing countries might see that as an advantage to, just like as it happened in South Africa, 1856, we were colonized because of our indigenous languages, because of why we were unable to understand and relate with the whites when they came here. Bear in mind also,
Developed countries achieve greatness using mother tongue. For example, Japan and China acquired their science and technology through the use of their indigenous languages, and they are among the technologically developed countries within the world today. So this indicates that our indigenous languages can indeed advance in the international economy of this world.
The key here is that the language is the heart of people, and if we lose the people...
It is late now. We are about to close. This is not time of opinion, sir. I'm appealing to the agitators that they can make justice as these guys. They don't tell us how these things will be implemented. What about the deaf society that are connected with their own language? May they fall on the indigenous language? There is no time to answer. This is late. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all see, these people, it seems as if they didn't make their research very well.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. We're almost there. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. We only need about 5 minutes of your time more, please. Can we call Komotso Thomas Book Club to the stage, please? The debate team. Can you quickly come up, please? Come, please. I don't know about you, but I'm hungry. So, what's your book? Thank you. We want to say thank you to Komotso Thomas Book Club to helping out our participant on this side. Oh. Sorry, my apologies. They are the Mabarangwe Book Club. On my left-hand side is the leisurely book clubs. I don't think I have to explain to you regarding the talking part. I'm going to explain the times. You have 30 seconds for your introduction. Then you have 2 minutes for your discussion to state your debate. And then you have 30 seconds for your closing remarks. Adjudicators, timekeepers, are you ready? All right. The group on my right-hand side will be against the topic, and the group on my left-hand side will be for the topic. Are you ready? Time starts now.
Greetings to you all. I'm going to elaborate the illustration that has been elaborated by our illustrator. I am Lerato Precious Mochele, a published author from the Free State Province. Economic well-being is enhanced with members of group communicate the same language. Indigenous languages has made it very easy for us to communicate.
Greetings to you all. My name is Koketu Shuping. I'm with Ntlafatso and Rebeto from Maparanko Book Club. We stand by our case, opposing the motion that states, can indigenous languages play a significant role within the spectrum or domain of advancing the international economy in 2022 and beyond? Imagine a world where a Tswana girl like me,
learning a indigenous language is an investment in human capital. Our economy is based on our languages. For us to communicate with other countries, we should know the indigenous languages. Because of the link between culture and languages, the more languages that can be accommodated, the greater the wealth. Knowing about the language can benefit and increase our economy. It increases the number and the type of goods available in the country. Indigenous knowledges are important in our country, as I said. We are exchanging the goods and services. For us to communicate with other countries, we have to use our indigenous languages. So I say indigenous knowledges are helping us in order for us to advance the economy. Economic well-being is enhanced with the members of group communities in the same languages.
Before I argue my points, I would like to break down the motion for the House. An indigenous language is a language that is native or endemic to a certain region and is spoken by indigenous people. To advance is to move forward in a purposeful way. The international economy is the study of economical interactions between countries. This, in simple terms, this topic means or asks that can native languages that belong to a certain region play an important role in a particular field to move forward the international economic interactions between countries. We strongly oppose this motion because of one main reason, which is not all, in fact, most of indigenous languages are not common between different countries. There is going to be a language barrier between countries, and that will collapse the international economy. A practical example, I can never go to China, Botswana, Canada, or any other country and speak Chivenda or try to negotiate in one of our South African indigenous languages. We won't reach an equilibrium.
If people from other countries can come and speak their language in our country, how can we not go to our country and speak their languages? Yes, I agree. Indigenous languages are only here in South Africa, but we can also advance it in other countries. If you yourself speak your indigenous language and want to go to another country and cannot just speak your language there only because they are not advanced, you can also make a difference.
Despite the arguments made by the said opposition, we strongly oppose the motion asking, can indigenous language promote international economy? We believe that it cannot. Imagine how much it took for English to be known in the world. Even now, people are not understanding it. How long is it going to take for people to learn indigenous language and even make business proposal with it? It can never go. English can be.
Thank you, ladies.
Another round of applause, please. Thank you so much, thank you so much, thank you so much. Mr. Khalakhala, where are you? Okay. I want to do something very interesting. Can I request all the NLSA social media to be switched off? Because there are people who decided to leave this room to get this while they are somewhere. So this announcement affects them, but they are not here. So we rather announce to those that are here. I believe that one only goes to correctional services centers, is it? Am I right? The social media goes to everyone. Eish. I've got an issue now because I want also to have just, so this purpose of the announcement to be heard by the people who are in the room. Because we cannot have people that have traveled all the way to be here and to get the information while they're not here. We are, for the same FUNDA MZANTSI, we're supposed to be here. It's important that you be here. That's why you are still seated here. And I want to applaud you, Northern Cape, for being here. Thank you so much. And I want to also applaud my team here. I'm not sure of the name. I know them because of the Free State, they are still here. Thank you so much. And I'm at all, Northwest is still here. Thank you so much. All right. Can I get that response, please? Just switch off the connectivity. It's done. Can the same be done for the, sorry, it's just for the purpose of the announcement. Those that were supposed to get this message were supposed to be here. So that's why we do it this way. Tomorrow, when you are in your respective places and this happened, what happened the next day? We're going to have a serious problem, isn't it? So the message that I'm going to be announcing will be giving guidance to the teams that are here where they are going tomorrow. Because we are not all of us coming back here. You need to be knowing where these locations are. But to get that, you need to be here. That's why you are still sitting here, right? Thank you. So this is how it's going to work out. Those who will be late in the venue and find that a particular language is on the podium, they are not going to be given opportunity to join that. They are not part of that language in particular. In terms of the standard way is that we do book review. But if it's Setswana, it's on the podium already. Because here we'll do Setswana, Sepedi, and Sesotho in this venue, and I'll be here. And they come, it's after we have announced who's supposed to go that side. Because tomorrow, because of the limitation of time, we're going to be strict with time, colleagues. We're not going to be saying you're making noise and all that. Remember, we're saying we're going live on TV in the evening. I'm not going to be doing the shh. We should have rehearsed that by the past 2 days. So if the MC or a book club is on the podium, It's an opportunity for them because that's why we say your 2 minutes starts now. It means they are now having the platform. So you talking or interrupting, you're not the people that I'm talking to. It's the people who left that I'm talking to, right? You don't do those things, I trust you. Okay, that's number one. So I'm gonna make sure that all the people that are helping me on my side of the team, we do not allow people who find the teams that are on the platform to proceed in any way to be part of those that would have been called. 9 sharp we start. So if you're gonna be coming a minute or a second after 9, you're not part of those that will be on the podium. That's number one. Number two, I mean it even in Temple too. Says Nelly, please make sure that that happens. I won't be able to be there, but I'll be between Cornville and here. We're going to enforce that. All right. Number two, I want to thank you, my lovely judges. I promised them something. I hope someone joins me to promise them something. They stretched themselves today. So, yeah, thank you so much. You did well. We couldn't have done it this far without you. My head's off. You know all the challenges we had, you stayed up, you persevered with us. My friends, whenever I do this, you were with me and allowing me to do that. One thing I want to mention, which is important, I should have actually included it in the opening ceremony, just that we saw that the time what we have South African Library for the Blind. We didn't mention this before because I wanted to observe the mode, how it's like. This year, I was mandated by book clubs with visual impairment. They wanted to be part of this FUNDA MZANTSI, this one in particular. I said to them, our papers are not ready. Our judges are not ready. Even the content we have is not suitable because it's not converted for their consumption. They agree and send a delegation from South African Library for the Blind. Says, Linda, you are here, stand up please, so that they know you are here. So the mission is that next year we'll have people with impairment. So there's something, when I said you must grow up, it's because we'll have people tripping and doing things. We need to be mature to accept that they can't see. But if we are at this stage where we still cannot bear with one another while we're able to, how about now when we have people who come? This is the first disability that we're accommodating. There will be others coming, because they say it's their constitutional right to be part of FUNDA MZANTSI. So as they do so, it's us who are able, who's supposed to be accommodative enough not to make fun of them or any other thing. I'm sorry I'm looking this way. I mean also for this audience as well. So that at least they feel as equally part of it, because they don't want a parallel program. That's why they don't want to be extreme on the side as disabled people and us on the side. They want to be equally participating just like us. So on Sunday, we had this time we had 2 workshops with the adjudicators. One was with a psychologist who was actually enabling the judges who are here to be able to be ready to judge. We will have a series of workshops to prepare them that when they judge a disabled person, how they do it. I'm sharing this because we might not have a chance to share this, but it's important that you are aware. As you continue, you have other people who are visually impaired and all that, you can start preparing them to be part of the next FUNDA MZANTSI. But then, again, today is not about that. It was announcement. Tomorrow, we're not all coming here, as we said. We are going to be splitting into 3. You will find the same arrangement wherever you go, whether it's in Cornville, where we'll be doing Xitsonga, Chivenda, Afrikaans, and Isindebele. With our adjudicators, they know where to go. But our book clubs, if they do know, I don't know, they'll be looking for Cornville tomorrow morning. Fortunate for you, your drivers, they do know where Cornville is. But for you who do not know Cornville, I wish we did the same with the locations, send the locations. Because it's easier when you have the locations. But we'll try to get that. I will try to share with the book club coordinators who are here. This is Free State, right? And then that is Northern Cape, and that is Northwest. Okay, I know you are your coordinators. I'll share that information. Let me record it so I don't make a mistake. this is what's gonna happen. When you get to the venue, and Pumalanga, you are here, Akshe Maskisi. Oh, shame. Okay, this is what's gonna happen. You'll get the coordinates of the locations, ne? Where Nguni is going to be, because we'll mention a name like Conville. That is for Shitsonga, Shindevele, Isindebele, Chivenda, and Afrikaans, Conville. I reiterate, Afrikaans, Isindebele, Shitsonga, and Chivenda, Conville. Now, Nguni cluster, excluding Isindebele, will be going to Thembaletu. That is isiXhosa, isiZulu, nesiswati. Bokunene ntabania le endzabeni ngale ka batankhomba ithembalethu ukuthi ngakuphi. Kodwa sitawushubela imininingwane yakhona. Nansi ke, for those that are doing Sesotho like Najena, kutle ba re Sesotho se romantic, re tla ba re le man khona mona. Re tsa ntho tse romantic khona mona. So Sesotho ke Setswana, Sesotho and Sepedi, re tla ba re le fa. So if you find yourself, you're participating and your book clubs need to be split, communicate that information so we can assist you with transportation if you don't have transportation to the right venue. But I'm not going to accommodate book clubs that are not on my list right now. So that is the agreement that I'm putting forward. So I think that I'll hand over to you to deal with the other teams in terms of what time we start. But it is important that we are here, because in the evening we need to be here for the 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock SABC live. So how it's gonna be, we will need to be, okay, so he will take care of that, but we need to be seated here because there will be a dress rehearsal before the live, we go live fully.
Good evening, guys. Thank you so much. You've been a good audience. Thank you, Eastern Cape, for keeping us alive. Thank you, guys, our partners. Shine, to you school kids, shine. I'm proud of you guys. Coming to abantu bam, nonke ke nina ningabantu bam. There's no me without you. And it's Mr. Skosan? Yes. Thank you, guys. Tomorrow, Mandla seyichazile ukuba ukuthi we split to 3 different venues. In our venues, our program is going to end at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock, we finish our program in Eden and in Thembaletu, Eden and Conville. We're coming back here at Eden. Book club coordinators from the community, please. 4 o'clock will be finished that side, so we move all of us, guys, to Abe Eden for our live show. Sizophuma TV. Uba ke omnye wena bengazi uba useGeorge uzovela kokwabo. Thetha nina ke bantwana besikolo. Nizophuma TV nizaba celebrities. So 4:30, all of us, we will be seated. SABC uzawuqala enza into zakadume ngazo. Nizawumane niphume TV bantwana besikolo. Siyavana? Siyavana? Okay. Now, coming to my people. Guys, we will do the right thing tomorrow. Is this Tumengazo? We do good so that we get good. Let's continue with doing good. Yongindo yeyitu. Cela ke ngoku tomorrow i-regional coordinators zam Apha Eden, i-regional coordinator yase-Eastern Cape, izabe ilapha e-Eden, izabe ine-regional coordinator yase-Free State. Education and training, i-regional coordinators zami zabe zilapha, Eastern Cape and Free State. And then we go to Cornville, it's Gauteng, ne-LMN. Regional coordinators e-LMN, neyase Gauteng, e-Cornville. And then Thembalethu, KZN, and the Western Cape at Thembalethu. And I'm also appealing to the managers, education and training, please, let's assist each other. Let's also split to these 3 different venues. So, regional coordinators will help me on that one, to split the regional, the managers, education and training, and the section heads. From our side, all the book clubs from the community, those are going to participate on the live program. Nina, you will be transported special to be brought here by 4 o'clock. Those that are participating on the live show. I think I'm done. Short and sweet. Good night. Okay, before that, let's allow our managers and our judges to leave. Let's all be seated, bantwana besikolo. Allow abantu baphume and then we go.